Chapter 566. Feng Yuan had just stepped past the guest halt stele when he had a pleasant discovery. A borrow strength gu appeared in front of him. This upper strength path rank 5 gu was already extinct. It was even rarer than all-out effort gu. It could not be used alone. It had to be paired with other gu worms. Paired with heavenly strength gu, the gu master could borrow the strength of the heavens. Paired with earth strength gu, the gu master could borrow the strength of the earth. Paired with firepower gu, the gu master could borrow strength from flames. Paired with water power gu, the gu master could borrow strength from water currents. My killer move for Arm Wind King uses Wind Overlord gu and Tyrant Strength gu. This combination of gu worms is a substitute for borrow strength gu. Its effect is less than 50% of the original. With this borrow strength gu, I can raise my killer move to a whole new level. Feng Yuan rejoiced inwardly. Of course, borrow strength gu still needed to be paired with other gu worms. By now, heavenly strength gu was already extinct. But earth strength gu, firepower gu, water power gu, wind power gu and others were still widespread. But when they used these gu worms, they had already left their original range. Earth strength gu was often used to increase the fertility of the soil, to help gu masters grow crops, or to pair with wood path gu worms. Firepower gu was used as a support gu by some fire path gu masters. It could slightly increase the effect of fire path gu worms. Water power, wind power, lightning power gu and others were the same. Feng Yuan came to the crystal wall and took out close to 10 spring egg gu, exchanging for borrow strength gu. After passing the guest halt stele, he could only exchange for the treasures in the crystal wall. Feng Yuan continued to walk forward. The treasures in the crystal wall were clearly 1 or 2 grades higher than before. Meteor Rain gu, Star Travel Lightning gu, Wind Fog Hair gu, Starfire Prairie gu, Water Curtain Skyflower gu. Rank 5 gu that were extremely rare in the outside world were very common here. In contrast, rank 4 gu were much rarer. But once a rank 4 gu appeared, it would be a rare rank 4 gu. Its value and effect comparable to ordinary rank 5 gu. Feng Yuan's gaze swept around. The blood flame light on his body was constantly being worn away. This layer of scarlet flame light was his protection to conceal his identity. Once he was exhausted, he would be discovered by the 88-point Jinyang Tower and eliminated in an instant. Before the protection disappears, I must find that floor master token. Along with the passage of time, Feng Yuan gradually felt anxious in his heart. These gu worms used to disguise one's identity and deceive 88-point Jinyang Tower were not easy to refine, and their cost was high. The main ingredient was the gold family's blood, and it still needed 98 steps of purification. Now that the battle for the imperial court had ended, it would be even more difficult for Feng Yuan to obtain this blood on a large scale. To make matters worse, there was a fork in the crystal corridor. Feng Yuan had no choice but to stop and look carefully. Which path was the one he wanted to take? At this time, the image of Central Continent gu immortals attacking Imperial Court blessed land in his previous life helped Feng Yuan greatly. He chose the one on the left and went in. The value of the treasures in this crystal wall was raised by another level. Rank 4 gu were gone, only rank 5 gu were left, and at the same time, a rare rank 5 gu worm appeared. Feng Yuan moved forward quickly as he looked around. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on something. Found it. And floor master token was sealed in the crystal wall. It was only at the height of Feng Yuan's knee. This floor master token was the work of a Central Continent gu immortal. A tall tree attracts the wind. Imperial Court blessed land had existed for so long. It had already attracted the attention of gu immortals of all regions. Central Continent gu immortals had even started to make arrangements hundreds of years ago. The floor master token was usually in the hands of the alliance leader, and once it left Imperial Court blessed land, it would self-destruct. Close to 1,000 years ago, there was a Central Continent gu immortal who spent a lot of effort and plotted in secret. Not only did he bribe that alliance leader, it was said that he even used an immortal gu. After using the power of the immortal gu to tamper with the floor master token, this floor master token had been hidden in 88-point Jinyang Tower, becoming a hidden trap, waiting for a good opportunity. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Central Continent gu immortals first started the 5 Regions War, and not long after, they created a good opportunity to attack this place. Imperial Court blessed land was the arrangement of Giant Sun Immortal. It was much harder to attack this place than other blessed lands. But Giant Sun Immortal had already passed away, and Central Continent Gu Immortal's 1,000 years of planning and painstaking effort had finally paid off. But now this Floor Master token was in Feng Yuan's hands. The process of exchanging for this Floor Master token was very smooth, but it was not easy to truly use it for his own use. At this point it was the most crucial step. Feng Yuan's expression turned solemn. He sat cross-legged on the ground and concentrated. Gu worms moved according to his will, continuously crashing into the Floor Master token. Ding ding dong dong. The sound of collisions was like music to the ears. The Floor Master token gradually floated in the air. Every time they collided, a layer of light would blossom. Only when it was covered in 38 layers of light did the gray-white color on its surface dissipate, revealing the words Floor Master token. The halos burst one after another like bubbles. The Floor Master token lost its buoyancy and fell to the ground, where Feng Yuan caught it. He quickly bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the Floor Master token. The moment the Floor Master token was soaked in blood, the entire metal Floor Master token turned into a translucent glass. Feng Yuan had also seen the Floor Master token in He Lulan's hands. He immediately sensed that the one in his hands was very different from ordinary Floor Master tokens. The method I used earlier was to awaken the true identity of this Floor Master token, using the image of my previous life. It seems that this is the power of an immortal Gu. Only an immortal Gu can tamper with the Floor Master token and prevent 88-point Jinyang Tower from discovering it. Feng Yuan looked at the glass Floor Master token in his hands, falling into deep thought. After more than 10 breaths of time, the blood flame and smoke covering his body dissipated completely. At this moment the world seemed to have quietened down, and Feng Yuan could clearly hear his own heartbeat. Safe and sound. The heartbeat gradually disappeared, and Feng Yuan slowly stood up, letting out a breath of turbid air. Success! He excitedly clenched his left fist, muttering to himself, but found that his voice had become somewhat hoarse. At the same time, his whole body was drenched in sweat, and he felt a slight dizziness in his head. Truly activating this Floor Master token and making it acknowledge him was not easy. It could be said that it was much more difficult than refining a rank 5 Gu worm. Just one step short, and he would have been consigned to eternal damnation. Feng Yuan endured the enormous mental pressure and finally succeeded. Now, as long as I hold the glass Floor Master token, I can freely enter and exit the treasure room. I don't need any high grade to pass. Holding the Floor Master token was equivalent to holding a small portion of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Feng Yuan tried to use the Floor Master token, and almost instantly, the figures of He Lulan and the rest appeared in his mind. After passing the 54th round, they had already reached the 61st round. Currently, they were in an intense battle with a golden white tiger phantom. A true golden white tiger was a desolate beast-level existence. The golden white tiger phantom possessed the aura of a desolate beast, and was suppressing He Lulan and the rest. Although He Lulan's side had the advantage in numbers, it was already showing signs of defeat. Feng Yuan secretly observed for a while. If nothing unexpected happens, He Lulan and the rest won't last for more than 15 minutes, and will have to retreat. I don't have much time left. Although Feng Yuan had entered the treasure room, as long as the owner of the Floor Master token walked out of 88-point Jinyang Tower, he would have to leave as well. Right now, Feng Yuan had the glass Floor Master token, and could freely stay. But now it was not good to expose himself. Just the glass Floor Master token is far from enough. I still need to find that hole and blow it up. Only then will I be able to create a huge hole in 88-point Jinyang Tower, and I will be able to freely take away the treasures in the crystal wall. The glass Floor Master token lightly waved in his hand, and at the next moment, Feng Yuan vanished on the spot. This should be the central control room. When he opened his eyes again, Feng Yuan found that he was in a secret room. The secret room was circular, with walls flickering with starlight surrounding it, and a white jade round table was placed at the center. There was an exquisite model on the round table. It was similar to a sand table, showing the entire appearance of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Not only the mountains and rivers, but also the sacred palace at the center, and even the small towers in the Blessed Land could be seen clearly. Feng Yuan took out his Gu worms. They flew into the air and turned into black smoke that landed on the sand table. The sand table was dyed by the black smoke and soon turned black. The black color became thicker, forming a large amount of sticky liquid that slowly flowed on the sand table. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. He saw that the black liquid formed a funnel shape on the sand table, as if there was a hole at the bottom, causing the surrounding black liquid to slowly pour into this hole. Found it, this is the hole. Next, I need to expand this hole and refine the glass floor master token into a one-edge floor master token. With the one-edge floor master token, I can even control any floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower at will. Right at this time, Fang Yuan's movements paused, his eyes fixed on this hole on the sand table. The entire sand table was covered in thick, black, oily mucus. Thus, at first glance, Fang Yuan did not recognize it. But after staring for a while, he suddenly realized that this hole was none other than Diqiu Inheritance Land. What is going on? Don't tell me, like the glass floor master token, Diqiu Inheritance Land is also a foreshadowing of Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked, but he quickly calmed down, realizing that there was something wrong with this conjecture. No, that's not right. If this is a foreshadowing of the blessed land, then how do I explain that secret phrase and the clues on the gray-white stone slab? These clues are clearly clues to the inheritance. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. Right now, the images of his previous life could not help him. Could it be that Central Continent's Gu Immortals also found this inheritance, but could not decipher the secret phrase, and use this inheritance like this? No, that's not right either. If I put myself in their shoes, if Central Continent's Gu Immortals found this inheritance that could possibly contain immortal Gu, they would definitely be moved. Then they should not have obtained any clues to the inheritance, and only found this hole? Of course, there is another possibility. They could not decipher the secret of the inheritance, and attacking the blessed land is a big matter, so they chose to create this hole. But this way, Diqiu inheritance would also be destroyed. Fang Yuan thought about it and felt that both possibilities were possible. He had no concrete evidence now, so he could not confirm it. He could not help but hesitate. Once he used the method of his previous life to create this hole, Diqiu inheritance would definitely be destroyed. But if he did not use it, and kept Diqiu inheritance, then his plan to conquer 88-point Jinyang Tower would end here. 88-point Jinyang Tower's value is much higher than Diqiu inheritance. In the worst case, I can only give up on Diqiu inheritance. However, the person who set up this inheritance is really amazing. He could actually break through Giant Sun Immortals arrangements. Wait. Chapter 567. This problem was obvious long ago, but normal people could easily overlook it. Why did this mysterious Gu Immortal go through so much trouble, and take such a huge risk to curry favor, and use Giant Sun Immortals arrangements to set up his own inheritance? If I were this Gu Immortal, if I wanted to set up my inheritance, why did I have to take advantage of Giant Sun Immortals arrangements? If I wanted to set up my inheritance, why did I have to take advantage of 88-point Jinyang Tower's loophole? If I set up one by myself with some effort, I would be able to set it up perfectly. 88-point Jinyang Tower is a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It was personally set up by Giant Sun Immortal. The risk of using its loophole is too huge. If I wanted to leave behind my inheritance, I would not go far and deliberately take risks. Fang Yuan's eyelids drooped. A cold light flashed in his dark pupils like lightning. Unless the inheritance has to be set up like this. Thinking of this, the fog in Fang Yuan's mind seemed to be pushed away by a pair of large hands. Humans have motives when they act. Only a huge motive could make a Gu Immortal take such a huge risk. Maybe this Gu Immortal did not like Giant Sun Immortal and had a grudge against him. But Giant Sun Immortal had already passed away for countless years. This possibility was very small. Then, putting aside the factor of emotions, there was only benefits. For this benefit, this mysterious Gu Immortal was willing to take the risk of violating an immortal venerable's arrangements. What exactly is he or she making use of 88-point Jinyang Tower? Thinking of this, the information that Land Spirit of Lengya had given him appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He had already studied this information hundreds and thousands of times. Even on the eve of the Imperial Court contest, he had not stopped studying it. Even after so many times, every time he looked at it again or recalled it, he could not help but feel a sense of admiration. 88-point Jinyang Tower could be said to be a work of art that surpassed nature. The concept was so strange that it could shock the world. This was a wild idea, but it could be realized. It was like a miracle. 88-point Jinyang Tower was an immortal goo house in essence. Back then, the giant sun immortal wanted to plan for his descendants, so he took the initiative to find the long-hair ancestor and asked him to refine an everlasting inheritance treasure. Giant sun immortal's requirements were too high. In order to meet his standards, long-hair ancestor racked his brains and pondered bitterly for 100 days to no avail. Suddenly one day he had a burst of inspiration and came up with a unique method. Such a huge immortal goo house was simply too huge. Long-hair ancestor could only settle for the next best thing and split it into countless subbodies, which were small pagodas. There were tens of thousands of these small towers, and every 10 years, they would attract wild goo worms to enter. Every 10 years they would sink one after another, sacrificing the wild goo inside, and at the same time responding to the snow calamity in northern plains, obtaining a mystical power. These mystical forces condensed, and the quantitative change reached a qualitative change, condensing into the first floor of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. Layer by layer, they would eventually form the complete 88-point Jinyang Tower. Looking at it from another angle, every time the 88-point Jinyang Tower was formed, it was a process of refining goo from scratch. Long-hair ancestor was indeed the publicly recognized #1 refinement path immortal. His goo refinement attainment had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood. It was already extremely difficult for ordinary people to refine goo into a finished product. It was even more so for goo immortals to refine immortal goo. From there, a new small tower will be formed. 88-point Jinyang Tower was a rank 8 immortal goo house. It was very hard to destroy. But the small towers were easy to destroy. It was like goo immortals and mortals. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal arranged these small towers in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Using the power of Imperial Court Blessed Land, they were protected tightly, isolating most of the damage. Since Longhair Ancestor was the #1 refinement path immortal, he naturally considered the situation of the small towers being destroyed. Thus, every 10 years, when the main body of 88-point Jinyang Tower was created, the heavenly force would first flow back to fill the gap in the small tower. Then, the main body would be created. But Dichio inheritance has been set up for many years, but this small tower has not been created yet. Instead, the mysterious Gu Immortal used some method to seal this gap, deceiving the 88-point Jinyang Tower. I understand now, the reason he or she did this was to use the heavenly force of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet, swim in the sky for 100 li, sing the fragrance of plum blossoms. This means that this secret phrase should be the language of Gu refinement. Actually, Feng Yuan had guessed this before, but he had no proof. Although it was only a guess now, after this exploration and experimentation, Feng Yuan was much more confident than before. Time always passed quickly when one was concentrating on thinking. He Lulan and the rest lost to the golden white tiger phantom, and were transported out of the tower. In order to not arouse suspicion, Feng Yuan used the glass owner token and left the tower. A group of people suddenly appeared, standing at the entrance of the first floor of the tower. They have appeared, the lords have returned. Subordinate greets Lord Tribe Leader. Greets all the lords. The He tribe direct descendant Gu masters guarding this place immediately came forward and greeted. He Lulan and the rest were covered in dust or had bloodstains on their bodies. They were in a sorry state. Although they failed, their gains were not small, and they even advanced more than 10 rounds. But this situation was special. He Lulan and the rest were looking at Feng Yuan in the crowd. All kinds of inquisitive, curious, doubtful, and scrutinizing expressions were revealed. Ha ha ha, in this round, everyone worked hard and made great contributions, especially Wolf King's contribution. When we return, immediately prepare a banquet. We will celebrate for 3 days. He Lulan laughed heartily, patting Feng Yuan's shoulder to show their intimacy. High-grade round made Feng Yuan's value rise by another level in his heart. I gained some insights from this round. I need to go into closed cultivation to consolidate them. I hope Lord He Lulan won't blame me. Feng Yuan smiled lightly, but directly rejected him. He Lulan's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered and said it was fine, showing the magnanimity of a leader. As for how angry he was, And how envious and jealous the others were. Feng Yuan did not care. He wanted to return now and research the secret of Diqiu inheritance. 6 days later, Feng Yuan pushed open the window, looking at the sacred palace below him. A trace of joy flashed in his eyes. Diqiu inheritance's secret language had been completely deciphered by him. For this kind of riddle, as long as there was a correct direction, the rest was only a matter of time. Like what Feng Yuan had guessed, the secret language was a recipe to refine an immortal gu. The mysterious gu immortal who set up the inheritance used the loophole of 88-point Jinyang Tower, using the power of the immortal gu to refine an immortal gu. As long as one followed the secret language and refined the gu step by step, even a mortal gu master could refine it successfully. That was because the immortal gu refinement did not rely on the mortal gu master's power, but the power of 88-point Jinyang Tower. But as for what this immortal gu was, Feng Yuan did not know. He could only guess from the secret language. As for this gu immortal, he most likely came from Central Continent. The gu refinement method is filled with Central Continent's style. Combined with my previous life's images, this inheritance should have a complete chain, and I only obtained a part of it. Feng Yuan guessed. In Feng Yuan's previous life, Central Continent gu immortals schemed and used this loophole to destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower. They should have found the clues to this inheritance. This was not strange. Many gu masters set up inheritances like this, one after another, step after step. They would leave behind clues one after another. If the fated person had the ability to break through, they could inherit the complete inheritance. If they did not have the ability, they could only obtain part of the benefits. The Central Continent gu immortals should have obtained the clues to this inheritance. They did not know the secret language. Otherwise, if they could obtain an immortal gu, they would not waste it like this. Chapter 568. Speaking of which, this Central Continent gu immortal is quite amazing. He could actually see through the loophole of 88-point Jinyang Tower and use it to this extent. Evidently, he or she is also a refinement path master. No, to be able to reach this step, he or she is at least a refinement path grandmaster. He actually left an immortal gu as an inheritance object. This is a true immortal treasure. He or she used the fake gray-white stone slab as a clue. This is truly ingenious and ingenious. I wonder what kind of inheritor he wants to choose. The most crucial secret code had been solved, but more problems had popped up. Feng Yuan shook his head, clearing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. No matter what, this inheritance concerns an immortal gu. I have to try my best. Next, I have to prepare the relevant gu worms. This will take at least half a month. Light hidden in the soil, shine 100,000 feet high, swim 100 li in the sky, chant plum fragrance. These 4 phrases were simple, but if Feng Yuan did not have the foundation of a refinement pathmaster, he would not be able to decipher them. Just based on Feng Yuan's current understanding, to make use of the 88-point Jinyang Tower's heavenly power flow to refine the mysterious immortal gu, he needed over 200 gu worms, among which 28 were rank 4 and 5. And this was only the number of successful refinement attempts. If Feng Yuan wanted to refine the gu, he would need at least 3 times the amount of preparations to prevent any mistakes during the refinement process from leading to the refinement failure. But if he failed, he would need backup gu worms. 16 days later. In the hall, He Lulan displayed the demeanor of a black tyrant. He roared fiercely, venting the anger in his heart. The elders who were scolded by He Lulan until they could not raise their heads, and even suffered punches and kicks, kept quiet out of fear. Ever since He Lulan entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, his temper had become increasingly irritable. Since the opening of 88-point Jinyang Tower, he had become even worse. His temper was like a barrel of gunpowder. He would scold and beat his subordinates at every turn. Until now, there were already 3 He tribe elders who were heavily injured and still lying on the sickbed. Lord Tribe Leader, it is not that we are slacking. It was just that these 78 trials were simply too difficult. The golden white tiger virtual image that was guarding the gate was very powerful. It already had 30% of a dire beast's strength. With our mortal bodies, even if we use all our strength, we can only harass them. We don't have any powerful offensive methods. Moreover, once the golden white tiger attacks, our gu masters will not be able to resist it. As the head of the family elders, He Pei carefully spoke after He Lulan vented her anger. He Lulan glanced at him and scolded, "You're talking nonsense. Although the golden white tiger's attack is strong, as long as we are united, we will be able to defeat it. Regardless of the sacrifice, he would definitely be able to end it before the time limit. All of you are afraid to move forward. My He tribe's brave name has been thrown away by all of you." The elders shrunk their heads and lowered their eyebrows, not daring to say a word. He Lulan's words made sense. Against the illusory golden white tiger, this was not the first time. If they really disregarded the sacrifice and volunteered to be cannon fodder, even if they died under the claws of the illusory golden white tiger, they would be able to buy time for others. Although He tribe's attacks were weak, as long as there was enough time, they could accumulate and destroy the illusory golden white tiger. But the fact was, once the illusory golden white tiger attacked, everyone was afraid of death and hesitated to move forward, causing He Lulan's plan to attack 88-point Jinyang Tower to be stuck at this stage, unable to advance any further. The hall reverberated with He Lulan's roar. No one dared to at this time to go against this black tyrant who would not care about anyone once he was enraged. After He Lulan vented his anger, he sat on the main seat with a gloomy expression. His heart was filled with indignation, especially when he saw the silent elders. He was even angrier. Besides anger, he was also helpless. In the imperial court contest, these He tribe elders fought bravely and fearlessly. But now that he was here, he was afraid. Where did his courage go? Actually, He Lulan understood. In the imperial court contest, rewards and punishments were fair. Everyone fought to be the first. It was all for fame, for power, for survival. At 88-point Jinyang Tower, the rewards for clearing the stage belonged to the tribe leader. Everyone's enthusiasm for clearing the stage was very low. The most important reason was that the imperial court contest was already won. There was no danger of survival. Even outside the sacred palace, there were many inheritances. As long as they survived this period of time, after leaving imperial court blessed land, they would have a brighter future. To give up their lives and become cannon fodder to help others, only a fool would do such a thing. He tribe's elders were all smart people. Preserving their lives was the most important. Other than that, even if they were scolded by He Lulan, so what? Even if they were beaten by He Lulan and laid on the sickbed, compared to death, what was it? He Lulan was well aware of the elders' thoughts. Even though I am a rank 5 expert, I cannot control people's hearts. Once the people's hearts are scattered, it is not easy to lead even the strongest tribe. Never mind. He Lulan sighed inwardly, saying, "In that case, I can only open up 88-point Jinyang Tower and gather everyone's strength to attack it." To ask for reinforcements, a guest token was needed. But now, in Imperial Court blessed land besides He tribe, there were many other Huangjin tribes. For example, Yilui tribe, Ma tribe and so on. One could imagine that once He Lulan opened up 88-point Jinyang Tower to them, these people would definitely rush over like ducks. This way they could be used as cannon fodder. When the elders heard He Lulan's words, they used their gazes to communicate with each other. This method could make them take a back seat, but they were not willing to do so. First Elder He Pei stood out. "Lord Tribe Leader, although this plan is good, we must guard against it. Although these people have our ancestors' blood flowing in them, they are not our He tribe leader. Once they pass and obtain benefits, we will not be able to spit them out." "That's right, Lord." Elder He Qisheng added. "To think that our He tribe racked our brains and worked hard to become the champion of this imperial court contest. This 88-point Jinyang Tower is ours. Why should we let outsiders take a share?" Although there are precedents for this, looking at history, it was always those weak tribes who won by luck. They did not have the ability to attack it and could only mobilize other Huangjin tribes. But our He tribe has a strong army. We have so many talents. How can we borrow the help of others? Humph. He Lulan raised her eyebrows. Since you have a strong army, why can't you even defeat a golden white tiger phantom? You dog farts, all of you cherish your lives. You want outsiders to risk their lives for you but are afraid that outsiders will benefit from it. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Different from these elders, He Lulan was already anxious and impatient. He had the great strength true martial physique. He needed a strength path immortal Gu to advance to Gu immortal. Only by advancing to Gu immortal, Only then could his life be saved. But was there a strength path immortal Gu in 88-point Jinyang Tower? Which floor was the strength path immortal Gu in? These were all unknown. Thus he wanted to break the rules and make the Huangjin tribes work together to attack. Every time he passed a floor, his owner token would be promoted, and he would be able to continue attacking more easily. Although he was stuck at this stage, losing time and time again. But to He Lulan this was a good opportunity. He took the chance to attack, shouting loudly in the hall again. His furious roar reverberated in the hall, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Due to He Lulan's might and fierce reputation, the elders could only compromise. First Elder He Pei said worriedly, "Opening 88-point Jinyang Tower is like pouring a flood. Once the momentum grows, the losses will be disastrous. I suggest restraining it. Wolf King Chang Shanyin's lesson is right in front of us." These words immediately caused a strong resonance among the elders. Someone said with a sour tone, "That's right, Wolf King is too shameless. He took all the benefits and kept them to himself. Even now, he is in closed cultivation. I'm afraid he is secretly rejoicing." Someone sneered in disdain. 88-point Jinyang Tower belongs to our He tribe. We let him attack it. We thought highly of him. But he repaid us like this. Humph, what bullshit Northern Plains hero. In my opinion, he is just an ingrate. Someone had a cold gaze. In my opinion, we should open 88-point Jinyang Tower this time. Don't bother Chang Shan-yin. Teach him a lesson. He Lulan snorted coldly. He was very dissatisfied with Fang Yuan's performance. If it were someone else, he would have attacked already. But Chang Shan-yin was not ordinary. His appearance during the imperial court battle was still deeply engraved in his mind. He would be lying if he said he was not afraid. But it was also inappropriate to reject Fang Yuan. Not only would he lose his magnanimity, if he angered the Wolf King, even if Chang Shan-yin did not attack, he still had the Azure Wolf group. First Elder He Pei, since you made this suggestion, tell me about it. He Lulan said. He Pei smiled lightly, speaking with assurance. From tomorrow onwards we can open 88-point Jinyang Tower. But before entering, no matter who it is, they will have to pay a fee. Only 800 people can enter the tower every day, and the fee will increase according to the ranking. At the same time, poison Vao Gu will be used, and 50% of the rewards will belong to our He tribe. After pausing for a while, he continued. As for outsiders, if they want to enter the tower, they will have to buy our guest token at a high price. These words made all the elders' eyes light up and they all started to praise him. He Lulan's gaze swept around, his upper body leaning back as he slowly closed his eyes. All right, I will leave this matter to you, He Pei. He Pei was overjoyed. Lord Tribe Leader is wise. Thank you for your appreciation. Once the news of opening 88-point Jinyang Tower was spread, it caused a huge commotion in the sacred palace. Countless people rushed to the registration location. On one side, they were cursing the black-hearted He clan for raising the entrance fee to such a high price. On the other side, they were generously donating, and even fighting each other for a spot to enter the building. Fang Yuan looked on coldly, feeling joy in his heart. To him now, inheriting Diqiu inheritance was the most urgent matter. Even if He Lulan invited him, he would not be willing. Now that everyone's attention was attracted by 88-point Jinyang Tower, it was the best time to start the inheritance. Chapter 569. Imperial Court. Blessed land's night sky was filled with silver radiance. It was like a veil of mist, sprinkling on the vast land. A group of azure wolves ran freely in the sky, chasing after birds in the sky or prey on the ground. They were not hunting for food, they were purely having fun. Fang Yuan stood on Diqiu, slowly opening his eyes. These days, he had not only prepared the Gu refinement, he had also recruited a large number of wolves. Not just the azure wolves, there were also ordinary wolves on the ground, including turtleback wolves, water wolves, night wolves and others. There were already over 200,000 of them. The wolf group has already spread out for 100 li. It can serve as a warning. Moreover, the azure wolf group in the sky has already become the symbol of my wolf king. When most Gu masters see this, they will understand that I, Chang Shan-yin, am hunting and will take the initiative to retreat. If they did not retreat, it meant they had ill intentions. Such a Gu master, once discovered by the wolf group, would be surrounded and attacked. Of course, there were innocent people who entered unintentionally. But Fang Yuan could not care so much. If they were killed by the wolf group, they could only blame their bad luck. Fang Yuan looked far away. Even though he was far away from the sacred palace, he could still see the radiant rainbow light in the sky. In the sacred palace, rainbow light filled the sky again. It was a beautiful sight. This was a sign that 88-point Jinyang Tower was about to condense its second floor. To Fang Yuan, this had another meaning. The small towers sank one after another, sacrificing countless wild gu to form the heavenly force of the immortal gu house. These rainbow lights signified the accumulation of this heavenly force. It had already reached the point of a qualitative change. And if Fang Yuan wanted to open Diqiu inheritance, he needed to use this heavenly force to make it flow back. He Lulan, in order to get through the round, she purposely opened up 88-point Jinyang Tower, causing a huge commotion and gu masters to rush over like ducks. As the news spread, the gu masters who were strolling outside the sacred palace also started to rush over. Everyone's attention. They have already gathered on 88-point Jinyang Tower. This is the best time for me to open the inheritance. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he smiled. Without hesitation, he made his move. Go. He patted his stomach, and 36 gu worms flew out of his aperture. These gu worms. The shape was peculiar. It was pocket-sized and only half the size of a fingernail. It looked like a 5-pointed star and emitted a milky white glow. These were rank 1 little light gu, a very famous light path supplementary gu. Following Fang Yuan's mental command, these small light valleys flew into the hole in the mound. All of a sudden, the darkness in the cave was completely dispelled. Fang Yuan took out another 13 light fence gu. This gu was only a rank 3 gu, it also came from source light path. Once it was released, it could transform into a fence and restrict the target. The light fence gu also flew into the cave and mixed with the little light gu. There were no changes. Fang Yuan smiled and waved his hand. 3 rank 5 light path gu flew out. These 3 gu were the rapid lightning gu used to increase speed, the healing unlimited spring light gu, and the offensive gu blazing heaven illumination gu. The rapid lightning gu shone with azure light, flickering with lightning, and flew into the cave. The mound that had been silent for a long time finally had a change. Like a mechanism being activated, the soil around the cave started to extend. They closed together. The blue lightning destroyed the little light gu earlier, forming a scattered light blue halo that had an intense tendency to surge outwards. But at the same time, the light fence gu connected together. If I am not wrong, the sacred palace should be in chaos now. At this time, sacred palace. In a side hall, a hidden door opened under the cover of the trees. An old man with white hair and a middle-aged gu master. They walked out one after another. Old sir, please take care. First Elder He Pei sent Tai Bai Yunxing out of the secret door, patting his chest as he guaranteed. Don't worry, I am here. I guarantee that you will get a guest token. Tai Bai Yunxing chuckled. Since First Elder He Pei guaranteed it, then it is a matter of fact. I am naturally assured, there is no need to send me off. Goodbye. Goodbye. First Elder He Pei placed his right hand on his chest, bowing as he looked at Tai Bai Yunxing walking under the cover of the lush trees. After turning a corner, he disappeared from his sight. An immortal venerable inheritance is truly attractive. To think that even Tai Bai Yunxing would come to bribe me. He Pei sighed inwardly. Ever since He Lulan opened up 88-point Jinyang Tower, First Elder He Pei, who was in charge of this matter, became a very popular person. Every day, all sorts of people would come to visit him openly and secretly. Some would try to establish relationships, some would try to curry favor with him, some would try to bribe him, and some would even try to seduce him. But Tai Bai Yunxing's secret visit still shocked He Pei. Tai Bai Yunxing was a person of virtue and prestige. He was the #1 healing gu master in Northern Plains. He saved countless people. He was an upright person with great influence. He Pei had never expected that the matter of secretly bribing someone would happen to Tai Bai Yunxing. In the end, old Sir Tai Bai is also a human. There are only so many guest tokens. If it were me, I would not have been able to sit still. He Pei chuckled, raising his head subconsciously, looking at the top of the sacred palace. Over there, the dazzling multicolored light had already accumulated into a thick fog. In the thick fog, the phantom image of the second floor, 88-point Jinyang Tower, could already be vaguely seen. It won't take long, the second floor will appear. Not far away, Tai Bai Yunsheng was watching from afar. The multicolored light shone on his snow-white hair and beard, as well as his wrinkled face. Tai Bai Yunsheng was in a daze. A scene from deep within his memories surfaced in his mind. That evening, the sunset glow on the horizon was like fire, beautiful beyond compare. The 14-year-old Tai Bai Yunsheng met the old beggar who changed his life. "Young lad, you gave me a bowl of water. It could be said that you saved this old beggar's life. What do you want, say it? This old beggar will do his best to satisfy you." The old beggar had a head of purple-red hair. Sometimes he was crazy, sometimes he was unconscious. But when he was awake, his gaze was like the vicissitudes of the sea. His whole body emitted a deep and unforgettable aura. "I want to become a Gu master." The young Tai Bai Yunsheng blurted out. "Then what kind of Gu master do you want to become?" I happen to have 3 complete inheritances here. The first inheritance can let you bathe in fire and tread on fire, looking down on the mortal world. The second inheritance can let you control wind and float in the sky, roaming the world. The third inheritance can let you transcend life and death, helping the common people. The old beggar smiled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. The young Tai Bai Yunsheng frowned and thought for a while, before finally choosing the third inheritance. The confusion in his gaze gradually dissipated. As he pulled back his mind from his memories, Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled bitterly, muttering, "In the end, I am still a person who is afraid of death." When he was young, he did not feel it, and because he was used to seeing life and death, he was indifferent to it. But when Tai Bai Yunsheng gradually aged, and his healthy and energetic body became rotten, he became more and more reluctant to part with the beauty of his youth. Most of the time, a person's thoughts change according to the situation. On Earth, life and death could not be transcended, one had to be indifferent to it. But here, as long as there was a trace of life, a trace of hope, they would struggle. Only when he personally experienced it, did Tai Bai Yunsheng feel a great terror from the word death. Precisely because of this, he secretly observed and patiently waited for several batches, finally seeing the situation clearly and participating in this imperial court contest, entering imperial court blessed land. If I can obtain lifespan Gu from 88-point Jinyang Tower, I can increase my lifespan. Although lifespan Gu is hard to find and even harder to buy, I believe 88-point Jinyang Tower will have it. If I cannot obtain lifespan Gu in the end, then I can only try to advance to Gu Immortal. Tai Bai Yunsheng inwardly thought. The inheritance that the old beggar gave him was extraordinary. It was a complete set of inheritances for a rank 6 Gu Immortal. The contents of the inheritance had detailed descriptions of how mortals could advance to Gu Immortal. Thus, Tai Bai Yunsheng was very clear about the huge risks of advancing to Gu Immortal. The process of advancing to Gu Immortal required the fusion and fusion of Heaven Qi, Earth Qi and Human Qi. If these 3 aspects were slightly lacking, one's soul would scatter and die. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Tai Bai Yunsheng did not want to advance to Gu Immortal, because even if he successfully advanced to Gu Immortal, his lifespan would not increase. However, Tai Bai Yunsheng's inheritance had given him a sliver of hope. But this hope was very harsh. He had to advance to Gu Immortal before it could be realized. All these years, Tai Bai Yunsheng had been searching for lifespan Gu. But lifespan Gu were born in heaven and earth. Their traces were hard to find. Tai Bai Yunsheng had yet to obtain any. 88-point Jinyang Tower should have lifespan Gu. I can definitely find it here. I can definitely find lifespan Gu here. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at the silhouette of 88 Truyang building as he encouraged himself. Chapter 570. The entire sacred palace fell into shock and fear. A moment later there was a huge commotion. What is going on? What happened? Why is the mist shrinking? An unprecedented scene happened in front of everyone's eyes. The condensing second floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower was slowly fading. A large amount of dense rainbow mist was shrinking at a visible rate. What is going on? He Lulan frowned. He stretched out his thick arm and grabbed Elder He Pei's collar, pulling him in front of him. His expression was distorted. He stared at him angrily and shouted, "Investigate. I want to know what happened." He Lulan had one of the 10 extreme physiques, the great strength true martial physique. Only by advancing to an immortal could he avoid the pressure of death. But for the 10 extreme physiques to advance to an immortal, they needed the help of the corresponding immortal Gu. He Lulan placed his hopes on finding the crux of his immortal ascension in 88-point Jinyang Tower, the strength path immortal Gu. How could he allow anything to happen to 88-point Jinyang Tower? Elder He Pei was shivering in fear. He Lulan wanted him to investigate. He was just a mortal, how could he investigate? What could he find? He said with a sobbing tone, This subordinate does not know. There are no records of this in history. It's fading, it's getting fainter. Someone pointed at 88-point Jinyang Tower, shouting. The rainbow mist was getting smaller. The dense aurora was getting dimmer. Many Gu masters looked at it in a daze. Panic and fear were spreading rapidly. Could it be that 88 Truyang building is finished? This was personally arranged by our immortal venerable ancestor. Is 88-point Jinyang Tower also unable to resist the flow of the river of time? Everyone's faces were pale. Some even held their foreheads with their hands. Their gazes were filled with panic and fear. It's a mess. Far away, Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he smiled coldly. Even though they were quite a distance away, the panicked cries from the sacred palace could still be heard from afar. The culprit behind the panic glanced at the sacred palace from afar. Then he lowered his head and stared at the Dichio deep hole beneath his feet. His eyes lit up as he praised, amazing, truly amazing. Fang Yuan had originally estimated that only 10% of the multicolored light would be absorbed back. He didn't expect that when it was really activated, the mighty force that flowed back was far beyond his expectations. Based on this alone, Fang Yuan could see that this Gu immortal's understanding of 88-point Jinyang Tower was not below his own. Who is this mysterious Gu immortal? What was his identity? I was lucky to have the convenience of being reborn, and I even had first-hand information about the land spirit of Langya. How did he or she know so much about 88-point Jinyang Tower? At this moment in the underground cave, the multicolored light was already abundant, and there was even a tendency to overflow. However, it was still restrained by a layer of black light at the entrance of the cave. The multicolored light rumbled, and there was a strong light inside that was getting brighter and brighter. Cracks appeared on the first floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower. He Pei and the other elders had pale expressions as they stared at this scene in a daze. As for the other Gu masters below the top floor of the sacred palace, many were already kneeling on the ground, kowtowing. They were either shouting, crying, or begging, don't collapse, don't collapse. Old ancestor, what did we do wrong? Why are you punishing us like this? Ancestor, please be merciful and give us, the unfilial descendants, another chance. These voices entered He Lulan's ears. He stared fixedly at the first floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Cracks continued to spread on the first floor. Even though He Lulan was a rank 5 Gu master with one of the 10 extreme physiques, an existence that stood at the peak of mortals, he was at a loss right now. He was helpless and hesitant. No, we can't do this. I won't allow this to happen. Suddenly, He Lulan roared in anger. His expression was malevolent, his gaze burning with anger. I have not avenged Mother's death. My great revenge plan. My strength path immortal Gu. He roared in his heart. Bam! A light sound echoed, but the ground shook. The first floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower completely collapsed, turning back into multicolored light. The multicolored light was like a flood that broke through a dam. It gushed out and spread rapidly. In a few breaths of time, it enveloped the sacred palace and dyed the sky red. Puff! He Lulan's eyes were dazed, his chest felt stifled, blood rushed to his throat and gushed out. No! I won't allow it. Condense, come back. He opened his arms, his fingers spread wide, trying to grab the multicolored light. As if responding to his efforts, the multicolored light that gushed out gradually shrunk. The periphery of the multicolored light continued to retreat. He Lulan's gaze shone. The spark of hope that had just been ignited completely dimmed. Although the multicolored light retreated, it did not condense into the first floor's silhouette again. The multicolored light became smaller and smaller, as if a formless beast was greedily devouring it. No, don't. Far away, Tai Bai Yunsheng muttered, his eyes dazed. Does heaven want my He tribe to perish? He Pei's first elder pulled out a bunch of his hair. If something happened to 88-point Jinyang Tower in He tribe's hands, He tribe would be finished. The other super forces and Huang Jin tribes would not let them off. Oh heavens, what happened? 88-point Jinyang Tower actually. Yi Luisang clutched his chest, panicking. In his chest there was a fire path immortal goo. Before the imperial court contest, Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder Yi Lui Lai had lent it to Yi Luisang. Right now, this fire path immortal goo was trembling. At the same time, Fang Yuan's expression also changed slightly. In his aperture, spring-autumn cicada showed its true form, trembling and emitting the might of an immortal goo, causing his rank 5 aperture to creak. This is the resonance of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Fang Yuan was well aware. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, the carrier of the great Tao. If mortal Gu were only a tiny fragment of the laws of heaven and earth, then immortal Gu were a corner of the great Tao, a complete segment of the laws of heaven and earth. Precisely so, immortal Gu were unique. Every time an immortal Gu was born, the surrounding immortal Gu would tremble and react. The more similar or conflicting the laws of Gu worms were, the deeper the resonance between the immortal Gu would be, and the greater the trembling. What made He Lulan feel even more helpless and angry was that 88-point Jinyang Tower was the work of an immortal venerable. Even if I know what the problem is, I cannot solve it with my strength alone. If he knew that all of this was caused by Fang Yuan, he might risk his life to tear the seal on him from immortal Gu Dark Limit, and fight to the death with Fang Yuan. Chapter 571. The shocking change in 88-point Jinyang Tower shocked everyone in the sacred palace. Countless people worried about this day and night. They were fearful and did not know what to do. Fortunately, not long after the first floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, the situation stabilized. The rainbow aurora light also stopped shrinking. It started to grow again. Maybe because it was stimulated, the aurora light's expansion speed was even faster than before. Several days later, the thick aurora light condensed into the first floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Once it was completely formed, He Lulan and the rest immediately rushed in. The process of entering and exiting 88-point Jinyang Tower was very smooth. This made He Lulan feel much more at ease. The furious He Lulan gradually calmed down. 88-point Jinyang Tower was extremely important to him. He wanted to take revenge for his mother. He had to become a Gu immortal. And as one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength true martial physique, he had to obtain a strength path immortal Gu from 88-point Jinyang Tower to ascend to Gu immortal. The legends of Ranzu had a description of this. A person could live without strength or intelligence, but they could not live without hope. He Lulan regained hope. His mood turned for the better as he started to attack the 100 rounds. The first floor of the newly created 88-point Jinyang Tower was reset. He Lulan's hard work turned into dust. He had to attack everything again. To He Pei and the other elders, this was a huge good thing. This is joy after extreme sorrow. We can get even more rewards by challenging the rounds again. Maybe this is just a small joke that old ancestor Immortal Venerable is playing on us. Each floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower has 100 rounds. The higher the level, the higher the difficulty. The number of imperial court lords that have passed the floors can be counted on one hand. We cannot hope to get through the final round. As long as we can pass the previous rounds, our clan's strength will soar greatly. The elders were jubilant, but to He Lulan it was bad news. If he wanted to obtain a strength path Gu immortal from 88-point Jinyang Tower, there were only 2 ways. One was to pass the upper grade and enter the treasure chamber. He used his bloodline identity to exchange for the immortal Gu in his collection. The second was to get through the final round of every floor. There was a chance of obtaining an immortal Gu. For He Lulan, the first method required her to take out an equivalent amount of treasures in exchange, so it was not realistic. There was only the second method that had a chance of success. He cleared the last few stages. It was very difficult. Now that the checkpoints had been reset, it would be a waste of his precious time to clear them again. Time waits for no man. Once the time was up, they would be sent out of Imperial Court Paradise. If he had not obtained the Strength Path Immortal Gu before this, not only would He Lulan not get her revenge, but she would also die. Because of this, He Lulan went against everyone's opinion and stubbornly decided to expand the scale and recruit foreign Gu masters, completely opening up 88-point Jinyang Tower. They could enter and leave 88-point Jinyang Tower at will. He tribe did not charge any fees. This way, excluding He tribe leader, the sacred palace was filled with jubilation. He Lulan has an unparalleled spirit. She did something that none of the previous generations of kings had done. I Yi Luisang am filled with admiration. Yi Luisang was the first to enter 88-point Jinyang Tower, his face glowing. He was the current tribe leader of Yi Lui tribe. He was originally a popular candidate for the imperial court lord position. Obtaining the support of the tribe's Gu immortals, they did not hesitate to lend a fire path immortal Gu to him, but Yi Luisang lost in the end. Wolf King has gone out to walk his wolves. Soon someone answered. Chang Shanin is indeed not an ordinary person. He can casually enter and exit 88-point Jinyang Tower, but he is not moved at all. Praises came from the crowd. Pan Ping snorted coldly and said in a sinister tone, "Everyone, don't forget that our wolf Wangda has already entered this building. According to reliable sources, he even got a high-grade clearance. After leaving the building, he immediately chose to go into seclusion. Even though Chief He Lulan repeatedly invited him, he refused to go. Everyone was well aware of the conflict between him and Fang Yuan. No one was willing to offend the famous Lone Blade General. The praises directed at Fang Yuan came to an abrupt end. Everyone fell into a brief silence. Many Gu Master experts' expressions changed slightly. They had uneasy expressions. Pan Ping's intentions were sinister. He pointed out that Fang Yuan had once obtained great benefits and left enough room for everyone to imagine, successfully evoking the jealousy in everyone's hearts. It would have been better if they had not experienced it before. But now everyone was charging forward. Many people had personally experienced it and could sense the enormous benefits of 88-point Jinyang Tower. This caused the hatred and jealousy in the depths of everyone's hearts. At this time, a young Gu master's voice broke the silence. Since 88-point Jinyang Tower is open to everyone, everyone can obtain benefits. Lord Father being able to obtain benefits is because of his ability. Everyone's gazes shifted over and found this person was not a bystander. It was Chang Shanyan's own son Chang Jiyu. Immediately, Pan Ping's expression froze as he stared at Chang Jiyu with a sinister gaze. Although Chang Jiyu's strength was slightly lower than Pan Ping's, his heart was filled with reverence towards his father, and he stared back without showing any weakness. Pan Ping's killing intent surged in his heart, but he did not dare to make a move. For a moment he was forced into a corner by this junior Chang Jiyu. The person with the most complex emotions was Chang Biao. He was actually Chang Jiyu's own father. At this moment he watched as his own son defended the greatest enemy of his life. His heart was filled with endless bitterness and hatred. Cough, cough. Tai Bai Yunsheng stood up at this time to smooth things over. Everyone, it is better to focus on this round. The only thing we can do now is to ask Lord Wolf King for help. Among us, old Sir Tai Bai has the highest prestige. As long as you personally write a letter, you will definitely be able to invite Wolf Wangda. Gu masters spoke one after another. Once I spoke, Chang Biao and Pan Ping glanced at each other, feeling anxious in their hearts. If Wolf King came, he would definitely be able to pass this round. But this way, not only would he be able to obtain the round reward, he would also be able to display his methods and increase his prestige. This was a situation neither of them wanted to see. Pan Ping wanted to say something but stopped. He had the intention to stop it, but he took the opportunity of Tai Bai Yunqing's interruption to get off the stage. If he was pitted against by Chang Jiyu again, he would probably lose all his face. Chang Biao had been secretly observing Pan Ping's expression. Seeing that he opened his mouth several times but did not speak, Chang Biao inwardly scolded the coward, his gaze sweeping across the crowd and signaling to a spy in the crowd. This spy immediately understood and shouted from the crowd, "In my opinion, Wolf Wangda is a busy person. It might not be easy to invite him. It would be better to invite Lord Tang Miao Ming. Her enslavement path attainment is already close to Master Realm." Tai Bai Yunqing's heart could not help but move. He had not interacted much with Fang Yuan, but he had truly experienced his arrogance. Rather than taking the risk of being rejected, it would be better to let Tang Miaoming try first. Swish swish swish, groups after groups of blissful snow bats flew over from all directions, like hundreds of rivers converging into an ocean, flying towards the cave on the mound. A strange fragrance assailed the nostrils within 100 li. It was this thick fragrance that attracted the blissful snow bat groups. At this step, the Gu refinement was already nearing its end. This method uses beast lives as a sacrifice. It is actually similar to the operation of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It is just that the small tower is sacrificing wild Gu to unify the strength. Because of the personal experience, Feng Yuan had a deeper understanding of this Gu refinement. The strange fragrance gradually dissipated. Without the temptation, the remaining blissful snow bats fled in panic. Almost done. Feng Yuan's breathing became rough, his eyes staring at the cave, unable to conceal his excitement. Chapter 572. At this point, Feng Yuan was already gasping in amazement. This mysterious Gu immortal who set up Diqiu inheritance was definitely a refinement grandmaster. The entire Gu refinement process was using the power of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It was ingenious and bold. Even though Feng Yuan was the host, he was more like an assistant. Gu refinement was difficult, and refining an immortal Gu was even more difficult. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, to use an analogy, this huge rock had already been pushed to the mountain peak by the mysterious Gu immortal. Feng Yuan had only used his final bit of strength to push this huge rock down the mountain peak, and when it fell, it would be a success. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The underground cave had already turned into a black whirlpool. The whirlpool continued to spin, emitting a strange sound. Next, the tip of the tower slowly appeared, followed by the top, the body, and finally the base. A brand new small tower with countless wild Gu inside appeared from the whirlpool. Amazing! Once this small tower appeared, it more or less made up for the last flaw. Even if someone rushes here because of the commotion, they would not be able to see anything strange. Feng Yuan clapped his hands in praise. But even though the tower was formed, why did the immortal Gu not appear? Feng Yuan's gaze was slightly solemn. He found that there was an intense light flickering in the small tower. There was even a faint connection in his heart connected to it. He immediately understood that this was the incomplete form of the immortal Gu. He was about to use this connection to lure the immortal Gu out. Suddenly, this intense light was like an illusory shadow. It pierced through the air and flew towards the southeast direction. What's going on? Feng Yuan was shocked. At this point, the 4 steps of Gu refinement, light in the soil. The light reached 100,000 feet. 100 li sky travel, plum blossom snow fragrance, had already been completed. Feng Yuan had no idea about this change. 88-point Jinyang Tower has reformed. He Lulan is fully open. This is truly a huge move. Logically speaking, I should be going into the tower to challenge the rounds. That is only normal. The incomplete immortal Gu had already flown far away. Feng Yuan looked at the sacred palace and hesitated. Although he was out of the country, he had already arranged his chess pieces. Whether it was the Chong family or the Gu family, news was transmitted to him in real time. The longer Feng Yuan had left the sacred palace, the more suspicious he would become. If they were to stop because of a bottleneck, they would need the Wolf King's strength. If someone came looking for it, it would take some time for the message to be delivered. Feng Yuan still did not know that his enemy, Chang Biao, had indirectly helped him a little. At this moment, Tang Miaoming was in a dangerous situation. He had successfully broken through the barrier. Everyone in the building cheered. In the end, immortal Gu was more important. Feng Yuan only hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. He spread his wings and chased after the strong light. This powerful light was shaped like a silkworm cocoon. It stuck close to the ground and moved at an astonishing speed that left one speechless. It was also because of the bushes and trees blocking the way. It was not eye-catching. Feng Yuan chased after him in the sky, trying his best to cover his tracks. The wolf pack abandoned everything and disappeared without a trace. As time passed, the bright light became dimmer and dimmer, but its speed increased. Although he was rank 5 peak stage, his speed was not at the peak of mortals. He had a hard time chasing after it, but he was not completely left behind. In the end, it was because this incomplete immortal Gu was not completed by Feng Yuan alone. Different from when he refined divine travel goo, this time, Feng Yuan was only an assistant. He relied on the heavenly power of 88-point Jinyang Tower to reverse flow. He was also immortal. Being able to communicate with the incomplete immortal goo was already the result of his hard work. The strong light flew out of the valley and suddenly entered a waterfall, vanishing without a trace. But through the connection in his mind, Feng Yuan sensed that the incomplete immortal goo had stopped moving. Feng Yuan went through the waterfall, but crashed into the slippery mountain rocks. Rocks flew and water splashed. Strange. Feng Yuan felt strange. The connection in his mind was still telling him that the strong light was in this water, but he split the water and even destroyed this waterfall, but he could not find any traces of the immortal goo. Am I going to fail at the last step? No, there is something fishy about this place. He flew up and looked down at this area. This small waterfall had already turned into a pool. It was extremely ordinary. The valley was nameless. It was not a place with abundant spiritual energy. Feng Yuan's gaze was fixed on this pool. The connection in his mind was telling him that the incomplete immortal goo was clearly inside, but even if he went through the pool and controlled the water flow, he could not find it. At this time it was time to test the Goo Master's investigative goo. Feng Yuan was not willing to give up. He tried many methods to investigate. Although he was not good at investigating, he could control Hu immortal blessed land and communicate with jewel yellow skies. He did not lack rank 5 mortal goo. Only when he tried the 57th method and spent a considerable amount of immortal yuan stone, did he discover something. He saw that in the pool there was a vague building. It was like a flower in the mirror, the moon in the water. He entered the pool but could not enter the building. After trying several times to no avail, Feng Yuan gasped. A light of inspiration flashed in his mind. He finally recognized the origin of this building. Don't tell me this is the long-lost Immortal Goo House Water Pavilion? Immortal Goo were unique. Immortal Goo houses were also unique. This water pavilion was inferior to 88-point Jinyang Tower. It was only rank 7. But its reputation was also widespread. It was the signature of Goo Immortal Shui and I back then. Shui and I was a rank 8 Goo Immortal, a legend who created water paths. She was also the founder of Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Compared to 88-point Jinyang Tower's grandeur, Water Pavilion could be attached to the water. It was illusory and miraculous. It could go with the flow. It could also stay in the mist and travel in the sky. It could even hide in a corner of frost, a quiet corner. Without the token to enter, Water Pavilion could even block rank 8 Goo Immortals. But right now this building was ownerless. Its doors were wide open. Chapter 573. Feng Yuan grinned as he looked at the ink text on the wall of the bowl. This Calamity Beckoning Goo was rank 7, a grade higher than Feng Yuan's Spring-Autumn Cicada. Its effect was extremely mystical. It actually involved earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. The middle part of the ink text had a detailed explanation. Calamity Beckoning Goo could attract calamities and calamities for Goo Immortals. It could divert the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations from their original targets to themselves. Feng Yuan's expression could not help but become strange. Who would dare to use such an immortal goo? Heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations were such troublesome destructive powers, such terrifying heavenly power. They could live peacefully, but using Calamity Beckoning Goo to attract these heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Wasn't this simply courting death? Goo Immortal Mo Yao, the great 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Why would she refine such an immortal goo? The latter part of the ink text provided a reason. It turned out that she really wanted to die. Back then, she and Bo Qing fell in love and became a righteous path couple. They were a legend in the 5 regions. Sword Immortal Bo Qing was extremely talented. He was invincible in the world. People called him the pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. He was fortunate to live for the sake of love. Looking at the world, looking at his life, the only thing in front of him was the supreme goal of advancing to rank 9. However, advancing to rank 9 was extremely dangerous. Even a Grand Sword Immortal would feel like he was walking on thin ice. He only had a 15% chance of success. Bo Qing had lofty ambitions. He was determined to advance to the peak of rank 9. Mo Yao could not persuade him. She could only help with the preparations with tears in her eyes. Bo Qing set up his inheritance and made arrangements for his funeral. His first attempt failed and he was heavily injured for 70 years. He was bedridden and could not move at all. It was Mo Yao who took care of him. After his injuries healed, Bo Qing wanted to advance to rank 9 again. Mo Yao knew this was difficult, especially at the final hurdle of advancing to rank 9. There would be endless earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations descending. Even though Bo Qing had unparalleled battle strength, he lacked stamina. In order to help her lover, she secretly betrayed her sect and targeted 88-point Jinyang Tower. 88-point Jinyang Tower was the arrangement of a famous immortal venerable, long-hair ancestor's work. It was the #1 immortal Gu house in the world. Mo Yao had started researching it long ago. He gained insights from it and deepened his refinement path Grandmaster attainment. Even though she was only a variant human and did not have Giant Sun's bloodline, during Giant Sun's era, Spirit Affinity House had consecrated many outstanding women who became Giant Sun Immortals' concubines. Among them, there were several female Gu Immortals who had obtained Giant Sun Immortals' favor. Thus Spirit Affinity House kept many of Giant Sun Immortals' secrets. Among them, they knew even more about 88-point Jinyang Tower. From these documents, Mo Yao learned the secret of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Imperial Court Blessed Land was located in the center of Northern Plains. It was vast and had 2 heavens. It was also separated into the black and white heavens. It had the effect of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It was extremely blessed. Thus, every once in a while, it would attract extremely fierce earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. Giant Sun Immortal considered this when he constructed 88-point Jinyang Tower. He put in a divert disaster Gu. It was an important foundation of 88-point Jinyang Tower. This Gu was rank 7 and was one of the essence of Giant Sun Immortal's luck path. It could divert the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities in Imperial Court Blessed Land to the outside world. This way, it formed the 10-year blizzard calamity that spread throughout the whole of Northern Plains. Conversely, Giant Sun Immortal used the 10-year blizzard calamity to set the rules, forming the tradition of the contest for Imperial Court. Mo Yao found a loophole that was not a loophole at this point. It turned out that Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88-point Jinyang Tower coexisted. Every 10 years, it would attract vast and powerful heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. At this time, Imperial Court Blessed Land needed to open a crack and use divert disaster Gu to divert the calamities and tribulations away. Imperial Court Blessed Land was set up by Giant Sun Immortal. Only mortals could enter and exit. Gu Immortals were not allowed to enter. But when divert disaster, Imperial Court Blessed Land would open a crack and flood of calamities and tribulations would be released. The Immortal Venerable's arrangement to prevent Gu Immortals from entering and leaving would not work. Mo Yao used this crack and risked her life to go against the calamities and tribulations to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. She observed for close to 10 years. Using her Grandmaster attainment after much difficulty, she found the crucial node. It was the small tower at Di Chiu. Next, she risked awakening Giant Sun's will and destroyed the small tower, using the flow of heavenly power to sense divert disaster Gu, and create a cave to brew calamity beckoning Gu. After successfully refining the incomplete immortal Gu, she casually set up the immortal Gu House Water Pavilion in this nameless valley. Inside, Mo Yao nurtured the incomplete immortal Gu and brought calamity beckoning Gu, using the blessed land's divert disaster Gu to sneak back to the outside world. She did not destroy these arrangements as a precaution. If Bo Qing failed in his breakthrough again, calamity beckoning Gu would be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Then she would enter the blessed land again and refine calamity beckoning Gu. However, this time she never came back. Sword Immortal Bo Qing failed in his second attempt to break through to rank 9, turning into ashes in the mighty heavenly tribulation. And Mo Yao died along with him. So that's it. Breaking through to rank 9 was extremely difficult and dangerous. Mo Yao secretly set up this inheritance before that. She did not point out the true contents of the inheritance because this action was a betrayal to the sect. But in the end she still left the clues to the sect. In my previous life, 500 years later, Central Continent Gu Immortals conspired against Imperial Court Blessed Land and destroyed 88 Truyang Building. They were using this clue from her. Feng Yuan recalled it now and immediately felt like the fog had dissipated. Everything made sense. At the end of the ink text there was a poem. The path to immortality is long and obstructive, we meet at the ends of the world. Time passes suddenly, love and hatred have lasted for a long time. At the end of the path to immortality, I miss my Lord's safety. Life and death are boundless. I return home for my Lord's dream. Evidently this was written by Mo Yao. The path of a Gu immortal is long and difficult, but I was fortunate enough to meet my Lord. Unknowingly love and hatred intertwined, unable to extricate myself. My Lord's gaze was fixed at the end of the path to immortality. My gaze was on my Lord. Advancing to rank 9 deaths and 1 life. I am not willing to be separated by life and death. I am willing to devote my life to my Lord, to help him realize his dream, to protect her lover, to help Bo Qing reach the peak of Gu immortal. Mo Yao was willing to sacrifice herself, using calamity beckoning Gu to attract the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity to herself. Truly an amazing woman. Feng Yuan sighed. Even though he would not make such a sacrifice for love, this did not stop Feng Yuan from understanding such a person. In fact, this understanding was even deeper than others. Living in this world, people always had desires, goals, and meanings. Mo Yao's goal was for her lover, and Feng Yuan's goal was to pursue eternal life. Different desires, different goals, different meanings, they created all kinds of people in the world, unique heroes and ruthless people. Feng Yuan's gaze landed on the huge vermilion bowl again. The cocoon had already been broken. Calamity beckoning Gu had completely formed. It was like a cocoon, its whole body was grayish-white. It was only the size of a pinky, it was floating in the water. Calamity beckoning Gu was a genuine self-sacrifice Gu. Mo Yao used it to sacrifice himself for others. To Feng Yuan this Gu seemed useless, but it had huge value. Firstly, it was an immortal Gu. Even if he did not use it, he could sell it in jewel yellow skies and exchange it for a huge sum of immortal yuan stone. Secondly, it was a luck path Gu worm. It could attract heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Calamities and tribulations were strong, but as long as one's body was tough and could endure it, it could be used to harm others. Finally, it was formed with the help of one of the cornerstones of 88-point Jinyang Tower, Divert Disaster Gu. It and Divert Disaster Gu could be said to be two sides of the same coin. One was calamity beckoning, the other divert disaster. Just with this relationship, it would be a huge help to Feng Yuan's trip to 88-point Jinyang Tower. However, although there was a layer of restraint in his heart, there was still a hurdle to completely subdue this Gu. In the ink text on the wall of the bowl, Mo Yao had mentioned it in detail. To subdue calamity beckoning Gu, certain conditions were needed. Although it did not matter if one was an immortal or mortal, it required the fated person to have a heart of self-sacrifice. If one did not have such a heart, forcefully subduing it would result in the immortal Gu's backlash, or even the immortal Gu's self-destruction, bringing disaster to one's life. In Water Pavilion, Feng Yuan stood in front of the huge bowl, expressionless. A heart of self-sacrifice, did he have it? Cough, cough, cough. Tang Miaoming covered her mouth with a handkerchief. Her brows were tightly furrowed, showing a pained expression. Big sister. Tang tribe's third young master Tang Feng called out, his face filled with pain. Tang Miaoming was half lying on the bed, waving her hand, indicating to Tang Feng not to worry. Tang Feng looked at the blood on Big Sister's handkerchief, sighing deeply. Big Sister, why do you have to risk your life like this? So what if you pass this round? Father and the rest have already passed away. Big Sister, you are my only kin. If something happens to you, what will I do? Tang Miaoming stretched out her hand, lightly stroking Tang Feng's hair. Third brother, you are our Tang tribe leader. Don't be so unambitious. In this imperial court contest, our Tang tribe suffered disastrous losses. We were almost annexed by other tribes. Now is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. We need to borrow the 88 True Yang building to make our tribe strong and prosperous again. Tang Feng disapprovingly curled his lips. But Big Sister, you forcefully passed the round and caused serious injuries. The gains do not make up for the losses. I, your third brother, feel heartache. These days I don't even have the mood to take care of the tribe's affairs. What? Tang Miaoming heard this and her expression turned solemn, her sharp gaze fixed on Tang Feng. She reprimanded without hesitation. Tang Feng tribe leader, you have a heavy responsibility. How can you be so sentimental? Revitalizing the tribe is your responsibility. It is the meaning of being a tribe leader. From today onwards, I do not want to hear similar complaints, do you understand? Big sister, I was wrong. Tang Fong hurriedly stood up from the bed, his face full of shame as he lowered his head to admit his mistake. Since young, big sister was the one who treated him the best. Tang Miaoming's gaze gradually turned gentle. She faintly sighed. Third brother, I know you have a lively personality. You like to roam the world, living an unrestrained life. But as the last man in the family, you should be brave enough to bear the burden. From today onwards, the meaning of your life is to revitalize the tribe, do you understand? Big sister is right, little brother understands. Don't be angry, I already have injuries on my body. Tang Miaoming was still solemn. When you return, copy the first stanza of the third chapter of The Legends of Ranzu, 10 times overnight. Tang Fong's heart was instantly filled with warmth. Since young, big sister's punishment was to make him copy books. Big sister, rest first, I will go and copy now. The Legends of Ranzu, chapter 3 stanza. Ranzu's second daughter, Desolate Gua, went to Changbai Mountain to find Success Gu in order to save her father from the door of life and death. But at the last moment she failed. She lost herself and became an ugly and powerful monster. Without his daughter's help, and his eldest son, Verdant Great Son, became even more dispirited. Ranzu was trapped in Luopa Valley, unable to survive. Luopa Valley was like a huge labyrinth, twisting and turning. Occasionally a vast bewilderment fog would spread out, causing the soul to relax. Sometimes Luopa wind would blow like a sharp blade, cutting the soul. Ranzu was a soul body, he could not find the way out of the bewilderment fog. The Luopa wind cut his soul, causing him to become weaker and weaker, his situation becoming more dangerous. The soul fragments cut by the Luopa wind gradually condensed into a young man. Like this, Ranzu's third son was born. He was Northern Dark Ice Soul. Oh my son, thank you for your company. I do not have much time left in my final days. Because of your company, I am not lonely at all. Ranzu sighed. Northern Dark Ice Soul was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Although he did not speak much, he was very filial towards Ranzu. Seeing Ranzu getting weaker day by day, his mood became increasingly heavy. He was determined to save Ranzu. Ranzu could feel his determination. He felt gratified and pained at the same time. Don't bother, my son, I appreciate your filial piety. But I understand now, life and death cannot be forced. Humans have to die eventually, this is the fate of humans. Northern Dark Ice Soul sobbed. Father, I know what you said is right. I also know that my efforts will be in vain. But seeing you getting weaker like this, if I do not work hard, my heart will feel even more terrible. Let me do something for you. Ranzu sighed, he could only let him go. Northern Dark Ice Soul wandered in Luopa Valley, he was born here. The Luopa wind could not cut his soul. The bewilderment fog could not block his vision. He searched bitterly but could not find the way out. Just as he was getting more and more desperate, he encountered a goo worm. Ayaya, to think I was discovered by you. This goo worm looked like a ladybug, it was fat like a ball, but it was extremely agile, flashing around Northern Dark Ice Soul. Northern Dark Ice Soul's eyes brightened. He asked curiously, "What goo are you?" "My name is Accident." This goo worm answered. Northern Dark Ice Soul's gaze dimmed. "So you are Accident Goo, but you are not Success Goo." Accident Goo sneered. "Young man, don't look down on me. I am an existence that makes Success Goo love and hate. The power of accident is very strong. Do you know what it means for you to meet me here?" "What?" Accident Goo shook its fat body, saying proudly, "What is this place?" "This is Luopa Valley, a death realm. You are here, it means you are already dead. But you met me, it means you met with an accident in death. That is rebirth. Hold on to me tightly. I will bring you back to the human world and revive you." "Really?" Northern Dark Ice Soul was overjoyed. "Can I bring my father with me?" Accident Goo shook its head. "You met me, not your father, so I can only bring you with me." Northern Dark Ice Soul was extremely disappointed, he rejected. "Since I cannot bring my father, I will not leave either. I want to accompany my father until his final moments." Accident Goo laughed loudly, saying in a domineering tone, "The accidents of life cannot be rejected. Young man, you must leave with me. The moment it finished speaking, Accident Goo forcefully brought Northern Dark Ice Soul away from the door of life and death, returning to the human world. Northern Dark Ice Soul had a living body of flesh and blood. Facing the huge world alone, he felt extremely lost. Accident Goo disappeared. He suddenly recalled Renzu's words. He had a second sister called Desolate Guain. At this time, Cognition Goo found him. Young man, don't doubt me. Cognition has always been a person's friend. I am here to help you. Cognition Goo told Northern Dark Ice Soul about Changbai Mountain and Desolate Guain. Northern Dark Ice Soul decided to meet his second sister first. When he saw Desolate Guain, he shed tears of sadness. Northern Dark Ice Soul tried to communicate with Desolate Guain. But Desolate Guain, who had turned into a monster, kept on muttering questions. Where is this? Northern Dark Ice Soul pondered for a moment before replying. This is the human world. Living beings can move around here. Above us is the sky, below us is the earth. Who am I? Desolate Guain asked again. You are a human, Renzu's second daughter. Your name is Desolate Guain. You are my second sister. Northern Dark Ice Soul replied. Second sister, wake up quickly. Our father is dead. He is trapped in Luopa Valley. We need to hurry and save him. Renzu? Desolate Guain? Save? The monster shook its head in confusion. Why should I save him? Shouldn't humans die? What's wrong with death? Why do humans live? Why do I live? This time, Northern Dark Ice Soul could not answer. Why do humans live? While Northern Dark Ice Soul was thinking about this question, Bewilderment Goo quietly arrived beside him, causing him to lose his senses of his surroundings. Along with it were Love Goo and Disguise Goo. Cognition Goo saw them and felt an incomparable headache. These Goo were famous for being mischievous. They often moved together. Even Cognition Goo did not want to provoke them. Love, haven't you harmed enough people? Why don't you let them go? Cognition Goo sighed. Don't try to reason with me. I am unreasonable. Love Goo's tone was unruly. Get lost, Cognition, I don't like you. Cognition Goo was helpless. It could only retreat. Another person has come? Haha. Love Goo saw Northern Dark Ice Soul and was very happy, because it had another target to play with. It was sworn brothers with Disguise Goo. It immediately used its strength to disguise as Cognition Goo. Young man, your second sister has forgotten herself. If you want to save her, you need to find Meaning Goo. Love Goo said. Northern Dark Ice Soul came back to his senses. He did not suspect anything. He asked Love Goo. I have seen Accident Goo before. May I ask, where is this Meaning Goo? How do I find it? Love Goo used a solemn tone to deceive him. Oh human, you need to know your lives in this world have meaning. As long as you find Meaning Goo, you will be able to wake up your second sister. Follow the direction I point, keep walking, you will find Meaning Goo. Northern Dark Ice Soul expressed his gratitude and immediately set off. Love Goo, Bewilderment Goo, and Disguise Goo looked at his departing figure and laughed loudly. How could there be Meaning Goo in this world? There was no such Goo worm. Northern Dark Ice Soul could not find it no matter how hard he tried. Fool, who asked you to anger me? I will let you know that the punishment of love is extremely terrifying. Next, we will follow him and take turns to toy with him. Love Goo's suggestion was approved by the other two Goo. Like this, Northern Dark Ice Soul was toyed with by the three Goo. He suffered greatly. But in order to find the non-existent Meaning Goo, he persevered. This spirit moved Cognition Goo. While Love Goo was not around, Cognition Goo came to Northern Dark Ice Soul's side, wanting to help him again. Cognition, what are you doing here? We are having fun. Bewilderment Goo and Disguise Goo rejected Cognition. Cognition Goo laughed. I am afraid of love, but I am not afraid of you too. Oh young man, use my strength to wake up. Northern Dark Ice Soul used Cognition Goo's ability to recognize the truth. He was no longer confused and saw through the disguise. Bewilderment Goo and Disguise Goo could only leave in defeat. Northern Dark Ice Soul expressed his gratitude to Cognition Goo. Thank you, Cognition Goo. Because of you, I thought of a way to save my second sister. Oh, what method is that? In this world, Meaning Goo does not exist. But I can create a Meaning Goo. Northern Dark Ice Soul said confidently. A person's life had no meaning, but it could be given a meaning. Northern Dark Ice Soul returned to Desolate Guyue and personally created a meaning Gu, placing it in Desolate Guyue's mind. I am alive to find success Gu and save father. I understand. Desolate Guyue's eyes shined. The meaning of living. Tang Feng put down the pen in his hand. It was already deep into the night. In this imperial court-blessed land, a gentle silver radiance covered the land. After continuously copying books, he was deeply moved. People living in this world will always feel lost. But as long as they find the meaning of their life, they will find their direction and move forward bravely. At the same time, they will know what they want and what they do not want, and they will not fear sacrifice. Big Sister's intention in asking me to copy books is probably this. He lightly pushed open the window, looking at the glorious and beautiful sacred palace. He thought of all kinds of people, some strong, some weak. His emotions gradually became excited. Every person's life has all kinds of meaning. And my meaning is to lead the tribe towards prosperity. At the same time, Water Pavilion. Heart of self-sacrifice? Feng Yuan's lips curled into a proud sneer. He stretched out his right hand without any hesitation. He reached into the bowl and took out Calamity Beckoning Gu. Absorbing his aura, Calamity Beckoning Gu's body flashed and became Feng Yuan's possession. The whole process was extremely smooth. There were no tremors or backlash. With his identity as a transmigrator, his 500 years of experience in his previous life, he had already seen through life and death, family, friendship, and love were not his interests. Only eternal life, this grand and unreachable goal, could make his journey in life show intense interest. This was the meaning he had given to this life. But pursuing eternal life did not mean he was afraid of death, afraid of failure. Towards death and failure, he accepted it calmly. In fact, whether eternal life existed or not, there was no evidence to prove it. But so what if it did not exist? Feng Yuan enjoyed this process. In the process of pursuing eternal life, he found the meaning. He felt that this life was full of interest. His body's low-level desires, the satisfaction of love and hate, he was already sick of them. Only eternal life was a worthy goal. Thus, I already have the resolution to sacrifice myself. Feng Yuan's gaze was cold. He played with the rank 7 immortal Gu in his hand. Chapter 574. Feng Yuan carefully looked at Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu in his hand. This Gu was rank 7. After being nurtured by the giant vermilion bowl, it had already formed completely. It was the size of a pinky grayish-white in color and was extremely exquisite, resembling a silkworm chrysalis. As Feng Yuan played with it, Calamity Beckoning Gu continued to absorb his aura. Feng Yuan could clearly feel that the deepest connection between him and Calamity Beckoning Gu was becoming deeper and longer. Feng Yuan's heart rippled slightly. It would be a lie if he did not sigh. In his previous life, he had gone through untold hardships and slaughtered countless lives to refine a rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. Now, with the advantage of rebirth, he had obtained Calamity Beckoning Gu before he was even 100 years old, which was a rank higher than spring-autumn cicada. Calamity Beckoning Gu's effect was extremely unique. It sacrificed itself to attract heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. But Feng Yuan firmly believed that a Gu master's use of Gu depended on their thoughts. Like the chainsaw golden centipede, a rank 4 mortal Gu master, electric saw mad demon, could use different methods against it. Then why couldn't he, Feng Yuan, create new uses for it? Let's not talk about other things. Just the existence of this Calamity Beckoning Gu proves that the legendary luck path truly exists. Giant Sun Immortal had been extremely lucky his entire life. It was rumored that it was because of the luck path Gu worms he created. However, this rumor had never been verified. But now, the Calamity Beckoning Gu in Feng Yuan's hands belonged to Luck Path. It was an immortal Gu refined by Refinement Path Grandmaster Mo Yao through the senses of Divert Disaster Gu in 88-point Jinyang Tower. Divert Disaster Gu, Calamity Beckoning Gu. These were Luck Path Gu worms. The ink text on the surface of the bowl was a strong proof. Mo Yao even pointed out in the text that Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path Gu worms could snatch other people's good luck and use it on himself at the same time. It could also divert his bad luck and divert the calamity to someone else. As a complete path, Luck Path had a clear structure. It included attack, defense, divert, healing and other aspects. It was just that everyone had the invisible and colorless luck that was targeted at them. After Luck Path was created by the giant Sun Immortal, he had kept it a secret, silently making a fortune. The giant Sun Immortal is the great thief of luck. Once the giant sun dies, the great thief of luck will disappear. Mo Yao expressed his feelings in the article. This strange woman had a strong personality. She even dared to make such comments about the celestial venerables. She even speculated that the treasury chamber of 88-point Jinyang Tower might contain the legacy of the giant Sun Immortal's luck Dao. If I can inherit this legacy, will I be able to replicate the success of the giant Sun Immortal? Fang Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. He pondered for a moment before placing Calamity Beckoning Goo into the vermilion bowl again. Although Calamity Beckoning Goo had already formed, Fang Yuan could not refine it yet. Although the connection in his heart was extremely strong, there was still a qualitative difference from truly becoming the owner of Calamity Beckoning Goo. Fang Yuan was still immortal now. He did not have immortal essence to refine it. This situation was different from when he refined Divine Travel Goo back then. In Three Kings' Blessed Land, he refined Fixed Immortal Travel Goo with the Land Spirit's help. He was the leader. Thus, once Fixed Immortal Travel Goo was born, it became his Goo Worm. But it could not be used. If not for the Land Spirit's help, Fang Yuan would not have been able to teleport to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. And the entire process of refining Calamity Beckoning Goo relied on the backflow of the 88-point Jinyang Tower's heavenly power. Fang Yuan was at most an assistant. He did not have the Land Spirit's help. Honestly speaking, it was already very good to be able to reach this stage. Only after I become a Goo Immortal can I truly refine it. Before that, I can only leave Calamity Beckoning Goo here. Without becoming a Goo Immortal, there would be no immortal aperture to store Calamity Beckoning Goo. If he took it out publicly, the Immortal Goo's aura would spread and it would attract countless covetous people. Fang Yuan was not worried about people like He Lulan or Tai Bai Yunsheng. He had many wolf groups now, and his strength path cultivation was also sufficient. He was mainly worried about giant Sun Immortals will inside 88-point Jinyang Tower. Earlier the Immortal Goo's aura was weak. Now that the Immortal Goo had formed, if he took it out, would it trigger giant Sun Immortal's will and awaken it? Fang Yuan did not want to take this risk. Moreover, his main plan had not been completed yet. He needed to hide and wait. Who would have thought that there would be a rank 7 Immortal Goo in this nameless valley? But before that, I should first refine a portion of this water pavilion before leaving. Fang Yuan pondered. Water Pavilion was a famous Immortal Goo house. As a mortal, Fang Yuan actually wanted to refine it. This seemed like a wild fantasy, but it was actually quite feasible. Even something as strong as 88-point Jinyang Tower had loopholes for Fang Yuan to take advantage of. Now that the water pavilion was ownerless, there was naturally an opportunity to take advantage of it. Speaking of which, one had to talk about the essence of Goo houses. What was a Goo house? Not to mention Fang Yuan's previous life after rebirth, he had encountered many Goo houses. Among them, there was the most common Goo house 3-star cave. When retrieved, it would turn into seeds. After planting, it would form a towering tree with an empty space in the middle and 3 layers. There was Lizard House Goo. It looked like a lizard with different colors. The eye sockets would become windows, the mouth would have a door, it could move freely. There was also the Mushroom Forest Goo house. By planting large numbers of mushroom room goo, the mushroom houses would form a courtyard. These were mortal goo. And there were also the immortal Goo houses 88-point Jinyang Tower and Water Pavilion. Goo houses had developed to this point, they were extremely complex, there were countless of them. But if one traced back to the source, the publicly recognized pioneers were the Green Tortoise Group of 7. These 7 were demonic path Goo masters of the olden antiquity era. They were septuplets from the same mother, from birth to death. They had always been in love, advancing and retreating together. They were skilled in defense, they were all rank 5 peak stage Goo masters, they even had a defensive killer move called Tortoise House when they worked together. They relied on this move to defend against 3 attacks from Goo Immortals. They created the famous agreement of 3 moves that went down in history. And this Tortoise House was the first Goo house in the history of Goo masters. Thus, in essence, a Goo house was a killer move formed by the combination of several or even dozens of Goo worms. Mushroom Forest Goo house was a classic example. It was a courtyard formed by a large number of mushroom room goo. 88-point Jinyang Tower was the representative of the peak. It had defense, collection, storage and other effects. It was formed by countless small towers. Divert disaster goo was one of the main foundations. After sacrificing the collected wild goo, they would form a heavenly force and form the main building. There was also White Bone Chariot. Back then, Proud Bone Demon Lord Shinjiao had amazing talent. When he advanced to rank 6, he did not have any immortal goo. So he created a killer move called White Bone Chariot. White Bone Chariot was formed by many rank 5 goo like a white bone wheel. It was powerful and could match rank 6 immortal goo. White Bone Chariot was actually a goo house. As for 3-star Cave, Lizard House Goo, and Great Lizard House Goo, they were all evolved branches. They were the true simplifications of goo houses. Normal goo houses were formed by the combination of several goo worms. As for 3-star Cave and the others, they were simplified into one goo. Thus their power was greatly reduced. They were more like ordinary goo. And Water Pavilion was a rank 7 immortal goo house. This meant that among the goo worms that formed it, there was at least one rank 7 immortal goo. With my current strength I cannot refine immortal goo. But I can still refine other mortal goo. This was the source of Feng Yuan's confidence in refining Water Pavilion. There were not many obstacles in the refinement process. Water Pavilion was one of the symbols of Spirit Affinity House. It was controlled by Fairy Mo Yao back then. For her lover, Mo Yao betrayed the sect and refined Calamity Beckoning Goo, sacrificing herself. This immortal goo house became ownerless. This way, Water Pavilion was an open embrace to Feng Yuan. A little beauty that he could do whatever he wanted. Amazing! There are actually over 3,000 goo worms that formed Water Pavilion. And each goo worm is interlinked with each other, faintly resonating with each other. The core is the rank 7 water fusion goo. It can allow the goo master to completely fuse with water. As long as the water exists, the goo master will not die. Other than that, there are 2 supplementary immortal goo. The rank 6 movement immortal goo Worldly Wave Trace, and the Wisdom Path immortal goo Delight in Water and Mountain Goo. The refinement process was the process of gaining a deeper understanding of Water Pavilion. The refinement of immortal goo far surpassed Feng Yuan's ability. He could forget about it. What he started with were rank 1 and rank 2 mortal goo. After spending 6 hours, Feng Yuan felt dizzy as he refined 500 rank 1 and 2 mortal goo for his own use. In this way, I will have 10% control over the Water Pavilion. Even if I am discovered, with this 10% control I can obstruct the enemy for some time. This time is enough for me to be alerted and rush over. After another 2 hours, Feng Yuan's control increased to 13%. The further he went, the more difficult it was to refine. It is a pity that I have Spring-Autumn Cicada. It is like a ticking time bomb. I cannot use Time Path Instant Success Goo to assist in the refinement, otherwise the results would be much more than this. Feng Yuan's head was spinning. He knew he had reached his limit. The rank 5 peak stage primeval essence in his 2 apertures was almost expended. But just as he was about to retract his mind, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Time passes quickly. I have finally met you today by fate. Following this indistinct sigh, a beautiful woman with a black veil over her face and eyes as dark as the night appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. This is Fairy Mo Yao's will. When did it enter my mind? Feng Yuan was shocked. So much time had passed, and Mo Yao was not a venerable, but she still had her will. This showed how powerful her cultivation was back then. Feng Yuan was already prepared. But Fairy Mo Yao clearly had a special method. She could actually make her will enter Feng Yuan's mind without a trace. This method was no small matter. Mo Yao's will entered his mind. If she had evil intentions and attacked, Feng Yuan would not be able to bear the consequences. Feng Yuan was not a wisdom path expert. Only wisdom path goo masters had the ability to restrain such wills. There was an even more crucial point. When a person thinks, they would first have thoughts. These thoughts would collide in their mind and change, creating new thoughts. This was the result of thinking. Right now, Mo Yao's will entered Feng Yuan's mind. She could clearly sense every thought that Feng Yuan had. If Mo Yao's will knew about Spring-Autumn Cicada, what would happen? Don't be afraid, fated person. I have no intention of harming you. I just want to ask you a question. Mo Yao's will said faintly. Feng Yuan did not need to guess to know what she wanted to ask. He immediately told her about Bo Qing's failure and tribulation. Hearing this grievous news, Mo Yao's will shook and was on the verge of collapse. Feng Yuan was secretly happy, but to his disappointment, Mo Yao's will managed to maintain her form. Her eyes, which were as dark as the night, were filled with tears. Fairy Mo Yao's expression was very complex. There was sorrow and also relief. Just like in her poem, time has passed, love and hatred have lasted for a long time. The love and hatred between her and Bo Qing was definitely a long and complicated story. Fated person, since you could refine Calamity Beckoning Goo and found this place to refine Water Pavilion, you must already know the gist of it. Since he is already dead, let everything pass. Sigh, maybe this is the fortune of all living beings. If I had known this, I would not have inherited this bullshit Dicho inheritance. Feng Yuan did not hide this thought from Mo Yao. Mo Yao easily learned of it. Young man, you are wrong to think like this. These days, just the refinement path killer moving transformation that I taught you has immeasurable value. Didn't you want to take advantage of 88-point Jinyang Tower's loophole? You really have guts comparable to me back then. Don't worry, I will help you. As long as you obediently return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao consoled with a smile. Humph, Calamity Beckoning Goo is mine. Water Pavilion is mine too. Even 88-point Jinyang Tower will be mine. You are just a will, how can you stop a living person like me? Since they had already fought dozens of times, Feng Yuan directly rejected her. But this time, Mo Yao did not laugh, her gaze shone as she recalled something. She had a lonely expression as she sighed faintly. Sigh, are all you men like this? Even if you do something wrong, you are still so confident and righteous. In this world, what is right and wrong? Who is right and who is wrong? It is just that everyone's path is different. Mo Yao's expression changed as she laughed. Young man, your answer is quite interesting. However, I once heard another answer that was much more domineering than yours. I still remember what he said. In this world, as long as I think I do something, I am right. Those who are different from me are wrong. Don't you think this is domineering? Feng Yuan's gaze shone. Sword Immortal Bo Qing said this? Unfortunately, he did not take that step in the end. These words made Mo Yao fall into silence. She had a sorrowful expression as she closed her eyes, as if her memories were surging out. Her long and thick eyelashes were trembling slightly. She concealed her figure and vanished from Feng Yuan's mind. Damn it, it's like this again. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth every time Mo Yao's will concealed herself. It was as if she did not exist. No matter how Feng Yuan searched his mind, he could not find a trace of her. Mo Yao's attainment in Soul Path and Wisdom Path far surpassed Feng Yuan's. As a result, Feng Yuan's mind had instead become her base camp. But this search did not leave Feng Yuan empty-handed. In his mind, he found a thought from Mo Yao's will. The content of the thought shook Feng Yuan's mind. This was a killer move. It was called Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. In order to find a way to fuse enslavement and strength path, Feng Yuan had racked his brains and obtained an initial result. It was the strength path killer move, for Arm Earth King. Using this move during the final battle of the Imperial Court contest, he slaughtered everyone and sent Ma Tribe's army into the abyss of defeat. He pushed He Lulan into Imperial Court Blessed Land. But Four-Arm Earth King was only a hastily created killer move. It had many flaws. Feng Yuan modified it on the basis and created the killer move Four-Arm Wind King. Next, he exchanged for the crucial Borrow Strength Goo in the treasure room of 88-point Jinyang Tower. This allowed the killer move Four-Arm Wind King to be further modified. After Mo Yao's will entered his mind, Feng Yuan purposely exposed a portion of his secrets. Among them was this killer move, as well as the idea of modifying it. Amazing! Feng Yuan praised. With his foundation and Fairy Mo Yao's foundation, the killer move Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King was already close to perfection. It used Borrow Strength Goo as the core, 6 Flying Zombie Goo as support, as well as 36 other Goo worms. The combination was ingenious and the structure was strict. Even Feng Yuan could not stop praising it. But I know about the 5 Great Flying Zombie Goo. This killer move actually needs a 6 Flying Zombie Goo? What goo is it? Chapter 576. In the dark secret room, the fragrance of sandalwood lingered in the air. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, holding an east window goo in his hand. This goo was an information path goo. It was rank 4 and looked like a ladybug, but the carapace on its back was square like a window lattice. It was used to store important information. This goo was something Fang Yuan had specially purchased from Jewel Yellow Skies at a great cost. The contents inside were all related to will. Ever since Mo Yao's will entered his mind, Fang Yuan had been purchasing these relevant information, spending many immortal Yuan stones. This east window goo was not the first one. After a long while, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was as cold as a spring. With so much precious information, he had a deeper understanding of will. Thought, will, emotion, these three came from the same origin. The first two belonged to wisdom path, but they were also related to other paths. Wisdom path, when it was first created, was a path for goo masters to pursue wisdom. When a person thinks, thoughts would appear in their mind. These thoughts would collide with each other, merge or cancel each other out, forming new thoughts. This was the result of thinking. These thoughts were divided into different categories. They were different from each other and had their own specialties. Among them, the most famous was obsession. The obsession of a goo immortal before death would combine with the heavenly power of heaven and earth, forming a land spirit in the blessed land. According to these thoughts, goo masters would create countless related goo worms like the star thought goo that Dongfang Yuliang had once used, the empty thought goo that Fang Yuan was using now, and the divine thought goo that goo immortals often used. Some thoughts would gather together and form will. As the saying goes, can only be understood, cannot be expressed with words. Will could not be expressed with words. The rhythm of will had already surpassed the limits of words. It could only be experienced with one's heart, using one's own spirituality. Initially, wisdom path goo masters created providence goo. Using this to comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao of heaven and earth, they could further comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, thus advancing their own cultivation. Later, as it developed, there were killing intent goo, free will goo, wish goo, complacency goo, malicious intent goo, painting intent goo, and so on. Among them, the most famous was the legendary accidental goo, recorded in the legends of Ranzu. Following the development of wisdom path, generations of goo masters continued to explore it. They found, when several wills intertwined, they would turn into emotions. Aphrodisiac goo, tender emotion goo, emotion poem goo, and others were all part of this path. The Tao of enchantment was derived from this. Among them, the most famous one also came from the legends of Ranzu, love goo. Ninqing. Fang Yuan sighed. The more he understood one thing. With his current wisdom path foundation, he could not get rid of Mo Yao's will. The gap between them was too big. For example, in terms of willpower, Fang Yuan was like a mound, while Mo Yao's willpower was like a mountain. As for exactly how tall and majestic this mountain was, it was still shrouded in a thick layer of smoke, so it was hard to tell. Mo Yao's attainment had already surpassed Fang Yuan's level of understanding. In these days of contact and probing, she had left a deep impression on Fang Yuan, giving him a feeling of unfathomable and high respect. Facing such a problem, if he could not get rid of it, what could he do? Sitting cross-legged on the cushion, he pondered for a while. Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold as he made up his mind. He sent his consciousness into his own mind. With just a thought, Mo Yao's will could sense a seductive figure appearing in the pitch-black space of his consciousness. I accept your suggestion. I will return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan transmitted his second thought. A strange light flashed in Mo Yao's eyes. She did not expect that Fang Yuan would choose to compromise so quickly. According to these days of fighting, she clearly understood that Fang Yuan was a person with astonishing willpower, an opinionated person, and a strong and courageous personality. Personality decided one's fate. Such a person was destined to be an outstanding person regardless of whether he became a hero or a ruthless person. She threw out the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King but concealed it. She did not give it all. Rather than saying it was a bait, it was better to say that it was a statement of her attitude. She knew that with Fang Yuan's intelligence, he would definitely understand what she wanted to express. She had originally estimated that Fang Yuan would only choose to negotiate after 7 to 8 days. But in fact, after just 1 day, Feng Yuan took the initiative to find her. Sai, a wise man submits to circumstances. A great man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Unfortunately, most people in the world are limited by their own abilities. They are too proud to lower their heads. Throughout history, countless heroes have known the principle of taking a step back, but it's easy to talk about it. But when it comes to themselves, how many of them have actually done it? Mo Yao's will heaved a forlorn sigh. Water pavilion might be good, but to me, it is not of much help. You should know some of my situation right now, because of who immortal blessed land. Crane Gate has declared me to be a member of a sect. Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate are both part of Central Continent's 10 sects. It is not easy to return Water Pavilion there. Feng Yuan continued. Mo Yao's will covered her mouth and laughed. Young man, I know what you mean. Don't worry, you are my inheritor. Calamity Beckoning Gu is yours. I have no intention of harming you. Returning an immortal Gu house is an important matter. I am very clear about the risks involved. To complete this mission, you need at least the strength of a Gu immortal. And I will do my best to help you become a Gu immortal. I will also assist you in the process of obtaining 88-point Jinyang Tower. As for my refinement path insights, how much you can comprehend is up to you. After Mo Yao said this, she waved her hand and a will appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. The content of the will was the final crucial part of the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Feng Yuan immediately asked in dissatisfaction, Earth Chief Corpse? Are you sure this is your so-called 6th flying zombie Gu? He already knew about Earth Chief Corpse Gu. The other Gu masters in the group also looked at Ma Hongyun with gentler gazes. One of them even patted Ma Hongyun's shoulder, consoling him. Kid, you are quite unlucky. But don't worry, you can follow us to kill the Earth Chief Beast. You will earn a lot. Yes. Ma Hongyun nodded, bowing and smiling apologetically. He had a fortuitous encounter and saved Ma Yingjia. After He tribe recruited Ma tribe, he had a fortuitous encounter and changed his name to Ma Hongyun, which allowed him to cultivate better. Right now, he was only a rank 1 Gu master. His aptitude was neither low nor high. He could enter 88-point Jinyang Tower of course, but with his strength it was useless even if he went in. These days in the Sacred Palace, he had been mingling with wild teams, going out to hunt, paying for daily expenses, and accumulating yuan stone to aid his cultivation. Chapter 577. Rumble. The ground shook. A flood of wolf groups appeared in the sky. They were endless, like a vast river surging forward. 10,000 wolves sprinted, wolf groups mixed together. There were wind wolves sprinting like they were flying. There were water wolves pure white as snow. There were night wolves pitch black and strong. There were turtleback wolves sturdy and steady. Vermilion flame wolves blazing with flames. 100 Wolf King, 1,000 Wolf King, myriad Wolf King led the pack. There were mutated wolves, they were very eye-catching. For example, blood forest wolves, they carried a bone forest on their back, they were tall like mountains. Shark fin wolves, they were armored like elephants, they could move on land and water. There was also frenzied wolves, silver gray 3 eyes, they were battle maniacs. Imperial Court blessed land. In the faint golden sky, azure wolf groups were galloping in the sky, howling, they were extraordinary. Feng Yuan sat steadily on the back of an azure myriad wolf king. The wild winds could not move his determined face. His eyes were dark and deep. He was looking down at his feet, his thoughts unfathomable. Even though the wolf groups were scattered when they first entered Imperial Court blessed land, they were scattered all over the blessed land. But Feng Yuan had already issued a mission, ever since he entered the blessed land. Other than recalling the old wolf groups, he had also recruited countless new wolves. Right now, the wolf group below him was like a sea, the scale reaching 500,000. At this stage, he was truly at the peak of the mortal world. At the start of the Imperial Court contest, he, Zhang Baoye, Ma Zun and the rest were called the 5 Great Beast Kings. After the Imperial Court contest ended, not to mention the world's recognition, he was already the #1 enslavement pathmaster of the current generation in Northern Plains. Other than his enslavement path attainment, he also had shocking strength path methods and the strength of a flying master. He was truly awe-inspiring. Who did not respect Wolf King Chang Shanin, Who did not fear him? In the entire northern plains, how many people could be his match? But at this moment in Fang Yuan's mind, there was a voice attacking him. Young lad, you actually want to combine enslavement and strength path, you have quite the ambition. But I advise you to give up on this thought as soon as possible. Mo Yao's will smiled. Enslavement and strength path are clearly separated. The combination of enslavement and power had been a difficult problem for thousands of years. It's already very difficult for you to dual cultivate. Why don't you change as soon as possible and retreat in the face of difficulties? Why do you keep doing things that are strenuous and unrewarding? Sai sister is an experienced person. You have to know that there are countless paths and sections. The strength of a Gu master does not lie in how many paths they walk, but in who walks further. Mo Yao tried to persuade him, but Fang Yuan snorted coldly and rejected him coldly. When there's a will, there's a way. What's there to be afraid of? The reason why the confluence of enslavement and strength has been a problem for thousands of years is because there has never been a person like me, Fang Yuan. Sooner or later, I will dominate the world and leave my name in the annals of history. I will be comparable to the likes of Xingxiu, Red Lotus, and Paradise. Star constellation Red Lotus and Paradise Earth were all ranked 9 Gu venerables. In the long history of the human race, after countless years, there were less than 10 of them. Fang Yuan was still immortal, yet he dreamed of becoming such a figure. It was like an ant dreaming of becoming an elephant. Such ambition and tone left Mo Yao's will dumbfounded for a moment. Roar! Kill all these earth chief beasts. Where are the healing Gu masters? Someone is injured, come and help. Beast groups roared and Gu masters shouted. The small-scale battle had already reached its most crucial moment. On the small battlefield, there were pits everywhere and severed limbs and blood splattered everywhere. 5 to 6 Gu masters surrounded the Earth Chief Beast King and engaged in a fierce battle. Around them, there were large numbers of Earth Chief Beast corpses. These Earth Chief Beasts had human bodies and snake tails. Their faces were like bats. Their noses were pointed upwards and their ears were large. Their bodies were black and they had flesh armor. There were 5 to 6 flesh whips on their chest. The shortest were 10 feet long, while the longest were over 20 feet long. The flesh whips were like hands and agile like snakes. They could be swung with great force and could be used for both offense and defense. Earth Chief Beasts lived underground, but they were not deep underground. They often built their nests in shallow layers. They had high value, be it their eyeballs, fur, or tails. They were all rare Gu refinement materials. What was even rarer was the length of the flesh whips on their bodies, the longer the better. Flesh whips over 20 feet were hard to find, they were priceless. Earth Chief Beasts were now rare in northern plains. But in Imperial Court Blessed Land, there were many of them. For example, this area had an area of 10,000 li. It was filled with Earth Chief Beast groups. Wealth moved people's hearts, and because this place was not far from the sacred palace, many Gu masters often came here in groups to hunt. This team that was engaged in a fierce battle was one of them. Most of the Gu masters in the group had hunted Earth Chief Beast groups 3 or 4 times. They had rich experience. But this time they met with trouble. Although they only attracted 100 Earth Chief Beast group, it was under their control. But to think that this Beast King was not an ordinary 100 Beast King. It was an old 1,000 Beast King. Although this Beast King could not fight and was old and sickly, the wild Gu parasite on its body was a genuine rank 3 Gu. Among mortal Gu masters, rank 1 was an apprentice. They had just started and had weak battle strength. They were the most common. Rank 2 was the backbone, the cornerstone. They were very common. Rank 3 was called elders, clan elders. They were the core of a force. Their numbers were decreasing rapidly. Rank 4 was the leader of a force, the leader of tens of thousands. Rank 5 was called the peak of mortals. They were even rarer. The Earth Chief 1,000 Beast King itself was not a threat, but it had several rank 3 wild Gu. Such battle strength was beyond the ability of this group. If not for the leader Jiangdong's resolute and experienced nature at the start of the battle, he would have decisively led some experts to charge into the beast group and stall the Earth Chief Beast King, while the others slaughtered the Earth Chief Beasts. Otherwise, the Gu Master group would have been defeated already. Everyone, let's work harder. This old beast is almost at its limit. We can win if we persevere. Jiangdong moved and shouted loudly. raising the morale of the group. Everyone's replies were mixed. They barely raised their spirits. From the start of the battle until now, it had already been an hour. The Gu Master's primeval essence was almost exhausted, but fortunately, Northern Plains was a common custom. Most of these Gu Masters cultivated the strength path. The Gu Masters fought with all their strength. They mainly used close combat. They would only use their primeval essence to save themselves and others as a last resort. Roar! Right at this time, the old Beast King suddenly swung its snake tail, causing the air to explode. The snake tail ruthlessly struck a Gu Master, sending him flying. When he landed on the ground, this Gu Master's ribs were all shattered. He could not be more dead. Humans had intelligence, but wild beasts also had craftiness. The old Beast King was indeed weak, but a broken ship still had 3 pounds of nails. At this moment it suddenly exploded and killed one person. The Gu Masters were stunned, their morale plummeting. Oh no, it was a stalemate to begin with. Now that we have lost one person, I have less than 20% primeval essence in my aperture. What should I do? Jiang Dong's eyes turned. He immediately thought of escaping. This hunting group was only formed at the last minute. Escaping at the last moment might harm his reputation. But compared to his life, what was his reputation? Northern Plains people loved to kill. They were brave by nature, but they were not fools. In the past it was difficult. I could only fight to survive. Now that I have entered Imperial Court blessed land, there are resources everywhere. It is time for me to accumulate my strength. How can I sacrifice my life here? I have old and young at home. Although my hunting results are good these days, the yuan stones I obtained are only enough to support my cultivation. That lad at home is about to step on the path of cultivation in half a year. So sorry everyone. Jiang Dong's gaze flickered. He suddenly retreated and instilled his remaining primeval essence into his movement Gu worm. His sleeves tore through the air with a soft swoosh. He left in a cloud of dust. The remaining Gu Masters were stunned. Their leader had already escaped. What was the point of fighting? Immediately everyone scattered, their morale falling to rock bottom. The Earth Chief Beast King roared and chased relentlessly. Fuck! Jiang Dong turned around and cursed, his soul almost flying out of his body. This old Earth Chief Beast King did not chase anyone. It only chased after him. Jiang Dong's methods were ruthless and fierce. It bore a grudge against him. Oh no, if this goes on I will die. As time passed, primeval essence was expended rapidly. Jiang Dong fell into despair. Lord Jiang Dong, run. Right at this time a voice could be heard from afar. Jiang Dong heard this and turned around, seeing a young man standing in front of him. He recognized him as Ma Hongyun. He had joined the group not long ago and only had rank 1 cultivation. He was a logistics Gu Master with low battle strength. When the battle started, he was sent out as a scouting pawn. What a foolish lad. Jiang Dong was overjoyed. He immediately changed his direction and ran towards Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun's eyes opened wide, seeing the old Earth Chief Beast King chasing. He could not help but want to warn Jiang Dong. But he hadn't expected that Jiang Dong would lead the old Earth Chief Beast King directly towards him. Chapter 578. Wherever the wolf group went, it was like a huge wave that washed the blessed land with blood. Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, ignoring the merciless slaughter below him. In his mind, Mo Yao's will frowned slightly. She was a fairy nurtured by Spirit Affinity House, a righteous path person. She naturally did not feel any joy at seeing Fang Yuan kill so easily. This young man can disguise his identity and sneak into Imperial Court blessed land under the noses of Northern Plains Gu immortals. He is a valiant and cunning person. He can also decipher my inheritance clues and refine immortal Gu. He has great fortuitous encounters and extraordinary methods. He is also flexible. When he knows he cannot win, he immediately compromises. He is extremely shrewd. What is his background? Mo Yao's will could not help but make guesses. She had just come out of Water Pavilion and was residing in Fang Yuan's mind, although she had deciphered many of Fang Yuan's thoughts and knew many secrets. But Fang Yuan reacted quickly and immediately took measures, causing her to make little progress. Thus, Mo Yao's will did not know many of Fang Yuan's secrets. Among them, There were also the secrets that Feng Yuan exposed to her. She did not know that Feng Yuan had spring-autumn cicada. She did not know that Feng Yuan was a transmigrator's greatest secret. This was the world of Gu. Mo Yao had died long ago. Only a will was left behind. Without being able to activate Gu worms, Mo Yao's will could only bully Feng Yuan's low wisdom path attainment. I have just arrived, I do not know his background. This young man has a firm will, and is a very opinionated person. I should wait for now and guide him to return Water Pavilion to the sect. As long as I return to Spirit Affinity House, it will not be too late to persuade him. Mo Yao's will had inherited some of the main body's wisdom. Seeing that her persuasion was useless, she kept quiet. There was no resistance on the ground. Feng Yuan's gaze was eerie as he slowly retracted his disdainful gaze. He sat on the wolf's back and closed his eyes to rest. He was not a person who killed innocents. There must be a reason for him to allow the wolves to sweep through the banquet and slaughter everyone along the way. The first was to lure the earth fiends underground. The earth chief beast was a wild beast. It would be attracted by the thick smell of blood, which would stimulate its ferocious nature and proactively emerge from the ground. Secondly, massacring a large number of people would bring in a large number of souls. At the start of the Imperial Court contest, Feng Yuan had been using the soul burial toad to collect them. He had Dang Hun Mountain. As long as Dang Hun Mountain wasn't completely destroyed, the more souls he had, the better. Thirdly, it could also test Mo Yao's will in his mind. As for the vile repercussions of wantonly killing Gu masters, Feng Yuan was not afraid. Not to mention the fact that he had already made an announcement before, and had already laid the groundwork. Even if the public opinion was boiling and the people were resentful and hateful, so what? He was at the peak of the mortal realm, the famous Wolf King Chang Shanin. He was no longer the small fry who was treading on thin ice a few years ago. In this imperial court-blessed land where Gu immortals could not enter, his roar would cause all the Gu masters to tremble. With a stomp of his feet, the sacred palace would tremble. With just a thought, the wolf group would howl and blood would die, thousands of li in blood. There was a famous saying on earth, political power comes from the barrel of a gun. Strength was power and power was the truth. But on earth it was about gathering people. Apart from violence and fists, one had to use righteousness to conceal it, and use the people's hearts to mediate. But here, the strength of an individual could override the collective. The people's hearts and righteousness were weak. Not to mention others, just take Feng Yuan's current situation for example. Who cares about your bullshit resentment? I will destroy whoever comes. Whoever is not pleasing to the eye, I will slaughter them all. Looking down on all living beings, trampling on the people's hearts, free and unbridled like the wind. But Feng Yuan was determined to pursue the great Tao, and had no interest in slaughtering ants. Today's large-scale massacre was only a small step towards his grand goal. Thinking of this goal, Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Roar! A beast's roar resounded through the clouds. In the distance, a hill rose up from the ground, and with a boom, soil and rocks flew everywhere as a 50-zhang-tall Earth Chief Myriad Beast King jumped out. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light as he sneered. It's you. He immediately commanded the wolf group to attack. For a moment, thoughts flew in his mind like bubbles and drizzles endlessly. Looking down from the sky, 10,000 wolves were galloping like an endless tide. The scene was extremely spectacular. When approaching the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King, the wolf group suddenly split into several groups, each group like ants climbing an elephant. At the same time, azure wolves howled down, circling around the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King like a flock of birds circling a tree. The Earth Chief Myriad Beast King jumped into the wolf group, sweeping left and right. Wolf blood splattered and wolf corpses littered the ground. Its large feet left behind sinister bloody pits. Feng Yuan had a smile on his face, sitting upright in the clouds. Under his command, the wolf group advanced and retreated in a well-defined manner, rushing forward in waves, forming a battle of ants devouring an elephant. The Earth Chief Myriad Beast King roared again and again, charging left and right, causing large amounts of damage to the wolf group. It was truly brave. In his mind, Mo Yao gasped, slightly surprised at Feng Yuan's enslavement path attainment. TSK, to think this kid has so much talent at such a young age. He can control the myriad of wolves as if he was breathing, commanding them calmly like his own arm, fighting strong enemies with a battle of attrition. He has deep mastery of enslavement path. This is the mastery of a master level. But he was only slightly surprised. Mo Yao was experienced and knowledgeable. She was not an ordinary Gu immortal. She was a certain generation's fairy of spirit affinity house. Her vision was very high, and in her memory, there were many young masters like Feng Yuan. The battle lasted for a while. The Earth Chief Myriad Beast King roared again and again. Exhausted by the wolf group, it was no longer ferocious. Large numbers of Earth Chief Myriad Beast Kings emerged from underground, joining the battle. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. He had expected this and commanded calmly. The outcome of this battle was already decided from the start. How could a Myriad Beast-sized Earth Chief Myriad Beast King group be his match? The huge battlefield had a radius of 1,000 li, but Feng Yuan cleverly divided it into dozens of pieces, using the weak wolf group to surround them, and then using the strong mutated beasts to form the vanguard, clashing back and forth. First, one area was destroyed and devoured by the wolf group, then the second and third area. As the advantages accumulated, the scales of victory were tilting more and more towards Feng Yuan. Eventually, the wolf group's devouring speed became faster and faster, until the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King was killed on the spot. This kid's enslavement path cultivation is indeed not bad. Although his commands are meticulous and bold, sharp and gentle, he is still far from Grandmaster level. Mo Yao thought. Gu masters nurture, use and refinement no matter which aspect, they were all profound. They clearly use the same Gu worms, but some Gu masters use them extremely brilliantly, even reaching the level of art. People called such a person master. Masters could only be discovered and not sought. They could not be nurtured by just relying on resources. Not only did they need talent, they also needed talent. But above masters there were still grandmasters. Comparing a master to a grandmaster was like comparing grass to a tree. Apart from talent and resources, one must also have opportunities and comprehension. As long as one reached grandmaster, they would be able to comprehend any path, understand yin and yang, the universe, and understand the profundities of the universe transcending the mortal world. They were immortals among immortals, sages among sages. Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster. Although he had died, his vision was still there. She had seen countless masters when she was alive, and felt that Feng Yuan's attainments were not bad mainly because of his young age. Not long after, the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King fell to the ground, dying from heavy injuries. Bright red blood gurgled out and quickly formed a pool of blood around it. Feng Yuan flew down and personally skinned it. After cleaning it, he immediately refined the goo in the pool of blood, surrounded by the wolf group. Mo Yao's improved Earth Chief Zombie Goo required the freshest flesh and blood, and the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King was the best, followed by the 1,000 Beast King and 100 Beast King. Thus, Feng Yuan personally took action and killed the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King. The Goo refinement lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it succeeded. After Feng Yuan achieved his goal, he dispersed most of the wolf group and released them into the wild. He only brought the elite mutated beasts and returned to the sacred palace without stopping. The battlefield fell into deathly stillness. From the small mountain of blood forest wolf corpses, a bloody man suddenly crawled out. The bloody man staggered and staggered after a few steps. He could not take it anymore and fell to the ground. He panted heavily, his eyes filled with disbelief as he murmured, "I'm still alive?" He stretched out his hand and fiercely wiped his face, finally revealing his true appearance. It was none other than Ma Hongyun. It turned out that after he was knocked unconscious by Jiang Dong, he had fallen to the ground unconscious. That Earth Chief Myriad Beast King did not care about him and chased after Jiang Dong. But soon after, the wolf group swept through and slaughtered all living beings. Ma Hongyun was bitten by the wolves. If it were an ordinary wild wolf like turtleback wolf, water wolf or wind wolf, Ma Hongyun would have already been torn into pieces, torn into countless pieces and stored in the wolf's stomach. Luckily, it was a blood forest wolf that was the size of a small mountain that ate him. This wolf opened its huge mouth and licked with its tongue, directly licking away all the grass within 100 steps. Ma Hongyun mixed with the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King's corpse and became food in the blood forest wolf's stomach. If it had continued, Ma Hongyun would have been digested by the blood forest wolf sooner or later, turning into a pile of wolf dung. But after the battle with the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King, this blood forest wolf was besieged and died on the battlefield. Its stomach split open and air leaked in. Ma Hongyun dizzily woke up and hurriedly crawled out. The battle had already ended. The battlefield was littered with beast corpses. Occasionally, there were heavily injured wild beasts that had yet to die, howling and panting, making the surroundings even more deathly silent. Ma Hongyun's panting was enough. His stamina gradually recovered and the thick smell of blood filled his nose. He knew something was wrong. I have to leave this place quickly. Not long later, many wild beasts will be attracted by the smell of blood. Ma Hongyun grew up in northern plains. This bit of survival knowledge was already ingrained in his bones. He quickly stood up and looked towards the direction of the sacred palace, immediately setting off. But after a few steps he stopped. His gaze was attracted by a goo worm. This was a wild goo from the Earth Chief Myriad Beast's corpse. When the Earth Chief Myriad Beast died, the wild goo would either be destroyed or fly away. But this wild goo was caught by the broken bones and could not fly away. This should be a rank 2. That's something goo. Although Ma Hongyun could not remember clearly, it did not hinder him from knowing the value of this goo worm. Good goo, good goo. Even if I can't use it, I can sell it for a lot of yuan stone. He said clearly, the human heart is unfathomable. Greed is hard to satisfy. Even with Lord Father's announcement, there are still many goo masters sneaking into the battlefield to steal beast corpses or wild goo. These days, tribe leader Guguang and I have worked together to capture over 180 goo masters. They are all locked up in the underground prison. But there are still many crafty ones who sneak in and out when we are unprepared. Reaping without sowing. I have already obtained a lot of information through interrogations. As long as Father gives the order, I will definitely do my best to capture these fish that escape the net and bring them to justice. Although Chang Jiyu was kneeling on the ground, his upper body was straight. His nose was straight, his eyebrows were black, his back was broad, and his waist was thin. He spoke in an upright tone, giving off a heroic aura. Fang Yuan smiled. He had no interest in capturing the fish that escaped the net, saying, "The battlefield is vast. There are no gates or passes to guard. It is already not bad to capture so many goo masters. You two have done well. As for the others, it is their ability to make them steal. There is no need to pursue this matter. Step down and bring these captives to me." "Yes, subordinate son, obeys." Not long later, the two escorted close to 200 captives over. According to Fang Yuan's orders, a large hall was specially set aside to imprison these goo masters. "All of you go out and close the door. Guard the surroundings. No outsiders are allowed to enter within 100 steps. If there are experts, inform me in advance." Fang Yuan dismissed all the other members, leaving only him and the captives behind. The door was closed and there were no lights. The hall was plunged into darkness. This no doubt increased the unease and anxiety in the captives' hearts. "Lang Wangda, what is your intention in capturing us? Do you know I am a He tribe member? In terms of relationship, Lord He Lulan is my cousin." A young goo master among the captives shouted. Fang Yuan sneered, activating his goo worm and flicking his finger. Bam! With a soft sound, his head exploded like a watermelon, with white brain matter flowing out. Everyone erupted into an uproar. They were frightened, immediately panicking. Soon after, with one person taking the lead, countless people responded and knelt on the ground. "Lang Wangda, this lowly one deserves to die. Of all the things I shouldn't have done, to steal Lord's spoils of war, this lowly one was blinded by lard. I beg Lord to spare us, please spare us, Lord." Fang Yuan was a fierce person, but now, without saying a word, he killed people at every turn. It was truly cruel. These goo masters were not experts. Most of them were rank 1 or 2. They did not have good backgrounds and could not enter 88-point Jinyang Tower. Facing a rank 5 peak stage expert like Fang Yuan, trying to resist was courting death. They could only beg for mercy. "Noisy!" Fang Yuan lightly shouted, his voice resounding in the hall. With a wave of his hand, he killed the person who was begging for mercy the most. Whoever dares to make noise, I will kill them. Fang Yuan lightly spoke. His voice was not loud, but it lingered in everyone's ears. The entire hall was as silent as cicadas in winter. It was so silent that even a needle dropping could be heard. Fang Yuan was satisfied. He asked Emo Yao's will in his mind. What should I do next? Emo Yao lightly laughed. This is easy, little brother, just listen to my instructions and place the goo worms. She directly called Fang Yuan little brother. Her tone revealed a sense of intimacy. Fang Yuan coldly snorted in his heart, but did not refute, instead following Emo Yao's instructions. Every time Emo Yao instructed, a goo worm would fly out from Fang Yuan. These goo worms were the goo worms that formed the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, Earth Chief Zombie Goo, Azura Zombie Goo, Heavenly Demon Zombie Goo, and so on. They were either thrown onto the main beam or placed in a corner. One after another, goo worms streaked across the sky, leaving behind colorful shadows in the eyes of the captives. These people were terrified, but did not dare to ask anything. They stood on the spot, not daring to move. Like little chicks. The headless corpses of the 2 people killed by Fang Yuan were still lying at their feet. Blood gushed out from their broken necks, and the smell of blood gradually spread in the hall. After arranging these goo worms, Fang Yuan followed Emo Yao's instructions and poured his primeval essence. The order of the infusion was very particular, suddenly choosing the goo worms in the southeast corner, suddenly going straight to the northwest corner, and suddenly moving to the left and right sides. Sometimes it was the main goo, sometimes it was the supplementary goo. Even Fang Yuan was confused. He was inwardly vigilant. When all the goo worms were activated, the lumps of light gradually linked together, quickly forming a yellow light that covered the interior of the hall, forming a lighthouse that enveloped all the captives in the hall. This is... Fang Yuan's heart shook. His pupils dilated. In his mind, Emo Yao's will laughed lightly, explaining, this is a goo house. Fang Yuan could not help but blurt out, this 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, is its essence a goo house? Emo Yao chuckled. Foolish kid, don't you know the essence of a goo house is a killer move? 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is a killer move. Goo houses are also killer moves, their essence is the same, naturally they can be converted. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with brilliance. He sensed Emo Yao's hidden meaning and immediately asked, according to what you said, doesn't that mean all killer moves can be converted into goo houses? Of course. Emo Yao replied resolutely, man is the spirit of all living beings, goo are the essence of heaven and earth, the carrier of the great Tao. A goo worm has a single effect. What is a killer move? It is to combine different goo worms and stack their effects together, either making one side of the effect peerless, or making the effect complex, taking into account many aspects. Emo Yao did not go overboard, whether he could comprehend it or not, that was up to Fang Yuan himself. Fang Yuan was dazed. Inspiration flashed in his mind continuously. Emo Yao's words seemed to have pierced through that layer of window paper, raising his vision to a whole new level. That's right. The essence of a goo house is a killer move, it is just that the form is fixed. For example, 88-point Jinyang Tower or Water Pavilion. The former covers the imperial court, alludes to northern plains, plundering resources and storing inheritances. The latter is faintly discernible and can be used for defense and storage. These functions cannot be provided by a single goo worm. It is the combination of these goo worms by goo masters. Looking at it from another angle, a goo house is only a form of a killer move. Since 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King can only be used on me, why can't it form a goo house and affect many people at the same time? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked in front of him again. In the goo house, the bodies of those goo master captives had already started to change. What happened to me? Everyone screamed in fear. They found that their skin was rapidly growing golden scales. Ah, so painful, so painful. Itchy, too itchy, I can't take it anymore, just kill me. Soon they fell to the ground one after another, some scratching their skin and tearing their clothes into shreds, some arched their backs like prawns, clutching their chests as blood flowed out of their mouths and noses. What is this thing? Why are there monstrous arms growing out of my back? Not long after, the screams of the people reached their peak, shaking the roof tiles. Arms grew out one after another, each arm was different, some were dark green, some were dark purple, some were yellow, and they were of different thicknesses, looking deformed and ugly. But Feng Yuan did not care about such minor details. He squinted his eyes, feeling the dangerous aura of the Gu masters. He felt joy in his heart, but also fear. Chapter 580. In the deep and serene hall, only Feng Yuan stood there. It was deathly silent. The faint yellow light connected together, forming the shape of a Gu house. In the lighthouse there were corpses all over the ground. Close to 200 Gu masters had died tragically. Some of these corpses were covered in scales. Their bodies were stiff like iron. Some had monstrous arms and had sinister expressions. Some even self-detonated, their broken limbs falling everywhere. Feng Yuan's expression was grim as he questioned Mo Yao in his mind. "This is the killer move you thought of?" Mo Yao said confidently. These Gu masters were definitely going to die. Six-arm Heavenly Zombie King is a strength path killer move. It has high requirements on the Gu master's body. Now it seems that even with your strength path foundation, you cannot endure this intensity. Feng Yuan snorted, expressing his dissatisfaction. "This is the explanation you are giving me? You think I can't see it? This killer move has many flaws. 50 to 60 people died at the start, close to 100 died in the middle, and at the end only 6 to 7 Gu masters could still hold on. There are at least 17 flaws. Don't forget, we have an agreement." Mo Yao giggled. She did not mind being threatened, replying, "Little brother, don't be impatient. Six-arm Heavenly Zombie King is just an initial creation. It is normal for it to have some flaws. As long as we continue to repair it, it will slowly reach the ideal state." She replied to Feng Yuan while thinking, "This lad is not simple. He can actually sense 17 flaws. With his refinement path master attainment, he can only see 11. It seems his strength path attainment has already reached the edge of master level." Mo Yao did not know that Feng Yuan was actually playing a trick. "I only saw 7 flaws. I added 10 on purpose. I wanted to trick her. It seems this killer move has more than 17 flaws." Feng Yuan calculated in his mind. Mo Yao was trying to estimate his depth, while Feng Yuan was also trying to estimate Mo Yao's foundation. Six-arm Heavenly Zombie King. There were many flaws. The Gu masters used for testing were all dead. But Feng Yuan was not worried. Instead, he was happy. Logically speaking, Mo Yao is a refinement grandmaster. Even if it was a hastily created killer move, it would not have so many flaws. It is true that Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster, but what is here now is only a fragment of her will. Feng Yuan's compromise was a lie. He wanted to eliminate Mo Yao's will. Actually, nothing had changed. His probing had allowed him to discover a weakness in Mo Yao's will. Although I am not familiar with Wisdom Path, I paid a huge price earlier. Purchasing a lot of expensive information from Jewel Yellow Skies is also valuable. Wisdom Path is the path of seeking wisdom. It is divided into thought, will, and emotion. Mind is the foundation, but when mortals think, thoughts would arise one after another. Many thoughts gathered will be formed. When different wills are entangled endlessly, love will form. Thoughts are like weeds, unable to be extinguished, they grow again. Will is ever-changing. It can be as hard as steel, as vast as the sky, or as blazing as fire, while emotion is like water. When it is shallow, it is like a small stream, it cannot be cut off or sorted out. When it is deep, it is like an ocean. Heaven and earth shaking, its power is unparalleled. Of these three, love is the hardest to eradicate. Will is second, thoughts are the easiest to destroy, but they are also the easiest to form. I should rejoice that what is left in my mind now is only Mo Yao's will, and not her emotions. When a person thinks, thoughts are created, thoughts collide with each other, they can be destroyed or fused, and finally a new thought is produced. This is the result of the thought. Then what about a will? Feng Yuan thought of this and laughed coldly in his mind. Willpower wasn't something that could be formed just by gathering all sorts of random thoughts together. But wills were indeed the combination of countless thoughts. Once a will thinks of a problem, it would use its own thoughts to collide with each other, creating new thoughts and obtaining the result of the thought. Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster. Her will also inherited the attainment level of a refinement grandmaster. But she created a flawed six-arm heavenly zombie king. Not because her abilities were limited, but because she was worried about her own safety. She did not dare to think deeply. At this point, Feng Yuan had already found the weakness of Mo Yao's will. A living person thinking endlessly would harm their body, not to mention a remnant will. The more the will thinks, the more it would consume itself, and the weaker it would become. If Mo Yao was still alive, the thoughts consumed by her will would be replenished in her mind. But the current situation was, Mo Yao was already dead. Why was her will sleeping in Water Pavilion, only waking up when Feng Yuan came in? Because her will could not be awake at all times. When she was awake, her thoughts were agile, that meant she could think. The more she thought, the weaker her will would become, and eventually it would die. Looking at 88-point Jinyang Tower, this grand and majestic rank 8 immortal Gu house contained giant sun immortals' will. But even someone as strong as giant sun immortals' will was slumbering now. Be it giant sun's will or Mo Yao's will, they were rootless. Without any replenishment, they would only become weaker. Although my wisdom path attainment is very shallow, I have a huge advantage. That is, I am still alive. Currently, even though I cannot match Mo Yao's will, as long as I have enough time to maintain this stalemate, the result will be my victory. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan stopped thinking about this. After all, he had a portion of Mo Yao's will in his mind. Thinking too much leads to more thoughts. Even though he was using space thought Gu now, there was no guarantee that Mo Yao would find a flaw. Sigh. In the hall, Feng Yuan sighed faintly. Mo Yao's will was a huge burden. When Feng Yuan thought about problems, he had to be wary. Originally, sneaking into Imperial Court blessed land and seizing landscape as before immortal Gu had already caused him to rack his brains. Now with such a huge enemy lurking in his mind, Feng Yuan had to be cautious. Every time he thought about a problem, he would have to mix in other thoughts. If it was in the past, he would be able to do this by just calming his mind and concentration. But when Feng Yuan did it now, he felt both mentally and physically exhausted with a feeling of mental exhaustion. Mo Yao's will heard this sigh, but misunderstood Feng Yuan. He consoled, little brother, you are still young. You should work hard, why are you sighing? Don't worry, I have already modified the killer move. I need to change 6 of the Gu worms and add 3 more. Oh. Feng Yuan's brows rose, he said calmly. I'd like to hear the details. Mo Yao explained in detail. Feng Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land. Communicating with jewel yellow skies and exchanging for mortal Gu was not a problem. At the same time, Feng Yuan ordered Gu Guang and Chang Jiyu. They were to secretly capture Gu masters and bring them to the hall. 3 days later, there was another human experiment. The result was much better than the previous one, but there was still a flaw. Mo Yao combined the results. He suggested another modification. Feng Yuan did as he was told. He did this over and over again, not getting tired of it. He knew clearly. Mo Yao's will had grandmaster attainment level, but he did not want to think deeply and weaken himself. Thus he continued to experiment, using realistic results to reduce his own thinking. But even so, Mo Yao's will still needed to think. How to modify the killer move? He wanted to know the answer to this question. Thinking was unavoidable. The more he thought, the weaker Mo Yao's will became. Feng Yuan did not want to alert the enemy. He was prepared to fight a long battle. Half a month passed like this, the 15th experiment. In the hall, corpses were everywhere. Feng Yuan stored the dozen or so Gu worms that formed the killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king. He looked at the ground and nodded in satisfaction. The test takers had low cultivation level, they could not withstand the powerful killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king, they would die for sure. But how they died and what they looked like after death, that was the crucial point. Right now, the corpses on the ground had all turned into zombies, their bodies were covered in yellow scales, and there were 6 arms on their backs, all of which were covered in sharp scales. The arms were of the same thickness, the muscles bulged, and the hands were pitch black, the nails were sharp and sinister. 6-arm heavenly zombie king uses borrow strength Gu as the core, the 6 flying zombie Gu as the foundation, and the other 18 Gu as support. Strictly speaking, it is a transformation path killer move, condensing corpse energy and turning people into flying zombies. This way, the Gu Master's body would be strengthened by more than 10 times, and can withstand even greater strength. Feng Yuan spoke slowly, summarizing his experiences over the last few days. But precisely because of this, the corpse energy is dense, causing this killer move's repercussions to be extremely severe. Even among the support Gu, there are 3 life force Gu, but they can only maintain the killer move for 7 to 8 minutes. Is that the gist of it? Feng Yuan asked Mo Yao's will in his mind. Mo Yao laughed. Little brother's words are clear and logical, it makes sense. Using borrow strength Gu, one can borrow the power of heaven and earth's weather, but even a rank 5 strength path expert cannot use it casually. Thus, I thought of using the zombie body. The zombie body is stronger than living, and its recovery is outstanding. It complements the borrow strength Gu. But Gu masters are living people, while corpse energy is death energy. The longer you transform into 6-arm heavenly zombie king, the more corpse energy there will be in your body. When the corpse energy devours your life force, you will completely turn into a zombie, unable to transform again. This is the repercussions of this killer move. Psi life force and death energy are clearly separated. They are like mortal enemies. The fusion of life and death is an eternal problem. It is already beyond my ability. I have placed 3 life force Gu worms among the support Gu. This is already my limit. If there are too many of them, they will interfere with the corpse energy. At best, the killer move's power will fall. At worst, the killer move will collapse. If there are too few of them, the duration of the battle will decrease sharply, and its practicality will fall greatly. Feng Yuan listened, nodding on the surface, expressing his agreement, but he scoffed inwardly. Mo Yao's words were like changing the topic. The fusion of life and death was indeed an eternal problem. From start to finish, no one had ever heard of someone dying and living at the same time. Life and death could not coexist. But Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster. Could he not think of other killer moves? Why must he use 6-arm heavenly zombie king? It was just that she had modified the killer move for arm wind king that Feng Yuan provided to save time and effort in thinking. Feng Yuan was sure that with her grandmaster attainment level, Mo Yao could completely start from scratch and think of a completely new killer move. Mo Yao is a variant human and Inkman. If he is not of our race, his heart is definitely different. Thus, these last days, she has used over 1,000 Gu masters to experiment, but as a righteous path person, a fairy of spirit affinity house, she has been indifferent. Her lover is the famous sword immortal Bo Qing. I think that within this love, there is probably more admiration for the strong. Bo Qing was known as the pseudo-venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. Compared to him, Feng Yuan was just a mortal. In Mo Yao's heart, was he no different from a dead test subject? Thus, in this world, one has to rely on oneself. Only oneself is the most reliable. Feng Yuan sneered inwardly. He did not expose her, instead asking Mo Yao. So, is the killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king completed? Mo Yao shook his head. Not enough, the test subjects are only low-rank Gu masters. We still need high-rank Gu masters. Rank 5 Gu masters are the best. If it is rank 5 strength path, that would be perfect. Rank 5 strength path? Feng Yuan frowned. As far as he knew, there were no other candidates besides him. Mo Yao continued. Loopholes can't be casually made. Choosing randomly will only awaken the slumbering giant sun's will. Once the will wakes up, we will all die without a proper burial ground. Fortunately, the 88-point Jinyang Tower has been through the vicissitudes of time. It is no longer perfect. Time has carved out all sorts of flaws. Back then I chose Di Chou because it had the biggest flaw. So that's it. Feng Yuan nodded, feeling happy in his heart. Mo Yao's will was like water without a source. If she wanted to find a flaw, she would need to think a lot. This was a huge drain on her. But Mo Yao did not follow Feng Yuan's wishes. She said, "Little brother, follow my instructions and use your mind to look into the sand table. I will tell you the mysteries of the 88-point Jinyang Tower's operations. This will help you find a flaw." All right. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered. Mo Yao's actions were not out of his expectations. She cherished herself, it was fine if she did not think for herself. Fang Yuan used this chance to secretly learn from her and increase his understanding of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was extremely profound. Fang Yuan's mind entered the sand table. It was like a small boat in a vast ocean. It felt boundless and unfathomable. One corner or one side, they were both worth studying. At this moment he felt insignificant and gasped in amazement. According to Mo Yao's instructions, Fang Yuan found a total of 54 flaws. 13 of them were bigger and formed a flaw, comparable to the one in Di Qiu. This result made Mo Yao sigh. Time flies, so many years have passed. Even the 88 True Yang building could not escape the erosion of the river of time. Back then I only found 38 flaws and only 6 flaws. After pausing for a while, she continued to instruct Fang Yuan. Little brother, next, you can use the killer moving transformation to refine these flaws. Fang Yuan followed her instructions. He willed and over 800 goo worms flew out of his aperture. These goo worms ranged from rank 1 to rank 5. They were related to metal, wood, water, earth, rule, soul, blood and other paths, with dark path as the main path. Although these were mortal goo, over 10 of them had already gone extinct during the medieval antiquity era, while some could even be traced back to the remote antiquity era. Thus, they were extremely rare, completely extinct in the 5 regions. Now only a few goo immortals had collected them. Fang Yuan had spent a lot of money to gather these goo worms. He had spent at least 1.5 immortal yuan stone. Immortal yuan stone had extremely high value. It could directly replenish a goo immortal's immortal essence and help them cultivate. It was also the currency used by goo immortals for transactions. Even in Fang Yuan's previous life at his peak, he had only accumulated over 60 immortal yuan stone. In this life he had risked his life to obtain Hu immortal blessed land, and the highest record he had was 12 immortal yuan stones. Right now he only had 2 left. There was no helping it, there were too many places that required immortal yuan stone. Purchasing wolf groups, gathering wisdom path information, purchasing goo worms and so on, they all required immortal yuan stone. Close to 1,000 goo worms flew in the air, like a swarm of bees or a rain of flowers. Fang Yuan held his breath and concentrated. He commanded the goo worms. When the time was finally ripe, he shouted, "Ink transformation." The goo worms turned into a lump of dark cloud. Raindrops fell from the cloud, landing on the sand table and turning into drops of ink. The drops of ink accumulated, gradually covering the surface of the sand table. Fang Yuan's mind was highly concentrated on a certain flaw. He controlled the ink liquid to rush towards it. In his rank 5 peak stage aperture, his primeval essence rapidly decreased. More than half of the ink liquid was used up, before it could barely break through a layer of obstruction, forming a whirlpool of holes and slowly entering the hole in the sand table. Seeing this, Mo Yao said, "Put in the glass owner token in your hand." Fang Yuan obeyed, putting in the glass owner token. The glass owner token sank into the whirlpool of ink, vanishing without a trace. The ink liquid consumption suddenly increased. About an hour later, the dark cloud was the first to dissipate. For hours later, the ink liquid was completely gone, and a brand new owner token flew out of the hole. Fang Yuan grabbed it. The owner token's appearance had already changed. On the previous foundation, there was a sharp protrusion at the edge like a horn. One edge owner token, this is indeed the image. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. In the 88-point Jinyang Tower, after a descendant of Giant Sun Immortal passes through a floor, the owner token will be promoted to a one-edge owner token, gaining control over that floor. At the same time, they can enter the treasure room and take away one of the treasures without exchanging. If they can pass through 10 floors, the owner token will be promoted to a 10-edge owner token, and they will be able to take away one of Giant Sun's true inheritances from the treasure room. Mo Yao introduced. Giant Sun's true inheritance? Fang Yuan's heart palpitated. Mo Yao continued, "That's right. Giant Sun Immortal planned for his descendants. He set up the rules of the Imperial Court contest. He built the 88-point Jinyang Tower, and left behind 88 true inheritances in the tower. An immortal venerable's true inheritance is no small matter. But among the victors of the Imperial Court, there are very few who can pass through 10 floors. When I was alive, of the 88 true inheritances, only 53 were left behind. I wonder how many are left now. Speaking of which, I am envious of your luck. We've found a total of 13 flaws. Each flaw, after ink transformation, can be promoted to one corner. If you make use of all of them, you will be able to obtain the 13-edge owner token, and you can take away one of Giant Sun's true inheritances. It will not be like me back then. I only had 6 flaws. Fang Yuan heard this and his burning heart felt like it was doused with a bucket of cold water. He smiled bitterly. Make use of all the flaws? I won't hide it from you. I only have 2 immortal Yuan stone left. I can only use ink transformation one more time. Is that so? Mo Yao's gaze flashed. While Fang Yuan was probing her, she was also probing Fang Yuan. Immortal Yuan stone was one of the most important standards to measure a Gu immortal. Although Fang Yuan was still immortal, he had Hu immortal blessed land in Mo Yao's mind. He was already half a Gu immortal. So this kid only has 2 immortal Yuan stone? Is he speaking the truth? It should be. The allure of Giant Sun's true inheritance is not something ordinary people can resist. He is a refinement pathmaster. He naturally knows that the more flaws he refines, the higher the owner token, and the easier it is to attack 88-point Jinyang Tower. Most importantly, I am lurking in his mind. Even if he wants to secretly refine it behind my back, it is impossible. Next, he should be asking for help from the force behind him. No matter how well this brat hides at that time, he will have to reveal himself and let me see a thing or two. While thinking of this, Mo Yao gave an idea to Fang Yuan with a pleasant expression. Don't worry. Owner tokens can be annexed. As long as you annex the owner token in the hands of the current alliance leader, He Lulan, you might be able to gather 10 edges. As expected of Mo Yao, he really knew a lot of secrets. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. He raised his tone and intentionally said, You want me to attack He Lulan? Are you trying to push me to my death? Although He Lulan is easy to deal with, behind him is He Tribe, a super force with several Gu immortals protecting him. Hey, you are really daring. Since you can disguise your identity and infiltrate the imperial court, why would you be afraid of a mere He Lulan? Moreover, I am not asking you to kill him. I only want the owner token in his hands. Fang Yuan's gaze shifted. I cannot kill He Lulan. Killing him would be like poking a hornet's nest. I cannot afford to offend He Tribe now. But that owner token is in his hands. He will definitely treasure it like his life. Tell me, what should I do? Cannot afford to offend now. Does this mean that it will not be certain in the future? This kid's ambition is really not small. Mo Yao acutely sensed the key words in his words. Chapter 582. Kill. Damn it. Another myriad beast king. In the huge desert, the hot air distorted one's vision. On the golden sea of sand, sandworms were emerging from the sand. As for the Gu masters, they occupied a sand dune and defended it with difficulty. This was 88-point Jinyang Tower's 7th floor, the 89th round. Every checkpoint was a brand new world with all kinds of tests. A sandworm myriad beast king entered the battlefield, immediately causing the Gu master's defensive line to fluctuate. Hold on for another 45 minutes and we will pass this round. Soulblade General Pan Ping shouted loudly, boosting the morale. He was from the demonic path, and had now officially joined He Tribe, becoming an external elder of He Tribe. His personal battle strength was outstanding, but this round was a test of defense. It required the challengers to hold on to a specific sand dune for 12 hours. Facing the tide of sandworms, unless they were Gu immortals, the strength of mortals was minuscule, thus the more people there were, the better. But Pan Ping's words did not have much effect. Up until now, the Gu masters had suffered heavy casualties. They were exhausted and were about to reach their limits. Damn it, another myriad beast king appeared. How can we survive? Big Beard wiped the blood and sweat on his face, shouting strangely. His real name was unknown because of his thick beard. People called him Big Beard. In the previous round, he passed the 18th round of the 6th floor, thus making a name for himself, from being unknown to having a little bit of fame today. He was originally a rank 2 Gu master, a small fry that could not be found in the sacred palace. But because of the reward for clearing the round, He advanced to rank 3 realm. When a Gu master reached rank 3, it was not the same. Rank 2 were common, but rank 3 were rare. Most of them were clan elders or elders. When Big Beard reached rank 3, his situation immediately improved. High-quality primeval essence raised his battle strength. His battle strength increased, along with the abundant battle spoils. Not only this, many middle-sized tribes extended olive branches to him. Small-sized tribes could not afford to raise an external elder, while large-sized tribes looked down on him. This is the 89th round. If we pass it, the reward will be incredible. It's impossible for people like us to get it. It is enough for me to exchange for 2 rank 3 Gu. The bearded man thought, his heart burning. As he fought, he took the time to glance at the big shots at the top of the sand dune. They were the ones who issued the mission and gathered close to 1,000 Gu masters to challenge this obstacle. The Sandworm Myriad Beast King charged into the defensive line. A fierce battle broke out immediately. Golden light, arrow rain, fire. All sorts of attacks rained down on the Myriad Beast King. The Myriad Beast King's carapace suddenly turned golden. Its defense greatly increased, blocking all the attacks. It roared again and again, charging into the crowd and stirring up a bloody storm. Chang Biao stood on the sand dune and frowned. The situation is rather grim, he said. This Myriad Beast King actually has a rank 5 golden armor Gu. If we let it continue to wreak havoc, the defensive line will be completely destroyed sooner or later. Up to this point, this was already the 9th Myriad Beast King. The battle strength of the Myriad Beast Kings also differed according to the wild Gu parasitized on them. This Myriad Beast King was rather troublesome, because it had an outstanding defensive Gu. Its group attack was not very effective. In such a situation, Gu master experts would normally have to personally make a move to have an effect. As the saying goes, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Chang Biao's unspoken meaning. And it was precisely because of this. Ma Yingjie was standing beside him at this moment. He stepped out of the crowd and said, "Then let me do it." No one objected. Once the Myriad Beast King appeared, everyone took turns to attack. This was agreed upon earlier, according to the order, and it just happened to be Ma Yingjie's turn. As expected of Ma Yingjie, he personally led the Pegasus group and easily obstructed the Sandworm Myriad Beast King, immediately stabilizing the situation. Little Ma Zun is truly extraordinary. On the sand dune, everyone praised. "Brother Chang, what do you think of Ma Yingjie?" Pan Ping secretly transmitted his voice. Ma Yingjie was once Ma tribe's young tribe leader. His teacher was Ma Zun, but Ma tribe failed and was forced to submit by He Lulan. Now Ma tribe was on the decline, and was only a mid-sized force. Chang Biao knew what Pan Ping meant. He wanted to rope in Ma Yingjie and make him a member of the Wolf-Killing Alliance. The so-called Wolf-Killing Alliance was a secret organization to deal with Feng Yuan. Pan Ping's inheritance was stolen by Feng Yuan on Xingzhou Peak. Thus he was filled with hatred and wanted to take revenge. Chang Biao and Chang Shan-yin had a grudge against each other for stealing his wife. Feng Yuan's influence was unparalleled. He could contend with He Lulan. Pan Ping and Chang Biao had many gains, obtaining many benefits from 88-point Jinyang Tower, and were already rank 4 peak stage. But to deal with Feng Yuan, they knew the chances of success were low. Thus they needed more powerful helpers. Seeing Chang Biao remain silent, Pan Ping continued. Ma tribe suffered a crushing defeat mainly because of Chang Shan-yin. Ma Yingjie's master Ma Zun died in his hands. He and Chang Shan-yin have a deep grudge. But Chang Biao shook his head, transmitting, "No. Ma Yingjie is a man of perseverance. He is a hero of his generation. From what I see, he is only thinking about the tribe now. He wants to revive Ma tribe. Since he wants to revive the tribe, he will not go against the Wolf King. Instead, he will try to befriend him. The Wolf King is powerful, and our wolf-killing alliance is in the dark. This is our biggest advantage. We cannot recruit outsiders recklessly. One wrong move and we will expose ourselves." Pan Ping was not willing to give up. He persisted. "Brother Chang, how can we be overcautious when doing big things? Chang Shan-yin is a petty person. He has myriad wolf guards. When we fight in the future, our strength will be greatly reduced by the wolf group. Don't forget that this person has an extremely high strength path cultivation. Ma Yingjie commands the horse group. People call him Little Ma Zun. He has the bearing of a great master. We need such an expert to deal with the wolf group. Chang Biao glanced at Pan Ping, feeling dissatisfied. Pan Ping was a demonic path gu master. Known as the Lone Blade General, he did things without restraint. He was bold and ruthless. From Chang Biao's point of view, he was rash and unwise, unable to achieve big things. Actually, Pan Ping was also dissatisfied. From his point of view, Chang Biao acted cautiously. Overcautious and overcautious, thinking too much. This was not a hero. This was the difference in their personalities. Chang Biao was a sinister person. Back then when he schemed against Chang Shanin, he used someone else to do his dirty work. He also cherished his reputation. After so many years, he did not dare to acknowledge Chang Jiyu as his son. As for Pan Ping, his nature could be seen from how he rampaged through the army during the imperial court contest, charging forward. But despite the difference, be it Pan Ping or Chang Biao, they tolerated each other. They were clear in their hearts that the Wolf King was not someone they could deal with alone. Pan Ping is from the demonic path. How would he know the thoughts of us righteous path people? He wants to recruit Ma Yingjie? Wishful thinking. I told him about the wolf-killing alliance a moment ago. Who knows? Ma Yingjie would betray him and express his goodwill to the Wolf King. Sigh, how should I persuade him? Chang Biao sighed in his heart. He was intelligent and immediately came up with a plan. He transmitted, Brother Pan, it is true that Chang Shanin killed Ma Zun, but don't forget who killed Ma Yingjie's father, Ma Shangfeng. Pan Ping was stunned. His expression was blank. Ma Shangfeng was killed by Pan Ping in the chaos of the army. Pan Ping had also made great contributions and obtained many rewards. His contributions back then had now become a stumbling block to his revenge. This was something Pan Ping did not expect. But Pan Ping was a stubborn person, he mentioned. It is true that I killed his father, but that was a battle between two armies. We were fighting for our own masters. Since Brother Chang thinks that Ma Yingjie prioritizes the tribe, then I believe your judgment. Since that is the case, we will design in this aspect. As long as Ma Yingjie believed that the existence of the Wolf King is the biggest obstacle to his revitalization of the tribe. Isn't that better? When he said this, it was Chang Biao's turn to be stunned. He cast another glance at Pan Ping, thinking, sure enough, even a wise man with 1,000 considerations might make a mistake. Even a fool with 1,000 considerations might make a correct decision. He didn't expect Pan Ping to be like this. There are also times when he's smart. At that moment, his mind raced and he began to plan. That's right, there is indeed a possibility of success. Ma Yingjie's weakness was the Ma tribe. But how can we make Ma Yingjie willingly join the wolf-killing league? As Chang Biao thought of this, he suddenly thought of a small piece of information. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the left defensive line. There was a young rank 2 gu master. He is Ma Hongyun. He was the head servant of Ma Yingjie before, but now he is one of Ma Yingjie's most trusted aides. Not long ago, the Wolf King hunted the Earth Chief Beast group, and Ma Hongyun escaped with great gains. After offering it to Ma tribe, Ma Yingjie immediately rewarded him with 3 green copper relic gu as a reward for his loyalty. He also didn't take any of the gu worms he offered and returned them to him. This kid's luck is really good. He managed to leave before Chang tribe and Gu tribe's gu masters entered the battlefield. Green copper relic gu's value is not low. Ma tribe is declining. There are many things to do, and the people's hearts are in chaos. Ma Yingjie could not use the green copper relic gu himself, so he spent a lot of money to buy horse bones and set an example. Ma Hongyun obtained the green copper relic gu he needed the most, and in one night, he advanced to rank 2. His speed is so fast that even I cannot compare to him. Chang Biao thought of this and sighed at the mysteries of fate. Compared to Ma Hongyun, Chang Biao's background was much more noble, and he had large amounts of resources. But even so, Chang Biao reached rank 2 dozens of times faster than Ma Hongyun. This was because green copper relic gu grew naturally, and were extremely rare, and had different origins. It was also thanks to the 88-point Jinyang Tower that Ma Yingjie got as a reward for passing the round. This kid Ma Hongyun got rich by taking advantage of Chang Shanin. Earlier, Chang Shanin even ordered Chang and Gu tribe's Gu masters to arrest many Gu masters who took advantage of him. What if I report this to the authorities? Chang Biao pondered. No, just one Ma Hongyuan, a mere rank 2. He is not even an ant in Chang Shanyin's eyes. His status is still too low. Even if I report him, Ma Yingjie will not deal with Chang Shanin for a mere Ma Hongyuan. This matter I need to continue planning and waiting. 45 minutes later, the cheers on the sand dune were deafening. Victory, victory. It was not easy. I finally passed this round. I wonder what the reward for this round is. Many curious gazes gathered on Chang Biao, Pan Ping, Ma Yingjie and the rest. After this round, many Gu worms appeared in Chang Biao and the rest's apertures. One of the east window Gu contained information. 6-arm heavenly zombie king? Chang Biao, Pan Ping, Ma Yingjie and the rest looked at each other after inspecting it. They had different expressions. Chapter 583. Boom! A figure dashed out like a bolt of lightning. His 6 arms pounded like heavy cannons and blew up an enormous helmeted crab. At once, in this secret room, blood splattered everywhere. Broken limbs flew everywhere. Ha ha ha. Pan Ping's hair was disheveled. Ignoring the blood and broken limbs on his body, he raised his head and laughed. Exhilarating, exhilarating. This 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move is really powerful. Using the corpse, I can avoid the lack of strength path foundation. Thus, even if I only cultivate strength path slightly, I can still use it. Pan Ping's eyes shined brightly as he muttered to himself, savoring it. He was from the demonic path. He lacked resources and talent. Thus, he had never grasped any killer moves. But even if he had not eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. After roaming in northern plains for so many years, Pan Ping's horizons had been broadened. He knew that this 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move was as described in the records. It was extremely powerful. As long as I have it, my chances of winning against Wolf King will increase by 10%. Wolf King has a strength path killer move. Now I have one too. Wolf King, don't be arrogant. One day, I will return the humiliation I suffered to you. Pan Ping gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. At the same time, Chang Biao was also testing this killer move. As expected of the reward from 88-point Jinyang Tower, this killer move is too powerful. The power of the killer move also shocked Chang Biao. If there is anything lacking, it would be that my appearance is slightly ugly. Chang Biao looked at the mirror in front of him with a deep gaze. The Chang Biao in the mirror had green-gray skin, fangs protruded from his mouth, his eyes were dim yellow, and his hair was a mess of red and green. It was very horrifying. Especially the 6 monstrous arms on his back. They were all different in thickness, each looking ferocious, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Pan Ping was from the demonic path. He usually lacked resources and lived a tough life. With survival as his goal, he did not care about this image. But Chang Biao was different. He came from Chang tribe. He was noble. He was a reputable person in the righteous path. He cherished his feathers and cared about his reputation. If he appeared in front of people with this appearance, he would feel uncomfortable. However, although he is ugly, this is the only way to deal with Chang Shanin. Thinking of Feng Yuan, Chang Biao made up his mind. Speaking of which, this move is quite similar to his strength path killer move. His killer move was to grow 4 arms on his back together with his own arms, a total of 6 arms. My killer move is to grow 6 arms on my back, a total of 8 arms. This was the difference in appearance. In terms of power, my killer move is also more powerful. Chang Biao compared inwardly. His impression of Feng Yuan's killer move was still at the imperial court contest. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Chang Biao's mind, and a guess appeared in his mind, but it is also strange. The 2 killer moves were so similar. Maybe this killer move of mine is the original version, while Chang Shanyin's killer move is an incomplete version that he obtained by chance. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Chang Shanin is already an enslavement master with talent in enslavement path. How can he also have talent in strength path? When I kill him in the future, I wonder what expression Chang Shanin will have when I use this killer move. I am really looking forward to it. Thinking of this, Chang Biao's lips curled into a small smile. Right at this time, a servant came to report. It said that Pan Ping was here. Chang Biao thought about it and roughly understood Pan Ping's intention. He ordered, "Bring him to my study room and serve him with good tea. I will be there in a while." Because he was testing the killer move. Chang Biao's clothes were already tattered. After changing his clothes, he came to the study room and saw Pan Ping drinking tea on the guest seat. "What a pity for my good tea." Chang Biao sneered in his mind, cupping his fists. "Brother Pan, looking at your joyful expression, it must be that the killer move you tested is effective." "Ha ha, Brother Chang guessed correctly, it is indeed so. This killer move is extremely ingenious and powerful." Pan Ping laughed heartily before changing the topic, "But there are some problems. I tried it 3 times and every time I stopped the killer move, I felt an unbearable pain in my stomach. And it got heavier each time. Is this the side effect of the killer move?" "Oh." Chang Biao heard this and his gaze focused. "My symptoms are different from yours. You have pain in your stomach, but I feel dizzy and even temporarily lose my hearing. Even if you did not come, I would have gone to discuss this with you." The two discussed for a while but could not come up with anything. Firstly, they did not cultivate strength path. Secondly, they did not have refinement path attainment. The so-called discussion was just a trial and error experience. They could not go deep into it. Pan Ping suggested, "Besides us, there are 3 others who passed the round. Why don't we invite them over and discuss it together? Friendship is formed through interaction. When we are close enough, we can invite them to join the wolf-killing alliance." Pan Ping did not forget to recruit people. Chang Biao smiled and said vaguely, "I have already made arrangements for this. I believe we will see results in a few days." Imperial Court, blessed land. 1,000 li away from the sacred palace. In the lush green forest, a group of Gu masters were carefully moving forward. Crack. With a crisp sound, Ma Hongyun accidentally stepped on a piece of dead wood. Everyone stopped. Their shocked and furious gazes gathered on him. "You idiot! How many times have I told you, pay attention to your steps, pay attention to your steps?" The group leader suppressed his voice and scolded with his eyes wide open. Sorry, I did not do it on purpose." Ma Hongyun quickly apologized. Shut up. She'll lower your voice, you idiot." The Gu masters beside Ma Hongyun were anxious. The person beside him even covered Ma Hongyun's mouth in a moment of desperation. The leader's expression was solemn with slight killing intent. He was also anxious. "All of you quiet down. If we disturb the Ironbeak bird group, we will be doomed. This time we are only here to steal the bird eggs. We will leave after stealing them. Whoever dares to mess this up, I will kill them first." The leader was the only rank 3 Gu master in this group. He was strong and naturally had prestige. Hearing his words, everyone hurriedly nodded their heads, including Ma Hongyun. The leader looked around, his gaze stopping on Ma Hongyun. He gave him a ruthless stare. He had already made up his mind. "When we return, I will definitely kick this idiot out of the group. After this, I will definitely kick this idiot out of the group. So what if he is rank 2? I was really blind back then. Seeing that his rank 2 Gu worms are so exquisite and comprehensive, I agreed to let him join us. Gu masters are stupid to this extent. What use are the Gu worms?" Swoosh. Right at this time there was a loud sound like a wave in the forest. Large numbers of iron-beaked birds. They flapped their wings, flying from the branches into the sky. Seeing this, the Gu masters felt like they had fallen into an ice cave. What's going on? Oh no, the birds are startled. Let's run. Ma Hongyun, it's all your fault. If I don't die this time, I will definitely settle the score with you. Everyone was anxious and fearful. Some were furious. No, the birds are flying towards the south, we did not startle them. It seems that there are others who accepted this mission from Chang tribe. The leader saw the situation and was overjoyed. He could not help but shout. Everyone turned to look at him. As expected, their mood immediately changed. Save us, save us. A group of Gu masters quickly retreated, running towards them. Looking at the flock of birds that were attracted over, the Gu masters' eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Don't come over. The leader shouted. If you come over, I will kill you first. Leader, look at their clothing, they should be Chang tribe members. Ma Hongyun said hesitantly. The leader stared, almost beating him up. He scolded. You idiot, do you still want to live? If not, go and save them. Ma Hongyun thought of the Earth Chief Beast Group earlier. He only wanted to warn Jiangdong, but he was framed. If not for my luck. Ma Hongyun thought of this and shuddered, asking the leader. Then what do we do? The leader gritted his teeth, seeing that Chong tribe Gu masters did not listen to his warning and were running towards them. He stomped his foot. What else can we do? Split up and run. Everyone dispersed in an uproar. Ma Hongyun was stunned. He quickly chose a direction and ran with all his might. Lord, that is Ma Hongyun, Ma Yingjia's trusted aide. The escaping Chong tribe Gu masters looked flustered, but they were actually calm and fearless. Chong tribe's leader was Chong Biao's trusted aide. He looked at Ma Hongyun's back and was stunned. Is this person an idiot? He has a movement Gu and isn't using it? Chong tribe wanted to scheme. They naturally had information on Ma Hongyun. They knew that his Gu worms were all rank 2 and were of excellent quality. They are going to catch up. Damn it, why are they running so fast? It is because they used a movement Gu. Ah, right, I have a movement Gu. While running, Ma Hongyun patted his forehead, quickly activating his Gu worm and increasing his speed. I finally remembered. Why is he running towards the left? The leader was stunned again. He did not know that Ma Hongyun had no sense of direction. His sense of direction was extremely poor. Earlier, during Fei tribe's coup, his father sacrificed himself to let him escape. In the end, he took a big detour and turned back. Ma Hongyun's escape caused the situation to become grim. The leader quickly commanded, You quickly follow Ma Hongyun and protect him. Also, tell Lady Chongli to go ahead and prepare. Yes, Lord. Even though Chong tribe's Gu masters were elites, Ma Hongyun ran around randomly and often fell into dangerous situations. Chong tribe's Gu masters attracted the birds while protecting him in the dark without being seen through. It was extremely difficult. The plan that was supposed to succeed had instead sacrificed many experts. Save me. Chongli lay on the ground, weak, looking pitiful. She tore her clothes, revealing her snow-white shoulders and disheveled hair, looking delicate and pitiful like a frightened rabbit. Ma Hongyun ran over, only looking ahead and running for his life. He did not notice Chongli. Chongli was dazed, but she had an idea in the midst of the crisis, tripping Ma Hongyun when he was about to run over. Plop! Ma Hongyun fell flat on his face, turning around to look. He was stunned. What a beautiful girl! He was usually simple-minded, but he was also at the age of a young man. Gongzi, please save me, Chongli said. Chongli's voice made Ma Hongyun's heart itch. Chapter 584. One day later. At the banquet. This time the noble son saved my daughter. I am extremely grateful. The first cup of wine is to clan leader Ma. Chong Biao raised the cup in his hand, smiling. Ma Yingjia hurriedly raised his cup, saying humbly, This was just a coincidence. I did not expect to save Lord Chong Biao's beloved daughter. This is Hongyun's honor. Ha ha. Chong Biao laughed loudly, draining his cup. Ma Yingjia also drained his cup. Ma Hongyun sat beside him, becoming the main character of the banquet. Dozens of gazes were focused on him. Feeling the probing, curious and doubtful gazes, Ma Hongyun was somewhat uneasy. Chong Biao gently put down his cup, using his gaze to indicate Pan Ping, who was sitting beside him. They had already discussed this before. Pan Ping understood. Looking at Ma Hongyun, Nephew, tell us how you saved the beauty. Ma Hongyun mumbled, unable to say a word. In truth, he also did not know how he saved her. At that time he only cared about escaping. With the sky full of iron-beaked birds behind him, the situation was so urgent. Even if he saved Chongli, he did not think twice. Pan Ping's eyes widened, unable to wait for Ma Hongyun to speak. Luckily, Chong Biao had already calculated. Understanding Ma Hongyun's personality, his gaze turned, looking at someone in the banquet. This person immediately stood up, came to the center, cupped his fists and asked, Elder Chong Biao, lords, I was one of the people involved. I was fortunate enough to witness the entire situation. Lord Ma Hongyun is magnanimous and humble, not arrogant, but I cannot bear to see a hero be buried. Thus I have the courage to take advantage of the wine to tell the lords. Hearing this, he knew that this person was eloquent. Chang Biao nodded. Then speak. This person opened his mouth, his words were filled with sincerity, his emotions were vivid, with ups and downs vivid. Ma Hongyun was portrayed as a lone hero who acted decisively, was brave and astute, and was not afraid of hardships and dangers. Hearing this, everyone cheered from time to time, praising him. Looking at Ma Hongyun's gaze, they all changed, becoming respectful, gentle and appreciative. Ma Hongyun's eyes widened as he listened. It was as if he was listening to a heavenly book. He couldn't believe it. Is this person talking about me? When did I become so powerful? Could it be that he was mistaken? There was another person who couldn't believe it, and that was Ma Yingjie. Ma Yingjie was the head of the Ma family. He was a hero of his generation, and he was familiar with Ma Hongyun's temperament. How could he be coaxed by these flowery words? On the surface, he had a faint smile on his face. When he heard the ingenuity of Ma Hongyun's words, he kept nodding his head, casting a look of approval towards Ma Hongyun. He had saved Changli. There was nothing strange about that. But why did Elder Chang Biao send someone to help Ma Hongyun explain things in such a manner? What was Chang Biao plotting? Although there are dozens of guests at tonight's banquet, there are only two main characters, and that is Chang Biao and Pan Ping. Ma Yingjie was secretly on his guard. Ma family lost in the battle for the imperial court and went from prosperity to decline. Ma Yingjie's master and father were not on the battlefield. Hardships and setbacks made Ma Yingjie mature quickly and become a hero. He secretly guessed Chang Biao's intentions, but he didn't show it on the surface. Ma family had declined, and Chang family was like the sun in the sky because of Feng Yuan. Pan Ping left the demonic path and joined He family. His current identity was an external elder of He family. No matter who it was, they were not people that the current Ma family and Ma Yingjie could afford to offend. Good. After that person finished narrating Ma Hongyun's heroic deeds, Chang Biao said good 3 times in a row. As expected of a young hero, Chang Biao looked at Ma Hongyun and praised him. After a pause he continued, since ancient times, heroes love beauties, and beauties are paired with heroes. I won't hide it from everyone. Ever since my daughter was saved, she has been very quiet and unwilling to leave. I asked for the reason and found out that my daughter's heart belongs to someone else. She is worried about that heroic young man who saved her in danger. I held this banquet to express my gratitude and also because of this reason. Once he said this, the hall was in an uproar. Countless gazes were filled with envy, jealousy, shock and disbelief as they looked at Ma Hongyun. What kind of dogshit luck does this kid have? To be able to gain the favor of Chang family's young miss? Changli is pretty and lovely. Who would have thought that she would fall in love with such a silly kid? Sigh, if I had known, I would have gone to the forest where the iron-beaked birds live. Although this Changli is not Chang Biao's biological daughter, she was adopted since young and has always been loved by Chang Biao. She is the apple of Elder Chang Biao's eye. If Ma Hongyun marries Changli, his father-in-law will be Chang Biao. At once, everyone's emotions were boiling. Ma Yingjie quickly recovered from his shock. He quickly thought and still had doubts. Could this be the reason why Chang Biao invited us to a banquet? Although there is the matter of Su Xian's night elopement, isn't this too good? Even better things were yet to come. In front of everyone, Chang Biao took out 2 white silver relic gu. The new generation excels the old. Nephew is a young hero of our northern plains. I have to reward you. These 2 white silver relic gu are my thanks for saving my life. Nephew, please accept them. The commotion in the hall became even louder. Ah! Ma Hongyun looked at Ma Yingjie in a hurry. Ma Yingjie nodded and smiled. I don't dare to refuse an elder's gift, Hongyun. Why aren't you kneeling and thanking him? Ma Hongyun quickly left his seat and walked forward, kneeling. Thank you Lord Chang Biao for the gift. Chang Biao laughed heartily and also left his seat, personally handing the 2 white silver relic gu to Ma Hongyun. Under everyone's gaze, He intimately patted Ma Hongyun's hand and asked, I wonder what nephew's opinion of my daughter? Ah! Ma Hongyun raised his head with a flushed face, not knowing how to reply. After pondering for a while, he finally squeezed out a few words. Lady Chongli is beautiful, very beautiful. Ha ha ha. Chong Biao raised his head and laughed. That's good, that's good. Nephew, please return to your seat. They returned to their seats and continued with the banquet. The banquet lasted from evening until late at night before the host and guests left after enjoying themselves. As the crowd dispersed, the matter of Chong tribe marrying off their daughter and the lucky lad Ma Hongyun spread far and wide. On the second day, Chong Biao invited Ma Yingjie and Ma Hongyun to a banquet again. But this time the scale was smaller and not as big as before, only a few people were invited. Ma Yingjie looked at the invitation card in his hand, his gaze solemn. After returning, he did not sleep for the whole night, pondering over this matter. The small invitation made him feel exceptionally heavy in his hands. He placed the invitation card on the table and called for a servant. Go, summon Ma Hongyun to have an audience. The servant quickly received the order, and when he arrived at Ma Hongyun's residence, Zhao Lianyun was instructing Ma Hongyun face to face. You idiot, what kind of dog shit did you step on to actually have such luck? But this matter is too good, it makes people feel guilty instead. I think tribe leader Ma Yingjie will definitely summon you to inquire about this matter. At that time you just need to tell him everything clearly, you cannot hide anything. Oh. Ma Hongyun immediately agreed. Also, Zhao Lianyun's eyeballs turned. Didn't Chong Biao reward you with 2 white silver relic gu? When the tribe leader summons you, offer these 2 gu to him. What? Ma Hongyun's eyes opened wide, shouting. I risked my life to obtain these with great difficulty. Lord Chong Biao rewarded me with gu worms. If I use them, I can immediately advance to rank 2 upper stage. This is such a good thing. You idiot! Zhao Lianyun angrily kicked Ma Hongyun's calf. Ma Hongyun immediately hugged his calf, crying out in pain. Why did you kick me again? Zhao Lianyun rolled his eyes, unhappily reprimanding. What do you know? Even if you advance to rank 2 upper stage with your skills, what use is it? What is the foundation of our existence? It was not because of his cultivation at the second transition, but because of his friendship with leader Ma Yingjie. How did you advance to rank 2? It is the 3 green bronze relic gu that tribe leader Ma Yingjie rewarded you. You offered the white silver relic shares, that is showing your loyalty. Do you think the tribe leader will embezzle your 2 white silver relic gu? Humph, he has no use for them. He will definitely accept them and return them to you. Since he accepted the gu worms, why would he return them to me? Ma Hongyun asked in puzzlement. Idiot! Zhao Lianyun rolled his eyes again. Ma tribe is declining now. There are few tribesmen and many things are waiting to be done. In the whole tribe there is only 1 rank 3 old Ma Yuliang and he is crippled. Ma Yingjie has just ascended to the position, and does not have anyone he can use. He also wants to revitalize the tribe. It is time to promote talents and nurture trusted aides. Although your surname was Fei, your surname is Ma now, and you were once Ma Yingjie's head servant. Ma Yingjie knows you very well. He is more assured in using you than others. If you offer your gu worms and express your loyalty, he will definitely be happy and accept your gu worms. This is acknowledging your loyalty. But Ma Yingjie is not a petty and stingy mediocre lord. Accepting the gu worms is just a gesture. He will definitely return them to you. Why? It is to set an example, to encourage the tribesmen to learn from your loyalty. I am certain that he will not only return the white silver relic gu to you, he will even reward you. Although you lack ability, you have loyalty. This is called buying a horse's bones with 1,000 gold coins. Ma Hongyun was confused. What is buying a horse's bones with 1,000 gold coins? Sai, you won't understand even if I explain. Just do as I say. There will definitely be benefits for you. Oh. Ma Hongyun scratched his head and agreed. The two had just come to an agreement when Ma Yingjie's servant ran over to send a message. Ma Hongyun followed his words and offered 2 white silver relic gu. But different from Zhao Lianyun's estimation, after Ma Yingjie accepted them, he did not return them to Ma Hongyun. This caused Ma Hongyun to complain to Zhao Lianyun when he returned. Chapter 585. At night, Ma Yingjie brought Ma Hongyun to Chang tribe's banquet. After the banquet ended, Chang Biao asked Ma Hongyun to stay for a private discussion in the study room. Ma Hongyun was personally entertained by Chang Li. I wonder if Ma tribe leader has any insights on six-arm Heavenly Zombie King killer move? After talking for a while, Chang Biao changed the topic to killer moves. Ma Yingjie, however, did not test the killer move. He said frankly, I am an enslavement path Gu master, strength path is not my specialty. The 89th round rewarded me with this killer move. I am honestly disappointed. I plan to sell this killer move so I have not tested it yet. Why? Chang Biao was taken aback and exchanged glances with Pan Ping beside him. The two did not expect this situation, but it was reasonable. Ma Yingjie was different from them. He had a comprehensive enslavement path inheritance. His master Ma Zun relied on this inheritance to move unhindered in the world, dominating an area. This inheritance contained a killer move. Besides this, Ma Yingjie also had a powerful killer move from Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands Gu Immortal, Dragon Horse Spirit. He could not even practice these killer moves, so why did he have to cultivate other path killer moves? He had cultivated enslavement path since he was young. As long as he cultivated it well, he would be able to dominate an area and revitalize his tribe. Cultivating other paths would instead divert his attention. Since ancient times, Gu masters mainly cultivated one path. There were very few who cultivated two paths at the same time. If one's attention was diverted, they would not be able to accomplish anything. Feng Yuan cultivated two paths at the same time. That was because of his previous life's experience. Ma Yingjie also had to manage the tribe's affairs. He did not have any spare energy to cultivate strength path killer moves at the same time. I won't hide it from you, Brother Pan and I tested this killer move. Its power was astonishing and shocking. In front of Ma tribe leader, we might as well speak the truth. Saying so, Chang Biao paused, choosing his words with a hesitant expression. He looked at Ma Yingjie with a sincere gaze, saying with some awe, I hope Ma tribe leader can keep this killer move a secret and not spread it. Spread the word that the reward is something else. Chang Biao purposely evaded his words, but Ma Yingjie was a smart person. His gaze flashed as he suddenly understood. I see. Chang Biao was once Chang tribe leader. Now he was the first elder. The tribe leader was his godson Chang Jiyu, while the true decision-maker was Wolf King Chang Shan-in. Chang Biao obtained this killer move and wanted to keep it a secret. This was a Gu master's custom. But there is a problem. If Chang Shan-in hears of it and asks him for it, he will have to hand it over. Ma Yingjie looked at Pan and Chang's expressions and tone. He knew that six-arm Heavenly Zombie King killer move was not ordinary. It was definitely not ordinary. Everyone was selfish. After obtaining such a precious treasure, no one would be willing to hand it over for nothing. Ma Yingjie understood this very well. Seeing Ma Yingjie's eyes flicker, Chang Biao continued, I've already informed the others. Ma clan leader could rest assured about this. We still need Chief Ma's strength for the next checkpoint. Ma Yingjie's expression turned solemn. Lord Chang Biao is exaggerating. My ability is limited. I am fortunate to be able to cooperate with all the experts here. It is a win-win situation. Let's do as Lord Chang Biao says. I have no objections. Seeing Ma Yingjie agree, Chang Biao and Pan Ping smiled. Sai, what lord, Ma tribe leader can just call me by my name. Pan Ping saw the chance and immediately tried to get closer. Pan and Chang wanted to pull Ma Yingjie onto the pirate ship. Ma Yingjie wanted to develop his tribe. He also wanted to rely on Chang tribe and He tribe's help. The three tried to curry favor and immediately changed the way they addressed each other, calling each other brothers. The three chatted in the study until late at night. They were very happy. When it was almost midnight, the three separated after deciding on Ma Hongyun and Chang Li's marriage. Brother Chang's plan is brilliant. With this marriage, Ma Yingjie will be tied together with Brother Chang. In the future, when we deal with that Wolf King, would Ma Yingjie not be afraid? Closing the door, Pan Ping laughed. But Chang Biao shook his head. Ma Yingjie is not easy to fool. He knows when to yield and when to stand tall. In times of danger, he will definitely have the determination to cut his losses. Now is not the time to recruit him, but as long as we are on good terms with him, and let the world know of our close relationship, We can increase our resources and support that Ma Hongyun to increase our control over Ma tribe. In the future, when we declare war with Chang Shanin, as long as the enraged Chang Shanin sees Ma tribe as an enemy, Ma Yingjie will not be able to get off our ship to protect the tribe. Imperial Court Blessed Land's night was filled with silver light. It was bright and warm. Inside the carriage, Ma Yingjie and Ma Hongyun sat opposite each other. Hongyun, you are really lucky, you actually obtained Lady Chongli's favor. I have already decided with Lord Chongbiao. The first day of next month will be your and Chongli's wedding day. Ma Yingjie smiled. This news was out of Ma Hongyun's expectations. He could not react in time. I can see your loyalty, very good, this is your reward. Ma Yingjie sighed, patting Ma Hongyun's shoulder and summoning 3 red steel relic goo from his aperture. Ma Hongyun was flabbergasted. He blankly received these 3 red steel relic goo. Marrying Lady Chongli without strength and status, wouldn't that weaken our Ma tribe's reputation? Take these 3 red steel relic goo and use them to advance to rank 2 peak stage. With your aptitude, advancing to rank 3 is not a problem. I will now appoint you as the acting elder. You will be in charge of the tribe's miscellaneous affairs. Ma Yingjie announced. Ma Hongyun's eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the Ma tribe leader in front of him. To him this surprise was too big and too sudden. Ma Yingjie purposely had a dark expression. Why aren't you kneeling down and thanking me? Ma Hongyun's mind was a mess, but his body subconsciously kneeled on the ground. Thank you, Lord, for promoting me. Do well. Ma Yingjie encouraged him, but his thoughts drifted far away. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's killer move seems to have astonishing power. Since it can obtain Pan and Chongli's attention, and it doesn't require too much strength path cultivation, why don't I give it a try? 88-point Jinyang Tower. Central Control Room. Ink Transformation. They were none other than Chong Biao and Pan Ping. The 2 of them were running at full speed. Pan Ping ran as he shouted to Chong Biao. We have been here for 7 days. Even though the time flow here is faster than Imperial Court Blessed Land. But with our speed, we will cross hundreds of thousands of li sooner or later. But all we see are city walls and more city walls. The sprinting Chong Biao nodded, his clothes fluttering in the wind. We cannot fly or burrow into the ground here. We can only walk along these city walls. The tunnels here extend in all directions. We have walked for so long and have not met a single monster. Evidently, this round is testing the Goo Master's investigative and movement abilities. This round is a huge maze. The 2 were right, this 90th round was a maze. Just like Chong Biao guessed, it was testing the Goo Master's investigative and movement abilities. But after Feng Yuan controlled this 7th floor and found these 2, everything was different. Chapter 586. Howl. Wolf howls suddenly resounded. A large group of turtleback wolves appeared in front of them. Wolves, why did a wolf group appear? Pan Ping's movements paused, his expression astonished. Chong Biao's expression sank because of Feng Yuan. He hated wolves the most now. But he had never expected Feng Yuan to control this round situation. He said solemnly, our main goal this time is to probe. Now that the situation has changed, let's first kill these wolves and see what happens next. Okay. Pan Ping nodded. The 2 joined hands and charged into the wolf group. At first, the 2 had the upper hand and slaughtered. How could ordinary turtleback wolves be their match? But soon the wolf group was endless. Other breeds appeared like vermilion flame wolf, water wolf, wind wolf, and so on. Mutated wolf groups also appeared, like frenzied wolves, white eyes wolves, and so on. The 2 gradually could not take it anymore. How can there be so many wolf groups? Could it be that this round is testing the Goo Master's fighting ability? Large numbers of 1,000 wolf kings and myriad wolf kings entered the battlefield. Pan Ping and Chong Biao's expressions gradually turned unsightly. This round is so difficult. Pan Ping sighed. 88-point Jinyang Tower. The rounds get harder the further you go. Especially from 90th round to the final 100th round. They are the most difficult. Chong Biao replied. After fighting for a while, the two could not hold on anymore. The situation has been investigated. The 90th round not only has a maze, there is also a wolf group. Chang Biao concluded. There are walls on both sides, the terrain is narrow. It is too restrictive for us to use human wave tactics. What do we do? Pan Ping frowned. Let's retreat first and discuss later. Chang Biao sighed. He and Pan Ping did not have Giant Sun's bloodline. They used guest tokens to enter 88-point Jinyang Tower. Guest tokens were precious. Thus, every time they entered they would have to spend a lot of money. Alright. Pan Ping had long planned to retreat. He glared hatefully at the wolf pack in front of him. These damned wolf pups, sooner or later. I'll trample on your wolf king and humiliate him. Haha. He swore in a curse. The wolf king he mentioned was naturally referring to Fang Yuan. In the next moment, Pan Ping's laughter stopped abruptly. A look of shock and fear appeared on his face. What's going on? We can't get out? Beside him, Chang Biao also discovered this serious problem. Originally, when the two of them used the guest token to enter the building, they could leave with just a thought. The two of them went in and out many times. He was already very familiar with this. But now Fang Yuan was in control of this floor. The pentagonal owner's token was much bigger than the guest's token, so the two of them were like birds in a cage, trapped in a hopeless situation. Damn it, what should we do now? I only have 30% of my true essence left. Pan Ping shouted, his voice filled with panic. Chang Biao's face was grim as he shouted, calm down. His situation was slightly better than Pan Ping. He still had half of his primeval essence left in his aperture. However, even if his quintessential essence was in a perfect state, the pack of wolves in front of him was endless. It would run out sooner or later. This situation is very rare. Why can't we get out of 88-point Jinyang Tower? This checkpoint was quite strange. It is likely testing the Gu Master's courage. We cannot be cowardly. Chang Biao thought for a while before shouting. Hearing his words, Pan Ping's panic eased a little. He remembered that in the past, there were indeed some strange checkpoints that tested nothing else but the Gu Master's mental state. In these checkpoints, the more cowardly the Gu Master was, the stronger the monsters they faced. Pan Ping and Chang forcefully calmed down, attempting to break out of the wolf group's encirclement. But Fang Yuan was in control of this round. The so-called maze was clear in his heart. He knew every corner. He could easily mobilize the wolf group no matter how Pan Ping and Chang charged. There would always be wolf groups chasing and obstructing them. No, I cannot die here. Damned wolf brat, watch my killer move. Pan Ping's primeval essence was almost exhausted. He had no choice but to activate the killer move, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. He turned into an 8-armed zombie. His battle strength rose sharply and everywhere he went, he set off huge waves. The wolves suffered heavy losses and were unable to resist. Chang Biao used his primeval essence and followed behind Pan Ping, saving a lot of energy. Good times did not last long. Pan Ping's primeval essence was soon completely exhausted. Chang Biao quickly saved him. At this critical moment, we can only work together to have a chance of escaping. Rest, use Yuan stones to recover your primeval essence. I will protect you. Chang Biao also used 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's killer move, firmly protecting Pan Ping. Like this, the two helped each other and stabilized the situation. Like this, 7 to 8 days passed. Chang Biao and Pan Ping's primeval essence was completely exhausted. They could not hold on any longer. Am I going to die here? Pan Ping roared towards the sky. Damn it! There must be a way out. There must be a way out. Chang Biao lost his usual demeanor, shouting loudly. Just when the two were in despair, they suddenly saw a large pile of Yuan stones at the corner ahead. Yuan stone. Yuan stone like a small hill, so many I didn't see wrongly, right? The two were overjoyed at having found life in this desperate situation. They quickly gathered their remaining courage and rushed over, using Yuan stone to absorb their primeval essence and stabilize the situation. I get it, this round is testing the Gu Master's endurance. Chang Biao shouted in joy. So that's it. Pan Ping heard this and realized. The two were overjoyed, but did not notice the abnormality in their bodies. As they activated 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King more and more times, Unrecoverable livor mortis appeared on their bodies. This Yuan stone hill is enough for us to hold on for another 2 to 3 months. Pan Ping threw himself on the Yuan stone hill, crying tears of joy. Hurry up and recover your primeval essence. We cannot just sit here and do nothing, there should be other Yuan stone hills. When we are thirsty we drink wolf blood, when we are hungry we eat wolf meat. If we persevere like this we might be able to pass this round. Chang Biao's eyes shone with brilliance. Brother Chang, you are right. Pan Ping suddenly sat up. Chang Biao's description made his face flush with happiness. This round is so difficult, there is a slim chance of survival. I wonder what kind of generous rewards there will be for passing this round. Chang Biao resisted the wolf group's attacks. He heaved a long sigh and said, I finally know why this round can only be entered and not exited. If we can easily retreat, how can this round test the Gu masters who are trying to pass it? The pitiful two still did not know that this Yuan stone hill was intentionally left here by their great enemy, Feng Yuan. His goal was to continue experimenting and make them use their killer moves more times. The situation was all within Feng Yuan's grasp. Even if the two did not want to use their killer moves, if they used their original methods, Feng Yuan could still manipulate the wolf group to charge and create a dangerous situation. Thus, the two had no choice but to use their killer moves. Feng Yuan's worries were unnecessary. The more the two used their killer moves, the more smoothly they used them, and subconsciously they started to rely on it. In the following battles, they rarely used their original methods. When the livor mortis on their bodies thickened, it was already the time when their bodies were in grave danger. Only then did the two realize. Right now it was already too late. I am not resigned, I am not resigned, I am actually going to die here. Wolf King, I will not let you off even as a ghost. Pan Pingxian died. Before dying, he cursed Feng Yuan. A few days later, Chang Biao also died from exhaustion in the intense battle. He died with everlasting regret, and on the verge of death. When he was on the verge of death, he muttered, Exit, where is the exit? He had too many things on his mind, too many things that he could not put down. The wolf-killing alliance was still in its infancy, and the plan to kidnap Ma Yingjie had just begun. What he was most worried about was his own son Chang Jiyu. Actually, Chang Biao was also a pitiful person. For his reputation, he did not dare to acknowledge this son of his from start to finish. He could only hear Chang Jiyu calling him Godfather. Godfather. Even so, he felt it was not safe. To conceal it, he even adopted a few orphans as his adopted sons and daughters. One of them was Chang Li. He had painstakingly hidden his entire life, planning so much, but he could not see anything at the moment of his death. He was not resigned, he was remorseful, he was vexed, but what could he do? I really want to hear him call me father. This strong thought before his death finally transformed into a bellyful of grief, indignation, and regret. Along with the extinguishing of the candle of his life, he passed away unwillingly, activating the killer move for the 2311th time. Although he died from exhaustion, the corpse energy accumulated in his body was the main cause of his death. Feng Yuan flashed and appeared beside Chang Biao's corpse. He smiled lightly, the experiment had achieved the desired goal, and he found a problem. Even if the killer move could not be used for more than the time limit, using it too frequently would cause the body to have livor mortis, and if it accumulated too much, the Gu master would die. Be it Pan Ping or Chang Biao's death, it was because of this problem. Feng Yuan stored the Gu worms on the two people's bodies. This round was under his control. Even if Pan Ping and Chang Biao wanted to detonate their Gu worms, it was impossible. Chang Biao had a set of wind path Gu worms. They were of excellent quality. Pan Ping's Gu worms were also extraordinary, but with Feng Yuan's current knowledge and capital, it was better than nothing. Only Pan Ping's Soul Blade Gu had some collectible value, and Feng Yuan took a few more glances at it. Few days later, in the study room, Feng Yuan held an east window Gu, meditating with his eyes closed. Hostility Gu can condense hostile intent. Hostility Gu has strong and fierce attacks, invading like fire, but lacks flexibility and does not have the ability to sustain. Determination Gu can condense determination. Determination Gu is sharp and unstoppable, like a blade or a spear, but it is hard to recover and replenish. Unrestrained Will Gu can condense unrestrained intent. Unrestrained intent has no restraints, it is the most powerful, but it is hard to control, easily harming others and oneself. This East Window Gu contained a relatively complete wisdom path inheritance. Feng Yuan had bought it from Jewel Yellow Skies, paying the little remaining immortal Yuan stone he had. But it was worth it. Feng Yuan had benefited greatly after reading it. Feng Yuan pondered. In this inheritance, there are 14 wisdom path Gu worms, among which there are 6 that involve wills. They are Hostility Gu, Determination Gu, Unrestrained Will Gu, Change Will Gu, Cold Will Gu, and Chaos Will Gu. The first 3 are used to condense wills, and each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Wisdom Path was the most mysterious Gu master path. It was broad and profound, originating from star constellation Immortal Venerable. It existed since the immemorial antiquity era. Although the number of people who cultivated it was extremely few, it was still passed down to this day, never declining and lasting for 10,000 years. Then is Mo Yao's will hostile, determination, or unrestrained? The reason why Feng Yuan researched these was to guard against and deal with this huge threat in his mind. Her hostility is ferocious like fire. Her determination is sharp like a spear, and it's unbridled and uncontrollable. But Mo Yao's will is mysterious like the ocean, hidden and ethereal. When I fought her earlier, I only felt that it was difficult to exert my strength, as if I raised my fist and punched onto cotton. Feng Yuan analyzed and felt that Mo Yao's will did not belong to any of them. This inheritance he had collected was only a corner of wisdom path. There were definitely large numbers of other wisdom path Gu worms. It seems I need to continue collecting information on wisdom path. Feng Yuan sighed to himself. Mo Yao's will was not easy to deal with because Feng Yuan was not familiar with wisdom path. He did not know her details and could not use his methods. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. I will endure it for now. On one hand, I will let her think and weaken herself. On the other hand, I will use her to explore True Yang building. Just as he was thinking, the vague figure of Mo Yao's will appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. It's done this time. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is truly perfected. There are no more flaws. Mo Yao said. Her tone was weak and her expression was tired. Chapter 587. Feng Yuan was a vigilant person. He had always thought that no one in the world could be relied on. The only one he could truly rely on was himself. Thus, when he obtained the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, he started to research it. This killer move was originally modified from his foundation. Moreover, these days, under Mo Yao's guidance, Feng Yuan's refinement path attainment had deepened and his horizons had changed. Therefore, he understood the 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King like the back of his hand, clearly and thoroughly. Right now, when he saw this perfected killer move, he did not need to experiment to know that this move was extremely perfected. Mo Yao had removed many supplementary Gu worms from the original foundation. The core and 6-pillar Gu worms were not changed, but he added several supplementary Gu worms. Feng Yuan exclaimed in admiration as he sensed the ingenuity in it. In his mind, Mo Yao's will explained. This is all thanks to the will Gu and Pan and Chong. With their experience and knowledge, I was able to modify it to this extent. This killer move is already perfected to the extreme. As long as it does not exceed 30 minutes, no matter how many times it is used, it will not accumulate corpse energy in the body and cause livor mortis. Feng Yuan nodded, knowing that Mo Yao was speaking the truth. This killer move was indeed perfected to the extreme. According to this train of thought, it was already the best. Unless immortal Gu were added in the future, or the core Gu worms were changed. But if immortal Gu were added, the original system would be broken and would need to be reconstructed. It would be completely different, like the saying, pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. If the core Gu worms were changed, it would be like changing the entire train of thought. Changing the train of thought. The entire killer move would be completely different. After reconstruction, rather than calling it 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, it would be more accurate to call it a new killer move. All in all, this killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, be it the core goo, the pillar goo, or the supplementary goo worms, they were all perfected to the extreme. There was no longer anything that could be modified. Even though there were still repercussions, after 30 minutes, the corpse energy would cause damage to the goo master's body. If the time was exceeded, the goo master might even turn into a zombie. But this was caused by the goo master's improper use. It could be avoided, because no matter how many times it was used, it would not accumulate livor mortis. Goo masters could activate it frequently, and obtain the effect of activating the killer move for a long time. However, Feng Yuan was not satisfied with such a great achievement. He was still somewhat dissatisfied. If you have any other ideas to perfect the killer move, I'm all ears. Mo Yao sneered. Reaching this step, the 6-armed Heavenly Zombie King is already the limit. There is no room for improvement. But there is one thing that I am not satisfied with, that is the after effects of this killer move. Feng Yuan said. It has been perfected. The current 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's power had doubled again, and it could last for as long as an incense stick's time. It is enough for you to deal with all the challenges in the mortal world. What else are you dissatisfied with? You have to know, any killer move is a combination of goo worms. It is the use of goo worms. There must be some drawbacks. The after effects of killer moves were unavoidable, but they were severe. Some were weak. Such a strength path killer move is among the top 5 in my memory. Brat, don't be greedy. Mo Yao lectured. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. His imaginary enemies were goo immortals, existences that had transcended the mortal world. With 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, even if Feng Yuan gave up enslavement path, he could move unhindered in the mortal world. But against goo immortals it was far from enough. Fighting an immortal as a mortal, this goal was too arrogant, it was too sensational. Feng Yuan felt disdain, and it was not convenient for him to tell Mo Yao. Immediately he continued, preparedness leads to success, unpreparedness leads to failure. What if one day, due to special circumstances, I use the killer move too much and turn into a zombie? I am also clear that the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King cannot be improved anymore. Next, I need to get rid of this after effect. Mo Yao understood Feng Yuan's meaning. She fell into silence. Feng Yuan was young and successful. Mo Yao did not expect him to have such a cautious side. In truth, this made Mo Yao look at Feng Yuan in a different light. This lad has talent, resources, fortuitous encounters, he has perseverance and knows when to yield or when to stand tall. On one hand, he strives forward bravely, on the other hand, he is steady and cautious, taking everything into consideration. Sooner or later, this lad's name will shake the world. The silence was short. Soon Mo Yao said, to get rid of this after effect, it is somewhat troublesome. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is not an ordinary zombie. The zombie energy is extremely dense. Once a goo master transforms, they cannot even use yin-yang rotation goo. You are a grand refinement grandmaster, even you have no way? Feng Yuan did not believe it. Mo Yao was not affected by Feng Yuan's provocation, her tone was still calm. I need a rank 5 goo master to completely transform into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, and then experiment on their body. I need this experimenter's full cooperation. I need to grasp their state at all times. Physical aspect, mental state, perception. These are all important information for reference. Mo Yao did not want to think too deeply and exhaust herself. She used the same trick again, using a living person as an experiment to replace the process of her deep thinking and difficult deductions. Feng Yuan frowned. Rank 5 goo master? And they need to cooperate fully? That's right, it is best if they are willing. Because when I use slavery goo and so on to control them, it will interfere with the proper expression of their emotions, and also destroy the experience and feeling of transforming into a zombie. This was difficult. If Feng Yuan wanted to resolve the problem of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's after effect, he would need to find a rank 5 goo master, and he or she would need to be willing to listen to Feng Yuan's words, and take the risk of dying to fully cooperate with the experiment. Where could Feng Yuan find such a person? 3 days later. Central Control Room. From the ink whirlpool, the owner token rose up and slowly flew into Feng Yuan's hands. Activating the refinement path killer moving transformation once again, the pentagonal owner token turned into a hexagon. Feng Yuan was half happy and half worried. He was happy because he now had a hexagon owner token. Once He Lulan's owner token reached 4 corners, he would be able to snatch it and refine it into a 10-edge owner token. With the 10-edge owner token, he would be able to inherit a true inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal. An immortal venerable's true inheritance was a huge temptation to anyone. He was worried because for this 6th ink transformation, Feng Yuan had really emptied his savings. To raise funds, he sold the immortal goo remnant recipes again, causing these remnant recipes to lose their value. At the same time, he sold large numbers of rockmen, fox groups, wolf groups, goo worms, and even precious hairy men, as well as a few air bubble fish. For example, the rank 4 emotion poem goo, golden dragon goo, golden wind goo, several rank 5 spring egg goo, Vajra angry gaze goo, touch gold goo, loose bones goo, crow 7 goo, and clues goo were all sold. Right now, I only have the enslavement and strength path goo worms in my aperture. In Who Immortal Blessed Land, there is one of Blood Sea Ancestors' true inheritances, rank 4 blood skull goo, rank 3 bone flesh unity goo, as well as Yin Yang rotation goo which has already used up its Yin goo. There are also some Stargate goo, whole earth goo, connecting heaven goo, divine sense goo, burial soul toad and other supplementary goo worms. Some of these goo worms were extremely important and could not be sold easily. Some were absolutely necessary and needed to be used. Who Immortal Blessed Land has almost been squeezed dry by me. I need to recuperate for a period of time. But I have the 6-edge owner token. I can control any 6 floors of 88-point Jinyang Tower. I can take away the rewards from each of the 6 levels at will. This amount of wealth is extremely abundant. If I take it all, my wealth will increase by over 60 times. Feng Yuan had his own plans, but now he could not touch these riches. He Lulan had gathered a large number of experts and was already at the final round of the 5th floor. Not long in the future, he would have a 1-edge owner token. With this token, he could check the rewards of any floor in 88-point Jinyang Tower. If Feng Yuan took away the rewards, wouldn't he be exposed? At the final stage, when Imperial Court Blessed Land is about to close and everyone is sent out, I will take away the rewards. At that time, no one will know. Boom! The bear paw slammed heavily. The ground shook and rocks flew everywhere like cannonballs. As the dust settled, 5 to 6 horse cart-sized bear paws slowly rose up, leaving behind a huge crater on the ground. The rank 4 goo master who was unlucky enough to be hit by the bear paw turned into a pile of red meat paste, mixed with bone fragments and brain matter. It is too fast. No one could react in time. The final round is truly harder than ascending to heaven. This is only a flying bear phantom. It only has half the strength of the real body. If it was a real desolate beast flying bear, we would not even be able to escape. The goo masters on the battlefield were all injured. They were in a sorry state and had lingering fear. The one guarding the 100th round of the 5th floor was the phantom of a desolate beast flying bear. It was huge like a small mountain. Its body was covered in white fur, white as snow. It had all sorts of excellent wild goo on its body. Its attacks were fierce, but its movements were light and quick like lightning. It did not match its fat body. The battle had not even lasted 30 minutes, but the goo masters had already suffered disastrous losses. Lord Tribe Leader, let's retreat. This time we were mainly probing it. We have already investigated the goo worms on the flying bear. We have already achieved our goal. Our goal has already been achieved. Sun Shirhan stood beside He Lulan, advising. He Lulan frowned, looking around the battlefield. He was a person who knew his soldiers well. He immediately understood that his side's morale was low. Ever since I entered 88-point Jinyang Tower, the strongest opponent I have met is this flying bear phantom. To destroy it, we are far from enough. We need to gather more helpers. He Lulan made up his mind. He snorted and said, "Retreat." Sun Shirhan let out a sigh of relief. Not only him, the other goo masters had thoughts of retreating, but because of Black Tyrant's reputation, they did not dare to say it. Chapter 588. Everyone left 88-point Jinyang Tower. He Lulan sent out an order that night to recruit experts. He was this alliance leader. According to the rules, the entire army was under his command. Everyone knew of the Black Tyrant's ferocious name. Adding on the time when he opened 88-point Jinyang Tower to the public without asking for compensation, he was even more benevolent. With both benevolence and authority, He Lulan's influence reached its peak. Thus, as soon as the order was given, it immediately stirred up a storm. Almost everyone who was summoned showed up. Wolf King Chang Shanin, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, Demonic Path Twin Demons Gao Yang and Zhu Zai, Little Pony Venerable Ma Yingjia, Fox Marshal Tang Miao Ming, White Fairy Shi Shui, Shadow Sword Expert Bian Si Xian, Tai Bai Yunsheng, Lu Shuang, Tao Yu, Gu Guolong Doi Nye Yaqing Yi Luiseng. On the day of the alliance meeting, the hall was filled with shining generals and heroes, causing the wind and clouds to rumble. Old sir, with you here you are like a huge pillar supporting the sky. I do not have to worry about morale dropping. Ha ha ha. He Lulan sat on the main seat, looking around with great ambition. He laughed loudly. Among those present, Tai Bai Yunxing was the most famous. He practiced medicine and saved countless people. Even He Lulan and Chang Shanin could not compare to him. But the one to the right of He Lulan was not Tai Bai Yunsheng, it was Wolf King Chang Shanin. Fame was one thing, but combat strength was another. After the imperial court battle, everyone recognized Fang Yuan as the most powerful. Dual cultivator, flying master, enslavement master. These halos stacked on top of one's head. It was extremely glorious. Thus Fang Yuan was ranked first. No one had any objections. Thus, after He Lulan greeted Tai Bai Yunsheng, he said to Fang Yuan, Brother Shanin, in this battle let's see how powerful you are. If you pass, I will reward you with 50%. He understood Fang Yuan's character. He wouldn't do anything without benefits. Thus he tried to entice him with benefits. The reward for the final checkpoint was no small matter. As soon as He Lulan opened her mouth, she gave half of the profits to Fang Yuan. This meant that he and the others could only split the remaining half. It was a matter of vital interests. Sounds of discussion could be heard in the hall. Many people were dissatisfied with such a division, but no one had the guts to openly question the Black Tyrant's division and offend the mighty Wolf King in public. Alright, let's divide it like this. Fang Yuan nodded his head. His cold and arrogant gaze swept across the hall, and the buzzing sound stopped. What's wrong, Elder Pan Ping? He Lulan asked around. Pan Ping came from the demonic path, and now he had joined He tribe, becoming an external elder. As the current leader of the He family, He Lulan couldn't summon Pan Ping. This made He Lulan a little dissatisfied. Actually, he didn't know that it was Pan Ping or the Chang clan's #1 elder, Chang Biao. He also didn't come. But Chang Biao's surname was Chang, and he was a Chang tribe member. He Lulan was hindered by Fang Yuan, so she closed one eye. Fang Yuan did not bat an eyelid. The news of Pan and Chang's deaths had not spread yet. That was because clearing 88-point Jinyang Tower would normally take several days, or even half a month. The harder the checkpoint, the longer it would take. Especially people like Pan and Chang. They did not have Giant Sun's bloodline, and every time they entered or left Truyang Tower, they would need a guest token. Because of this, these outsiders treasured every chance they had. If possible, they would often live and eat in Truyang Tower. He Lulan had just finished speaking when his trusted aide He Shu stood up and reported. Reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, Elder Pan Ping and Lord Chang Biao went to the 7th floor not long ago. I sent people to inform them but found that the 7th floor's checkpoint has a complicated terrain. It is a huge maze. Letter Gu are forbidden in the maze, and there are wild wolf groups roaming in the depths. Our subordinates searched for many days, but only found some traces of battle, and did not find Lord Pan and Chang. He Lulan snorted coldly, waving his hand. Forget it, let's not wait for them. The guest token has been prepared. We will set off tomorrow morning. On the second day, everyone majestically charged into the 5th floor. This was the largest scale of Gu masters working together since the opening of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It attracted the gazes of countless people in the sacred palace. The 5th floor's final checkpoint was a barren mountain range. The brown mountain soil was as hard as iron and stone. There was no vegetation. The moment everyone arrived, the flying bear phantom sensed them. It raised its head and roared, exploding the air and echoing like thunder. Swoosh! But in the dusky yellow sky, a white whirlwind swept past, pressing down. The experts scattered in all directions. The flying bear phantom heavily smashed on the ground. With a loud sound, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Intense winds blew, causing many people to be unable to stand still. It is truly ferocious. Pei Yanfei's expression was solemn. If he had taken it head-on, he would have lost a layer of skin even if he did not die. It is all thanks to tribe leader He Lulan's reminder, otherwise, we would have been ambushed by this bear the moment we entered. Gu Guolong said with lingering fear as he looked at the huge pit, at the reckless roar of the flying bear. This is called learning from experience. The last time we entered, we were ambushed by the flying bear. 5 experts died on the spot. He Xiui gritted his teeth, replying hatefully, "Brother Shanin, it's up to you." He Lulan urged. According to the battle plan, the first wave of attacks would be launched by the enslavement path Gu masters, to exhaust the flying bear phantom's battle strength. Needless to say, large groups of wolves charged towards the flying bear phantom from all directions, from the sky to the ground. In the sky there was the Azure Wolf group. On the ground there were White Eyes Wolves, Frenzy Wolves, Blood Forest Wolves and so on. Feng Yuan had brought 400,000 ordinary wolves with him. At once the wolf group covered the sky, like a huge wave in the sea. They flooded towards the island-like flying bear phantom. Howl! The flying bear's roar shook heaven and earth. Howl! The wolf group howled, not willing to show weakness. An intense battle erupted, creating a rain of blood. The flying bear phantom's 4 paws slammed, each attack killing dozens of wolves. The wolves could only cause harassment. Only the mutated wolf group could slightly injure the flying bear phantom. And the goo worms on the goo masters were basically all refined. This was the reason why He Lulan ordered people to investigate the location of the wild goo worms. As long as they could capture the wild goo on the flying bear, it would be much easier to destroy the flying bear phantom. Even if they could not capture it, they could just destroy it. Goo worms were very fragile, like the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. Feng Yuan only needed to pinch it lightly to kill it. Wild beasts did not have apertures. Wild goo lived on their bodies. This was a huge weakness. He Lulan snorted, shouting, "Continue investigating." He was not satisfied with this result. The Star River goo was residing in the flying bear's mouth. It was too difficult to capture it. While they were talking, the situation became even worse. Tang Miaoming and He Qisheng are unable to hold on. Pei Yanfei's expression was grim. Chapter 589. Wild goo could directly absorb the primeval energy in the air, and could be activated at will without any worry of primeval essence depletion. But in an intense battle, the more it progressed, the fewer times the wild goo would be able to activate. When the battle situation turned bad, these wild goo would rely on their instinctive reaction to danger to leave their host and escape on the spot. Thus, when attacking ferocious beasts, especially beast kings or desolate beasts, their firepower would usually be fierce in the early stages of the battle. After the battle continued for some time, their attacks would gradually lose their ferocity. Even so, we cannot let the Fox Group and Eagle Group suffer losses like this. Lord Changshanin, please make a move. He Xiui said from the side. Make a move, make a move? Feng Yuan crossed his arms, standing proudly at one side and sneered. According to the previous battle plan, I will make a move first. Then the 2 of them will take over. This will repeat over and over again, with each round lasting 15 minutes. But right now they have not even lasted 15 minutes. It is not my turn to make a move. If they went on stage now, the wolf group would only suffer the cruel slaughter of the flying bear phantom. Although they would achieve the goal of exhausting the flying bear's battle strength, if they could reduce their losses, Feng Yuan would be happy to do so. As for how severe the other people's losses were, what did that have to do with Feng Yuan? He Xiui was furious, but due to Feng Yuan's status, he could only suppress his anger. Wolf Wangda's people, everyone has to give it their all in this battle. Right now, Tang Miaoming and He Qishang are fighting a bloody battle. But Lord is just watching from the sidelines. Isn't this too much? You dare to lecture me? Fang Yuan raised his brows, his killing intent surging. He crossed his arms. But a monstrous arm suddenly shot out from his back. The monstrous arm was heavy and powerful, but moved like lightning, smashing towards He Xiuyi. He Xiuyi had never thought that Fang Yuan would dare to do this in public. He dared to try to kill him in such a crucial battle. Before the fist even reached him, he felt a strong gust of wind blowing towards him, causing his face to feel pain. An incomparable sense of fear and danger instantly filled his heart. At the crucial moment, the awareness that he had developed from many years of battle finally saved his life. He didn't even think about it. Almost at the first moment, he mobilized his defensive goo worms and barely put up 3 layers of defense. He was a defensive goo master precisely because he specialized in defense. During the struggle for the throne, He Lulan had sent him to Fang Yuan's side to protect Fang Yuan. But in the great battle that followed, He Shui was concerned about his own safety and threw this mission to the back of his mind. Fang Yuan was left alone on the battlefield. The strange punches were as easy as breaking dry weeds. In a short period of time, his 3 defenses were shattered and finally smashed into his chest. Crack. A crisp sound was heard. He Shui's sternum was completely shattered. A huge force surged forth, and his entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. He flew in the air, spitting out a trail of blood. Then with a loud bang, it smashed into a small mound several hundred steps away. With a loud bang, the smoke and dust dispersed. Half of his body was embedded in the mound, unconscious. He instantly lost the ability to fight. Wolf Wangda's people? What's going on? What's going on? Why did they attack all of a sudden? He Shui persuaded Wolf Wangda's people to immediately join the battle. But in the end, both sides had a disagreement, and Wolf King suddenly attacked, sending He Shui flying. Everyone was in an uproar at this shocking change. When I tell you to bark twice, you start barking like a dog. He Lulan was extremely furious. Veins bulged on his forehead as he stared at Fang Yuan with a fierce gaze. Just as everyone was feeling stifled and uneasy because of this tense atmosphere, He Lulan suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly. Good. Brother Shanin, you did well. This disrespectful person needs to be taught a lesson. This was like He Lulan taking the initiative to admit defeat. Everyone who was familiar with his temper was shocked. His own people were beaten until they were half dead. He Lulan actually agreed. Wolf King is too domineering. He did not care about a superforce like He tribe. Now even He Lulan has to admit defeat? Bullshit, this is He Lulan tribe leader looking at the big picture. He is not willing to lower himself to Chang Shanyin's level. Chang Shanin beat our He tribe people. He will suffer sooner or later. Everyone criticized silently, while some secretly transmitted their voices. Roar. The roar of the flying bear attracted everyone's attention again. The flock of eagles and foxes were being routed. Sirs, this subordinate has failed you. He Qisheng's mouth and nose were bleeding, his face full of shame. Tang Miaoming's face was pale and her delicate body swayed. Protect the 2 lords. Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted. The 2 of you have worked hard and made great contributions. He had a sincere heart. After this battle, there will be a great reward for you. He Lulan took the initiative to console him. Without any obstruction, the flying bear charged towards them. Logically speaking, it should be a pack of wolves surrounding and attacking. The consumption continued. But when He Lulan glanced at Fang Yuan behind her, she saw Fang Yuan standing proudly with his arms crossed. He did not say a word, but the wolves on the battlefield retreated faster than anyone else. I'll endure it. One day I will teach you a lesson. He Lulan gritted his teeth, knowing that he could not mobilize Fang Yuan. If he forcefully requested and Fang Yuan rejected him on the spot, he would be embarrassed instead. His reputation would be damaged. Thus, He Lulan shouted, "Move, execute the second step of the plan. Go." Immediately, 2 figures shot out like lightning. The first figure had a graceful figure. Wearing a fluttering blue dress, it was White Fairy Shi Shui. The second figure had a sturdy build. Wearing a yellow robe, it was Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong. White Fairy Shi Shui flew in the air. Her sleeves fluttered as she shouted. Snow started to fall from the sky. It was her signature rank 5 Gu worm, Flying Snow Gu. Gu Guolong was running on the ground. His legs were moving like windmills. Everywhere he went, dust and sand flew. It was also a rank 5 Gu. It was called Flying Sand and Moving Rocks. At once, the sky was filled with white snow, while the ground was filled with yellow dust and brown soil. The mountain-like flying bear phantom was in the middle of the snow and dust. Its speed fell by several times, and its vision was greatly affected. It roared and waved its paws in the snow and dust, creating fierce air currents that caused the snow and dust to fly even more, blurring one's vision. Seeing this, He Lulan laughed sinisterly, ordering, "Third step." This time close to 10 figures rushed out. Each of them was a famous expert. There was Bian Xixian, Hao Ji Lu, Pei Yan Fei, Gao Yang Zhu Zai, Douyin Yiqing, Tao Yu Lu Shuang. These Gu masters were either rank 4 peak stage or rank 5 experts. Together with Gu Guolong and Shi Shui, the lineup was extremely powerful. They entered the snow and dust, attacking the flying bear phantom from all sides. The flying bear roared and showed its berserk nature, retaliating randomly, but the effect was not good. A frenzied wind started to blow, quickly spreading in all directions, blowing away the snow and dust that filled the sky. The expressions of the Gu masters at the side changed. The intense winds blew, causing their clothes and hair to shake intensely. After the dust dispersed, a huge crater appeared at the center of the battlefield. The ground around the crater was burnt to a glass-like state by the intense flames. The flying bear phantom shrunk its head and crossed its arms, curling into a ball, not making a sound. The bear skin on its body shone with alternating black, white, red, green and yellow lights. Rank 5, 5-element bear skin Gu. Although this Gu could greatly reduce the effects of metal, wood, water, fire and earth path Gu worms, under the fierce attacks of the experts, the flying bear was covered in injuries, blood was flowing out, some wounds were deep to the bone. The Gu master stood at the periphery, staring at the flying bear with full concentration. The flying bear phantom was strong, but after 2 rounds of battle, it had achieved such results. Be careful, don't forget that it has grand chaotic dance Gu. Sun Shirhan reminded. The Gu masters had solemn expressions while some nodded. Grand chaotic dance Gu was a rank 5 Gu. It could cause the flying bear to enter a berserk state, increasing its speed and strength by several times, and its limbs could twist at will. Once this wild Gu was activated, the flying bear's danger level would rise sharply. If it was careless and got caught by the flying bear, it could not last for a few breaths before being smashed into meat paste. What are you afraid of? Don't forget we have old Sir Tai by here. Whoever charges first will be heavily rewarded. He Lulan shouted. The rewards made the Gu master's eyes brighten. With great rewards there would be brave people. Let me. Hao Ji Lu shouted, raising a huge wave as he charged towards the flying bear. Under everyone's gaze, he rapidly charged towards the flying bear. 1,000 steps, 500 steps, 300 steps. The flying bear suddenly raised its head. Its eyes were blood red. It opened its mouth and roared, spitting out a transparent air bubble. The air bubble expanded at lightning speed, enveloping Hao Ji Lu and the flying bear, before shrinking and vanishing. Chapter 590. The sudden change caused everyone's expression to change. What's going on? Where did they go? They actually disappeared. Don't tell me this round has other mysteries? Everyone made guesses in disgust. He Lulan frowned, feeling puzzled. Sun Shirhan's expression was gloomy, as if he thought of something. He said hesitantly, "Is this battle space Gu? Battle space Gu?" At once, everyone's gazes gathered on Sun Shirhan. He Lulan's eyes shined, saying, "This is indeed a space path Gu. But if it is battle space Gu, then Elder Hao Ji Lu is in danger. Battle space Gu has disappeared for so many years. To think it would reappear here. Tai Baiyunsheng sighed, as if he had confirmed it. He had obtained an immortal inheritance from the old beggar. His knowledge was not ordinary. What is battle space goo? Everyone asked. Yi Luisang's gaze was solemn. He was also the current tribe leader of a super force, Yi Lui tribe, but because he lost, he had no choice but to join He tribe. He had a mysterious fire path immortal goo and was extremely knowledgeable. He explained, the so-called battle space goo is a rank 5 space path goo. Once it was activated, it could pull both the enemy and himself into another space. There, both sides will engage in a battle to the death. Only after the victor is decided, or when the time is up, can we leave the space. Sigh to think that the flying bear had such a goo worm. He Lulan sighed at the sky, saying in a regretful tone. Everyone's expression turned grim, expressing their worry for Hao Ji Lu. The flying bear phantom was so strong. Even with everyone's strength, they could not kill it. Just Hao Ji Lu alone. How could he be its match? The result of this battle anyone could easily guess. The flying bear would win and Hao Ji Lu would lose. Although Hao Ji Lu had water image goo and other escape methods, Yi Luisang had already said that the space created by the battle space goo would only close when the victor was decided between the enemy and himself. Hao Ji Lu had used all his escape methods, but he would be caught by the flying bear phantom sooner or later. Kill. Unless he had a space path goo worm to counter it. But Hao Ji Lu was a water path goo master. Everyone knew this. Even the experts present did not have a space path, thus they were helpless against battle space goo. Perhaps there is still hope. Patriarch Yelu had just said, decide the winner or wait for the time to run out. What does this end of time mean? Tang Miaoming asked. Yi Luisang let out a long sigh. AI, this time is over. It was directed at the goo master. To maintain the battle space goo, primeval essence needed to be consumed continuously. If a goo master keeps using it, when their primeval essence is exhausted, the battle space will naturally disappear. This time, everyone completely lost hope. The flying bear phantom's battle space goo was a wild goo. Wild goo absorbed the primeval chi in the air, but the primeval chi here was endless. It was impossible to count on the end of time. If we could completely absorb the vitality in the air, wouldn't that be possible? Bian Xixian put forward a very good idea, which made everyone's eyes light up. But it was useless. Everyone discussed for a moment and found that they had to deal with the invisible and intangible primordial chi. He had to use chi path methods. However, chi path was an ancient path. It had once flourished for a time, but was later replaced by strength path. By now, strength path was already so weak, not to mention chi path. Chi path could be said to have gone extinct long ago. It was very rare to see a chi path goo master. Tai Baiyunsheng had roamed northern plains for so many years, but he had only seen 3 chi path goo masters. Among them, the closest one was also the strongest. It was one of Lu Wenwu's sworn brothers, variant human Mo Shi Kuang. Right now, 88-point Jinyang Tower had already condensed over 10 floors. The goo masters were working hard to get through the rounds, but most of them were stuck at the final 90th round. This final round was the first time the goo masters had tried it. Damn it. Morale is at rock bottom. It is hard to fight anymore. Are we going to return in failure? He Lolan's expression was ashen. This time he made a big fuss and lost an expert, but in the end he got nothing. This was a huge blow to his reputation. Not only that, He Lulan wanted a strength path immortal goo. He wanted a corner owner token. If he could not get through this floor, he would only have an ordinary corner owner token. If he gave up on this floor and chose another one, he would waste a lot of time. Time waits for no man. He Lulan could not wait. Just as the morale of the troops was wavering, Feng Yuan had a calm expression. He spoke slowly. How hard is it to kill a flying bear? These words caused dozens of gazes to shift towards him. But soon these gazes lowered. The Wolf King was not the Wolf King of the past. The previous Wolf King Chang Shan-in was a famous hero of northern plains. A legend of exterminating Ha-Tu-Gu's bandits alone. The current Wolf King. He was a flying master and enslavement pathmaster, the publicly recognized #1 general of this imperial court contest. During the decisive battle, he easily defeated the enemy's general in the midst of thousands of troops, turning the tides. He had a proud and aloof nature, even ruthless and cruel, attacking whenever he wanted to. He Xiaoyi, who was almost killed by him, was a good example. Looking further back, there was another example. It was Sun Shirhan. He had once been publicly slapped by Chang Shanin. His entire face was stepped on in front of everyone. His dignity and face were all thrown away. Only He Lulan's gaze was fixed on him. Only Black Tyrant was not afraid of the ruthless and aloof Chang Shanin, who acted without restraint. Brother Shanin, I am willing to listen to your brilliant plan. He Lulan cupped his fists. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. It is not a brilliant plan, it is not worth mentioning. He paused for a moment before continuing. This battle space gu might be mystical, but it is only a rank 5 gu, it has a limited range. In my opinion, we only need to fight from afar and avoid the battle space gu's attack range. He Lulan was dazed. This was like a wake-up call. Everyone's eyes shined. Someone patted his head and said excitedly, I was scared by the battle space gu's reputation. Indeed, as long as it was a gu worm, it would have a range of effect. The battle space gu's range should not be wide. Otherwise, why would the battle space gu only activate after Hao Ji Lu got close? Of course, battle space gu was a wild gu. Its range needed to be measured further. Next, I will control the wolf group to surround the flying bear. You guys stay at the periphery and fight from afar. Fang Yuan commanded. He Lulan was overjoyed. He could not command Fang Yuan, but now that Fang Yuan took the initiative to join the battle, he quickly said, let's follow Wolf King's plan. The battle started again. The wolf group was inside, surrounding the flying bear. And the gu masters were at the periphery, attacking from afar like raindrops. This way, it formed a situation like ants devouring an elephant. The flying bear roared unceasingly, activating Star River gu, Wind Tiger Cloud Dragon gu, Grand Chaotic Dance gu, and so on, causing the wolf group to suffer heavy casualties. As for the gu masters, they were safe and sound, there were no more casualties. He Lulan was initially worried that Fang Yuan would retreat due to the huge casualties of the wolf group. But Fang Yuan was unyielding, not retreating even to the death, and even turning a blind eye to the wolf corpses on the ground. He Lulan was naturally puzzled, but after thinking about it, he attributed Fang Yuan's refusal to retreat to his previous promise. Once they pass, Wolf King would get 50% of the reward. But he did not know that Fang Yuan was truly concerned about the owner token in He Lulan's hands. He Lulan wanted to raise the owner token in his hands. This was exactly what Fang Yuan wanted. When his owner token reaches 4 edges, Fang Yuan would snatch it and form a 10 edges owner token, obtaining a giant Sun True inheritance. Because of Fang Yuan's actions, the scales of victory gradually tilted towards the gu master's side. The flying bear's injuries became more and more severe. Blood flowed out like a waterfall. Howl! Suddenly, the flying bear roared again and spat out a transparent bubble. Rank 5 battle space gu was activated again. The gu masters were already prepared and quickly retreated. But the transparent bubble was only aimed at one blood forest wolf. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the flying bear and blood forest wolf disappeared. What's the use of using the same trick again? Someone saw this and laughed loudly. As long as we don't get close to it, why would we be afraid of the battle space gu? Ha ha ha! All of you shut up! He Lulan shouted angrily, but his expression was one of annoyance. I did not have enough time to begin with. If I use my Strength Path Killer move now and kill the flying bear, the time will be even shorter. I still need to attack the next floor in such a short time and get through 100 rounds to obtain the Strength Path Immortal Gu. The difficulty of this is too high. But if I don't get through this round without the 1-edge owner token, how can I know the location of the Strength Path Immortal Gu? Whether I change the strategy of the next floor or ask for reinforcements from the tribe, I need time. The worst situation is that even if I use my Strength Path Killer move to kill this flying bear and obtain the 1-edge owner token, this 88-point Jinyang Tower might not have any Strength Path Immortal goo. He Lulan was hesitant. This was a matter of life and death, and the path ahead was dark. He was at a loss. It is not difficult to break the battle space goo. His words were shocking. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. It was none other than Wolf King. Brother Shan Yin, you have another brilliant plan? He Lulan quickly asked. Fang Yuan chuckled. For the matter of the 50% reward, I have to do my best, right? This plan has 3 steps. First, we will fight from afar and exhaust the flying bear. Second, we will send death warriors to engage in close combat. Once they are dragged into the battle space, they will immediately commit suicide. Third, the flying bear will not have any time to rest. We will continue to fight from afar and persevere. We will definitely be able to kill this beast. Brilliant plan. Why didn't I think of it? Immediately someone shouted, some slapped their thighs in joy, while some sighed inwardly at the ruthlessness of this plan. But no matter what, everyone knew this was a way to solve the problem. In northern plains where wars were frequent, every tribe had death warriors. It was just that there were more or less of them, elites or not. He tribe was a super force. Not only did they nurture many death warriors, they were all elites. This way, Tai Bai Yunsheng frowned slightly. He could not bear to do this. Sun Shirhan's eyes flashed with sharp light. He only looked at He Lulan, not saying a word. Dying on the battlefield and sending oneself to die were 2 completely different concepts. The former was the glory of a warrior. The latter was a person in power harming the lives of others for their own benefit. If this was really done, He Lulan's reputation as the leader of He tribe would be ruined. This went against the values of the righteous path. The most important thing to do in the righteous path was to have a good reputation. If one's reputation was bad, their achievements in the righteous path would be limited. Demonic path was different. Regardless of reputation, the most important thing was strength. Thus, in the complex demonic path, there was Hao Ji Lu who brought disaster, and also Tai Bai Yunsheng who saved the dying and healed the injured. Because of this, Sun Shirhan did not persuade him. He was an astute person. He knew that no matter what he said, it would not be appropriate. He had already thought of this method, but he did not suggest it. He did not dare. Right now, Sun Shirhan had already become an external elder of He tribe. Once he suggested it, his reputation would be ruined. Would he still be able to stay in He tribe? I'm afraid only the vicious and cruel Wolf King can say it without any scruples. Sun Shirhan sneaked a glance at Fang Yuan. He was filled with hatred and fear. His face was still aching. But what Sun Shirhan did not know was, to He Lulan, his life was about to be forfeit. What use was reputation? When He Lulan heard Fang Yuan's suggestion, he immediately decided to adopt it. But he still frowned and thought for a long time, hesitating and sighing. He played out his benevolent side to the fullest. Finally, he heaved a long sigh and spouted a bunch of genteel words without stopping. The gist of it was, he had no choice but to adopt this method. The dead tribesmen, he would bury them as his brothers. Their relatives, he would take care of them personally. Everyone knew this but did not point it out. This was the rule of the righteous path. After going through this process, He Lulan immediately gave the order. He summoned He tribe's death warriors. These He tribe death warriors had rank 2 cultivation level. They had been nurtured by He tribe since young, instilled in them day and night. They were extremely loyal. As for rank 3 death warriors, they were not non-existent. But normally when they reached rank 3, then they would be very valuable. Almost all of them would leave their status as death warriors. But among the super forces, there were a few death warriors with rank 3 or even rank 4 cultivation level. They would not be used easily. He Lulan was the current leader of He tribe. To let these death warriors die, they would not say anything. If the ruler wanted his subjects to die, the subjects had to die. Even if they did not want to die, they had to die. This was the system. There were no more surprises in the following battles. After a dozen or so death warriors died, the flying bear virtual image fell to the ground on the verge of death. Just as everyone wanted to deal a fatal blow, they suddenly found they could not move. How can this be? It is the power of 88-point Jinyang Tower. We are unable to move. This is too shameless. We were so close to killing this flying bear. Everyone shouted and shouted, dumbfounded. Only Feng Yuan had a calm expression. He hid the 6-edge owner token. He knew that this round had been cleared. He Lulan also sensed it. He quickly took out the owner token and stared at it, only to see a corner slowly growing out of the originally round owner token. At the same time, the feeling of fortune was transmitted to his heart, letting him know that he had completely controlled this floor. So this final round does not require us to kill the flying bear. We only need to beat it until it is on the verge of death. He Lulan was overjoyed inwardly, but he showed a sorrowful expression. He sighed. Everyone, don't be impatient. The battle is over. The mission is complete. This round has been cleared. Sigh, it is a pity for my He tribe's good men. If not for the battle space isolating the inside from the outside, I would have used puppets or wild beasts to replace them. Cleared? Everyone was surprised and happy. He Lulan tribe leader, I wonder what the reward for this round is? Can you let me broaden my horizons? Tai Bai Yunxing asked. His goal in clearing 88-point Jinyang Tower was to find lifespan goo. However, lifespan goo were rare and precious. They could only be used as rewards after passing the 90th round. He Lulan heard this and had a strange expression. He pointed at the dying flying bear phantom. This is the reward for this round. What? It is this flying bear phantom? What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Only Feng Yuan knew what was going on. He had the 6-edge owner token. He knew all the rewards of the rounds in 88-point Jinyang Tower like the back of his hand. Before challenging the round, he knew that the reward for this round was a rank 6 Phantom Path Immortal Goo. Its name was easy to understand, Flying Bear Phantom Goo. As expected, at the next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, the dying flying bear gradually turned into a lump of white light the size of a mountain. The white light shrunk and turned into a dot, flying towards He Lulan. He Lulan quickly received it and observed it carefully. He was the owner of the owner token. After passing this round, the reward was his. He had just touched this flying bear phantom goo, but because of the power of 88-point Jinyang Tower, he easily refined it. Feng Yuan's 6-edge owner token was different. It was a product of cheating. Only by controlling a certain floor could he take the floor's reward. Of course, it was not that he could not compete for He Lulan's owner token, but if he did, he would awaken Giant Sun's will. The losses would outweigh the gains and he would die a terrible death. This risk could not be taken. It was best not to. Flying Bear Phantom Goo was dispirited and on the verge of death. Its aura was weak and its condition was not good. But He Lulan's gaze was fixed on it. What was this? This is an immortal goo. He had just sighed inwardly when he heard someone speak. This immortal goo, give it to me. The tone was plain, but there was an unquestionable determination. He Lulan frowned. He did not need to turn around to know who this person was. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.